Peerless Douluo, who let him join Shrek. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151 You Can't Afford What I Want. In less than 5 minutes, Jiang Ming walked out of the misty forest. At this time, the caravan has been sorted out. Since no one was damaged, it is not too troublesome for the caravan to rest. You caught up, Lu. Yu frowned and looked at Jiang Ming, who had just come out of the misty forest, and asked in a deep voice. Yes, I didn't catch up. After Jiang Ming replied briefly, he returned to the carriage again. But he did not continue to take out the book and read it. The misty forest is full of fog, and only fools read in it. Moreover, he also needs to carefully count the results. Although there is nothing valuable in those abandoned storage soul guides, you might find treasures in the garbage. Jiang Ming quite likes this feeling of treasure hunting. Gold soul coins, silver soul coins, dry food, herbal medicines. Jiang Ming's mental power penetrated into a storage soul guide and counted them one by one. After resting for a few minutes, the caravan set off again and entered the misty forest. After experiencing the robbery of the bandits just now, the guards of the caravan were all nervous and did not dare to be careless at all. After Lu Yu briefly treated the wound, she came to the carriage where Jiang Ming was. Are you interested in being the long-term guard of our Lu family chamber of commerce? Lu Yu expressed her intention to solicit as soon as she opened her mouth. Jiang Ming's ability to detect enemies in advance is very important for caravans like them, who often encounter danger. Not interested, Jiang Ming responded lightly, then changed into a storage soul guide and sorted out the contents inside. Storage soul guides are actually not that rare now that soul guides are gradually emerging. Basically, a soul master with a little money can afford it, but the space inside is smaller. That's all. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming has not seen anything that interests him so far. It's a mess. There aren't many gold soul coins, and there are a little more silver soul coins, but when you calculate it, it's not much money. Hey, are all bandits so poor these days? You can make conditions. As long as I can do it, you can ask for it. Lu Yu still doesn't want to give up, and wants to offer a higher price to attract Jiang Ming. She also saw Jiang Ming's battle just now. He suppressed several soul masters by himself and didn't even release his martial soul. Coupled with the ability to directly see through the bandit ambush from the beginning, Lu Yu determined in her heart that Jiang Ming was definitely not simple. Let me bring it up. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and shook his head. If I really want to mention it, you can't afford it. Besides, I just want to go to Xiandao City on the way. I am not a professional in this line of work. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he put away all the countdown storage soul guides recovered from the bandits and rested against the carriage. He received a total of 10 storage soul guides from those bandits, including rings, necklaces, bracelets, and the like. Among them, there are 761 gold soul coins, most of which were found from the storage soul guidance device of the bandit leader who was cultivated as a soul king. Converting the other silver soul coins and copper soul coins, it amounts to more than 300 gold soul coins. As for other miscellaneous items, Jiang Ming did not take them into account, and their value is not very high. In less than half an hour, Jiang Ming was quite satisfied with a harvest of more than 1,000 gold soul coins. Hey, tell me, how do you know I can't afford it if you don't tell me? Let me tell you, our Lu family chamber of commerce still has great power in Xiandao City. Lu Yu is still alive. His heart was chattering in Jiang Ming's ears, as if he wouldn't stop until he recruited Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming was also a little annoyed by her noise, so he opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yu helplessly. I want 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. Can your Lu family chamber of commerce give it to me? Hearing this, the expression on Lu Yu's face suddenly froze. 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone? What a joke. To get these two things, you have to hunt down 100,000-year soul beast. The person with the highest cultivation level in the Lu family chamber of commerce is his father, who is only a soul saint. It would be great if he could not be slapped to death by a 100,000-year soul master. Look, I said you can't give me anything. You're injured, so you should go and rest in the carriage. As he said that, Jiang Ming closed his eyes again. However, even though he closed his eyes, Jiang Ming's mental power covered the surrounding space. He can sense any disturbance immediately. The convoy continued to move forward, and Lu Yu gave up recruiting Jiang Ming after feeling that Jiang Ming really had no intention of joining her Lu family chamber of commerce. 100,000-year soul beast cannot be obtained even if the entire chamber of commerce is involved. Soon, the caravan left the misty forest. After leaving the misty forest, everyone breathed a visible sigh of relief. At this time, it was getting late, so the caravan made a fire and camped on a grassy field, planning to spend the night in the tent. And just when the caravan guards were taking out dry food to eat, Jiang Ming was roasting meat on the bonfire. On the bonfire, Jiang Ming held a steel skewer in his hand with pieces of mutton chops skewered on it. The fat and thin mutton slowly turned brown under the burning of the flames. Golden grease dripped into the flames, making a tearing sound, which stunned a group of guards who were eating dry food. Jiang Ming grabbed the wooden handle at the end of the steel skewer and turned it evenly. From time to time, he applied the red seasoning on the side to the lamb chops with a brush. The red seasoning is roasted by the flames, and a spicy taste instantly spreads. This seasoning is Jiang Ming's secret spicy recipe. How can I put it? It's very exciting. The stomachs of the guards who were nibbling dry food invariably made reluctant noises, as if they were accusing them. Some of the guards couldn't bear it anymore. After greeting Lu Yu, they ran to look for ingredients. I can't even eat one bite of this dry food. Well, it's almost done. Jiang Ming looked at the already fragrant lamb chops, nodded, and took the lamb chops back from the fire, ready to start today's dinner. There is dry food in his storage soul guide, but that is to prevent it from being used in some special situations, such as when there is no time to light a fire for cooking. Now that you have time to cook, why eat unpalatable dry food? Moreover, he has obtained a lot of ingredients from Mr. Zhuan over the years, some of which he has never even heard of, let alone eating. During the cooperation with Mr. Zhuan, Jiang Ming's cooking skills have also improved greatly. In terms of taste, not only is he the best in the world, he is also considered a top chef. So, unless he really couldn't cook, Jiang Ming would never let his stomach suffer. Putting the lamb chops on a plate that had been prepared on the table nearby, Jiang Ming took out his homemade happy water. Jiang Ming and Mr. Zhuan made this thing after trying many kinds of ingredients. The taste is close to the happy water of the previous life, and it is more powerful. A mouthful of mutton chops and a mouthful of happy water, so cool. Chapter 152 Arriving at Xiandao City. After a sleepless night, the smell of Jiang Ming's secret seasoning lingered throughout the camp, mixed with the aroma of meat, making people hungry as soon as they breathed. Tonight is really too much suffering. The guards didn't bother to beg for food, and Jiang Ming didn't intend to share it with them, as he wasn't familiar with them in the first place. And Jiang Ming heard what they muttered before, but just ignored it. The next morning, before the sun had risen, Jiang Ming had already opened his eyes and started practicing. He has never been in contact with the Tang sect, so he doesn't know the skills like the purple demon eye. However, after so many years in the entire Douluo continent, even the Tang sect has turned from prosperity to decline, and the luck of practicing skills has long been lost rare. Although Shrek Academy does not have the various cultivation techniques of the Tang sect, it still includes some other techniques. Under the guidance of the exercises, the effect is much better than simply practicing through meditation. Jiang Ming sat on a hilltop and practiced for an hour before the caravan began to prepare to set off in the morning light. You didn't sleep last night? Lu Yu asked softly. She had not seen Jiang Ming enter the tent yesterday. He was sitting cross-legged and meditating alone outside. We're used to it. How long until we get to Xiandao City? The expression on Jiang Ming's face was very dull. In fact, he is not a person who likes to laugh, unless he knows him in front of people he knows well, otherwise he is basically aloof. Sometimes, it is better to keep a little distance between people. How many days will it take to get to Xiandao City? You are practicing so hard, is it possible that you are a disciple of Shrek Academy's inner court, Lu? Yu suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. She graduated from the outer college of Shrek Academy and had also participated in the assessment of the disciples of the inner college. Unfortunately, it failed. However, she was still full of curiosity and longing for the inner courtyard. You know, in a sense, only when you enter the inner courtyard can you truly be considered a disciple of Shrek Academy. Jiang Ming glanced at her and didn't answer. He jumped directly into the carriage, took out another book and started to read. The 7th level Soul Master is already a high-level existence among Soul Masters. To become a 7th level Soul Master, in addition to extremely rich theoretical knowledge, you also need extremely strong practical abilities. Of course, Jiang Ming has learned a lesson from making a soul guide on a carriage and will not do it again. The book in Jiang Ming's hand was obtained from the Sun and Moon Empire. It is said to have been written by a powerful soul master from Ming Hall. The contents in it are very useful. At least, Jiang Ming gained a lot from reading this book. At the same time, he also had to cite that the level of soul guidance tools in the Ming Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire was really on par with the level of soul guidance tools in the Soul Guidance Department of Shrek Academy. If you want to catch up with the Sun Moon Empire and Ming Dedeng in terms of soul guidance devices, it will probably take at least 20 years. This is still the most ideal situation. Even if we use various methods to obtain information about soul guides and rare metals from the Sun and Moon Empire, the Sun and Moon Empire is also very defensive. The 5-year development plan previously set, I think. It's not going to go well. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming sighed softly. This feeling is a bit like the development trend of the country in his previous life. Thousands of years ago, several empires in the Douluo continent and Shrek Academy used their powerful soul masters to defeat the Sun and Moon continent, and changed the Sun and Moon continent into the Sun and Moon Empire. Today, the several empires that Douluo continent originally belonged to and Shrek Academy have fallen behind too much in terms of soul guides. This phenomenon Jiang Ming determined in his heart that within 50 years, the war will be over. It will definitely explode. By then, the Sun and Moon Empire, which has completed the layout of the soul guide, will probably come with a fierce attack. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming frowned deeply. It's not that he has a great concern for the country and the people, he is not that noble. However, once the war starts, Qingshu City will inevitably be targeted. Lu Yu rode a horse and advanced slowly in front of Jiang Ming's carriage. She glanced at Jiang Ming from time to time and found that this mysterious guy had a deep frown on his face and looked worried. Tisk, with so many worries at such a young age, are you thinking about national affairs? What she didn't know was that Jiang Ming was really thinking about national affairs. Today's journey went smoothly, and we didn't encounter any more bandits. As a being with stronger abilities than ordinary people, soul masters would not be an embarrassment in life if they did not have evil thoughts and take various evil paths. A few days later, the caravan was almost approaching Xiandao City. Before the Xiandao Empire split into the Xianhan Empire and the Daoling Empire, Xiandao City was the imperial city of the Xiandao Empire. And now, Xiandao City is also the imperial city of the Xianhan Empire. Speaking of which, Jiang Ming, as a member of the Xianhan Empire, seems to have never been to the capital of the Xianhan Empire. Jiang Ming sat on the carriage, looking at the majestic city gradually becoming clearer in front of him. A trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. As a time traveler who has seen the wonderful things from 10,000 years ago from Tang San's perspective, this Xiandao City can be said to be one of the classics that you want to check out. Xiandao City is almost here, let's work harder. After unloading the goods, I'll treat everyone to a drink, Lu. You looked at Xiandao City in the distance, showing the heroic spirit of the caravan leader. The caravan guards cheered. As the imperial capital of the Xianhan Empire, Xiandao City has a high level of consumption. This meal will cost a lot of gold soul coins. Jiang Ming sat on the carriage. The calm expression on his face seemed a bit out of place with the happy guards around him. When he arrived in Xiandao City, he wanted to inquire about the Sunset Forest and think about how to solve the poisonous miasma caused by the old poison in the Sunset Forest. Although I don't know if this poisonous miasma will still exist after 10,000 years, we still have to make preparations and we can't make fun of our lives. It took the group 3 hours from seeing the outline of Xiandao City to actually arriving at the gate of Xiandao City. Wang Xin's race to death really makes sense. Brother Jiang, let's go. My boss invites me to drink. Let's have a few drinks together. Several enthusiastic guards invited Jiang Ming to have a drink with him. Jiang Ming shook his head, declined and left directly. After entering Xiandao City, he had to find a place to stay first. Next, he will stay in Xiandao City for a while. After comparing several places, Jiang Ming gritted his teeth and spent dozens of gold soul coins to stay in a hotel in Xiandao City. Xiandao City deserves to be the imperial capital, and prices are much higher than those in Qingshu City. Even though he has hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins on his body now, he still feels a little sore. After settling in Xiandao City, Jiang Ming took out a piece of paper and began to write his next plan. 1. Explore the news of Sunset Forest. 2. Purchase items that can detoxify. 3. Go shopping and check in. 4. Start creating. The first 2 are the main goals, and the last 2, one is to simply pleasure the body and mind, and the other is to prepare to make money. Chapter 153, Get Rich Plan +1. Well, let's probably follow these 4 items. Jiang Ming glanced at the 4 major items written on the paper and nodded with satisfaction. Then, Jiang Ming put the piece of paper into the storage soul guide and walked out of the hotel. We have all arrived at the capital of the Xianhan Empire, and of course we want to come out and have some fun. It was dusk when the caravan entered the city. When Jiang Ming left the hotel, the sky had completely darkened. However, although the sky is dark, the excitement and prosperity in Xiandao City have not been affected at all. In fact, because everyone has time at night, Xiandao City becomes even more lively. On the wide streets, shadows of people intersect. The soul guide lamps, combined with the moonlight and old-fashioned lanterns, disperse the darkness of the city, presenting an extremely bright picture. As expected of the capital of the country. It's really lively. Jiang Ming walked on the street, looking left and right, temporarily letting go of the many thoughts in his heart. Whether it's the war that may happen in the future, the news about Sunset Forest, or the 7th level Soul Master, there is no rush. Now, let's enjoy the bustling night view. Boss, give me one of this. What is that? Is it delicious? Give me one. This style is so unique. Come one by one. The streets in the imperial capital are very long. Shops and vendors take advantage of the liveliness at night, selling food and other tricks on both sides of the wide streets. At this moment, Jiang Ming was like Grandma Liu entering the Grand View Garden, feeling that everything was very novel. In his previous life, he studied hard in school just to get into a good university. In his current life, he started in Qingshu City, growing up in the cold and fighting. After joining Shrek, I was busy in the soul guidance department, but I didn't often experience such excitement. Well, it tastes good, but a bit sweet. You can learn this trick and show it to Sister Lexun when you get back. This bean juice, it tastes so weird. Jiang Ming took a sip of the bean juice he just bought, and his handsome and masculine facial features instantly wrinkled. He really didn't understand, could anyone really get used to drinking this? After walking around for a few more minutes, Jiang Ming came to a very gorgeous building. This building is splendid and resplendent, exuding an aura of luxury both inside and out. It is easy to be attracted by just one glance. Tiandao Auction House. Jiang Ming raised his head and glanced at the large signboard on the building, his eyes brightening slightly. This place seems worth checking out. Furthermore, there might be something he needs that can detoxify in the auction house. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming walked directly towards the auction house. Sir, no outside food is allowed into the auction house. Before entering the auction house, Jiang Ming was stopped by a beautiful woman wearing a black concierge suit. At this time, Jiang Ming was still holding the snacks he had just bought from the street, and was a little stunned after being stopped by the beauty. HMPH. Where did you come from, a country bumpkin, and you still want to enter the auction? Do you have money? If you just go in to have a look, you should get out quickly, so as not to spoil the mood of us distinguished guests. A mocking sound that sounded extremely uncomfortable sounded behind Jiang Ming. It was a young man wearing luxurious clothes. He was not bad looking, but he looked up through his nose and looked at people, which made people feel that this guy was very rude. Jiang Ming turned his head and glanced at the young master, sighed, with a helpless look on his face. This kind of bad routine really makes me encounter it. I thought that those people who came up to mock other people's brains for no reason that I saw in novels were just for plot needs. I didn't expect that this kind of thing really existed. What did you say? How dare you say that this young master is mentally retarded? The ridicule and disdain in the young master's eyes turned into anger. He glared at Jiang Ming and reached out to grab Jiang Ming's collar. Jiang Ming frowned, raised his foot and kicked the young master away. Poof! With just one kick, young master vomited blood and fell to the ground. The female companion next to the young master was frightened. She squatted beside him in a panic, not knowing what to do. Why don't you take him to Healing Soul Master to save him? He looks like he's going to die, Jiang Ming said lightly, and then ate the snack in his hand in one go. Strode into the auction house. The bewildered female companion next to the young master heard this and seemed to have a goal. She quickly helped the young master, called a car and went to find someone to treat him. The female greeter at the Xiandao auction house who witnessed all this had no intention of interfering. They have received professional training and will not be nosy. Of course, the main reason is that this young master's strength and status are not very good and he is not worthy of interference. Entering the auction house, Jiang Ming took a mask from the staff and took out some miscellaneous things on his body for auction to clear out the inventory. Afterwards, Jiang Ming found a seat in the auction house and sat down, watching the auction below. At this time, a new auction item has been put up in the auction venue below. It was a necklace inlaid with dozens of gems. The three colors of blue, pink and purple gems complement each other and look extremely gorgeous. Under the lighting of the auction house, the gemstone necklace shone brightly, causing the eyes of the ladies in the venue to shine. As soon as the auction for this thing started, the women made crazy bids, raising the price to 3,000 gold soul coins. Jiang Ming doesn't understand, really doesn't understand. Based on his years of experience in the soul guidance system, the gems on this necklace are of no use except for their beauty. This thing can't even be used as a soul guide. How can it be worth 3,000 gold soul coins? Is it because of the beautiful story the auctioneer just told? Good guy, if that's the case, is it too easy to make money? Jiang Ming tapped his finger on the storage soul guide and took out a booklet. The cover of the brochure reads, "Get Rich Plan." Several plans have been written on the first few pages of the booklet, including dividends from the soul guide production line, the establishment and promotion of milk tea shops, and even the charges for tables and chairs in the canteen. These plans can bring Jiang Ming an income every year. Get Rich Plan 8. Use flashy items to guide the impulse of specific people, such as gem necklaces, gem bracelets, exquisite jewelry, etc. Pair it with a sad and beautiful story and a unique name to greatly improve the product worthless. Note, for those who take advantage of the money, after writing this sentence, Jiang Ming frowned. No, the idea is wrong. It cannot be to guide impulsive consumption. Impulse is temporary. If you want it to last, you need to add some emotional value to this nihilistic value. It can't be too vain, it's better to add some practical value. Well, that's it. Jiang Ming observed the reactions of the ladies in the auction house and made modifications silently. Chapter 154, 7 Absolute Flowers with Blue Scales, News from the Sunset Forest. In fact, Jiang Ming already has many ways to make money. At the age of only 16, he already has hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins in his hands. And he also possesses many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, even soul bones. Is this all spent? This can't be spent at all, it can't be spent at all. But who would dislike having too much money? The act of making money does not mean that you will stop making money if you have too much money, but that you will make more money if you have too much money. Hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins are not enough to buy a high-quality soul bone. Although the next lot is a kind of treasure, please be careful when auctioning it. On the stage, after the auctioneer said a word of reminder, the waiter brought up the lot inside. Period. This looks like a large object, square and angular under the cover of red cloth. The auctioneer lifted up the red cloth and revealed the true face of the lot. Everyone looked over and found that the square object turned out to be a soul barrier. And inside the soul guidance barrier is a strange flower. The flowers are overall green, with 9 leaves that look like human palms, with 7 fingers. Among the turquoise flowers at the top, the stamens seem to be releasing a turquoise mist, filling the entire soul guidance barrier with a strange aura. The moment he saw this flower, Jiang Ming frowned. Just looking at it, Jiang Ming felt that this thing was very poisonous. This is definitely a poisonous strain. Everyone, this is an extremely rare plant. Although it is not a soul beast, it is more toxic than most soul beasts. Its name is the 7-Ju flower with blue scales. When the auctioneer introduced this lot, everyone subconsciously stayed away. Originally, the auction house didn't recognize this thing, but because it is so toxic, Xiandao auction house checked a lot of information before confirming that this thing is the poisonous king among plants' existence. The 7 wonderful flowers with green scales. After learning about the toxicity of the blue scale 7-Ju flower, even if it is isolated by a soul guide, the auctioneer does not want to get close to this thing. He had seen with his own eyes the fate of people who were enveloped by the poisonous mist of this thing. Their flesh and blood were eroded, and their bones were covered with white bones. It was extremely terrifying. Even though that person was not even a soul master, he still left an extremely terrifying psychological shadow on the auctioneer. Bilin Kiju flower? Bilin, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up and he thought of something in an instant. Sunset Forest was the territory of old poison thousands of years ago. 10,000 years ago, he set up a poison array near the Ice and Fire Eyes. An old poison's martial spirit is the Jade Phosphorus Snake King. Obviously, in the vicinity of Xiandao City, he would not believe it if he said that the blue scale 7 absolute flowers had nothing to do with the poisonous formation left by the old poison. Is it possible that we will get the news about Sunset Forest so soon? Jiang Ming's heart froze and he was already planning to take a photo of this thing. At this time, the auctioneer on the stage was introducing the toxicity of the 7Ju flower with blue scales. They are from a large-scale auction house. If someone accidentally dies due to an item being auctioned because they did not explain it clearly, it will be detrimental to their reputation. After listening to the auctioneer's explanation, the guests in the auction hall all frowned, with fear and horror in their eyes. Some even wanted to leave the place on the spot, for fear of being raped by this green-scaled 7 masters. The flowers are poisonous. Of course, not everyone is so afraid. Some plant-type soul masters and some people who are interested in poisons clearly have thoughts flashing in their hearts. Although it is not a soul beast and cannot absorb its soul ring and possess its toxicity, this thing is a good choice whether it is used to prepare medicine or to make something that kills people and sets fire to protect their lives. Because of the special nature of this thing, this auction house uses a level 4 soul guide to isolate the poison. If anyone wants this green-scaled 7 absolute flower, they need to buy this level 4 soul guide together. The auctioneer reminded again. This thing is too toxic. It is too dangerous if it is not blocked with anything. Bundling sales is a must. You still want to buy this level 4 soul guide? Forget it, I really want this, but with the addition of the level 4 soul guide, the price may be too high. It's very high. Forget it, I don't want it. It's not even a soul beast. I don't know what to do with it. Many people backed down. Seeing this, the auctioneer spoke again. Everyone, although this 7Ju flower with green scales has to be bought together with this soul guide, there is still a glimmer of hope for the 7Ju flower with blue scales. Maybe everyone here can cultivate it into a soul beast. What? According to the estimation of our auction house, this Jade Scale 7 absolute flower is on the verge of evolving into a soul beast. Once it becomes a soul beast, with the status of the Jade Scale 7 absolute flower, it will be extremely valuable. Maybe it's a 10,000-year soul beast, 10,000-year soul beast, everyone. You can also possess the poison of the 7 ultimate flowers with blue scales. The auctioneer's words are very tempting. Compared with the price of the 4th level soul guide, the 10,000-year soul beast is obviously worth a lot more. Tisk, this is the auctioneer. Are you so good at drawing cakes? Jiang Ming clicked his tongue, wanting to laugh a little. You yourself said that there is only a glimmer of life. Maybe this glimmer of life will be gone after the auction. As for evolving into a 10,000-year soul beast, you have the resources to help this thing evolve into a 10,000-year soul beast, which is enough for you to hunt several other 10,000-year soul beasts. Obviously, other people in the auction house also knew this, so after the auctioneer said these words, there was not much interest. The auctioneer was a little embarrassed when he saw this. Ahem, then, let's start the auction. The 7 absolute blue scale flowers and a level 4 soul guidance shield. The starting price is 5,000 gold soul coins. Every increase must be no less for 500 gold soul coins. The auction started, but no one bid. Although 5,000 gold soul coins are not much, it is not worth it to buy this thing. Even those flashy gemstone necklaces just bought can make the female companions around you happy and provide some other value after returning home. But the green scale 7 absolute flower and this 4th level soul tool have too many limitations, and they can easily kill themselves if they are not careful. Seeing this, the auctioneer also had a wry smile on his face. The combined value of the 7th-level Jade Scale Flower and the 4th-level Soul Guide is definitely far more than 5,000 gold soul coins, but this thing is really too limited. The high risk and unknown rewards make this lot completely unable to reflect its value. It seems that the auction is going to fail. The auctioneer sighed helplessly. Forget it, if it doesn't go through, let's just let it go. End it as soon as possible to keep this thing away from me. If this soul guide loses its power, the poisonous mist leaks out, and the feeling of flesh and blood being consumed, He doesn't want to experience it. 3, 2, 1, at the last number, the auctioneer didn't even pause as usual. 5,000 gold soul coins, 5,500 gold soul coins, 2. Voices sounded at the same time. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then a smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 155 Evolution. Xiaoling's attachment position increases combat power. Added 500 gold soul coins, allowing him to win the opponent at the last moment. In fact, Jiang Ming originally planned to get it at the lowest price. After all, he didn't like to spend too much money. But just in case, Jiang Ming still added a 500 gold soul coin. After all, when he was observing other people in the field just now, he discovered that a few waves of people seemed to be interested in this thing. In the end, I won 500 more gold soul coins. After winning this Jade Scale 7 Absolute Flower, the auction has ended. When the auction staff brought the 7 Wonders of Blue Scales Flower and the Soul Guidance Barrier over, Jiang Ming asked about the origin of the 7 Wonders of Blue Scales Flower. At first, the other party was reluctant to say anything, but when Jiang Ming put the gold soul coin on the table, everything went as it should. Not only that, Jiang Ming also got a map to the Sunset Forest. Some extremely dangerous areas in the Sunset Forest were marked in red on the map. When Jiang Ming opened the map, most of the areas in the Sunset Forest were marked in red. More than half of the entire Sunset Forest is an extremely dangerous area. Because the Blue Scale 7 Ju Flower is still alive, the Storage Soul Guide cannot store living objects. It would be too eye-catching for one person to take such a large soul guide back. Jiang Ming asked the people at the auction house to deliver the things to his hotel, and then began to think about it. The location of Sunset Forest was found, and the process was smoother than he imagined. But now a new problem has arisen. According to the information given on this map and the information he obtained from asking the auction house staff, there are probably more dangers in the Sunset Forest than there were thousands of years ago. This will cause big trouble. How is he going to get close to the Ice and Fire Eyes? Ordinary detoxification pills will definitely not work. The toxicity of the Blue Scale 7 Ju Flower is extremely terrifying in the entire plant world. According to people at the auction house, the poison in the Sunset Forest, there are 7,000-year-old Soul Beast level green scaled flowers. With a poisonous mist produced by this level of Blue Scale 7 Ju Flower, unless you are a professional poisoner, such as old poison, you will die if you go there. It's difficult to handle. Jiang Ming felt like he was one head and two heads away. Are you looking for a master who knows how to use poison? However, Jiang Ming really doesn't know any of the poison masters on the mainland, and even if he did, he still has selfish intentions in places like Ice and Fire Eyes. Jiang Ming still has selfish motives in his heart. The fewer people know about this blessed place, the better. After much deliberation, Jiang Ming still couldn't come up with a solution. He is really not good at poison. Back at the hotel, the Blue Linka Juhu and the 4th level Soul Guide had been delivered to his room. They were also covered with a layer of red cloth to prevent others from seeing what was inside. Jiang Ming lifted the red cloth and saw that the 7 Ju Flower with green scales was shaking slightly in the Soul Guidance Barrier. The poisonous mist in the space inside seemed to be more intense. What should I do with you? After failing to understand a problem, Jiang Ming faced a new problem. This green scale 7 Absolute Flower is still alive and alive. It cannot be stored in the Storage Soul Guide, and it is not safe to store it in a hotel. Master, I have a way. Suddenly, Xiao Ling's voice sounded in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. As Jiang Ming thought, Xiao Ling's figure appeared in front of him. What can you do? Jiang Ming looked at Xiao Ling. Although his cultivation level was stuck at level 69, the elf's cultivation did not seem to have encountered a bottleneck. Still practicing. At this time, Xiao Ling's aura has reached the level of a 30,000-year-old soul beast. Just his appearance has greatly increased the aura of life in the room, making people feel refreshed just by taking a breath of air. This little guy still has a glimmer of hope. I can save it and evolve it into a soul beast. Little Ling blinked his emerald eyes, his eyes long and long. Her green eyelashes make her eyes look big, and her voice is like a little Lolita. It sounds soft, waxy, and very comfortable. Evolve into a soul beast. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, it's better to wait to evolve into a soul beast. If this guy evolves into a soul beast, it will be a 10,000-year soul beast. With its toxicity, the entire hotel will be destroyed. This is not a joke. Once the 10,000-year-old blue scale 7 flower releases poisonous mist out of control, not to mention this hotel, the people on the entire street, and even half of Xiandao City will suffer. And it's the kind that you can't even save in time. After all, ordinary people and soul masters with lower cultivation levels will die instantly when faced with a poisonous mist of the 7,000 years blue scale 7 flower. Seeing Jiang Ming be so careful, Xiao Ling smiled and shook his head, saying, "Master, you forgot, we have affiliated positions. I will rescue it first. Wouldn't it be nice to let it complete its evolution in the Book of Spirits?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming immediately remembered. The elves have 10 auxiliary positions in the Book of Elves. These 10 auxiliary positions can include other soul beasts whose levels are lower than theirs into the Book of Elves. There is an auxiliary position of ice silkworm in use over Jiang Ming. That's it, then it's okay. Jiang Ming felt relieved and asked Xiao Ling to start performing. If Xiao Ling could evolve this 7 flower with blue scales into a 10,000-year-old soul beast, then he would have an extra level of combat power. Although that Gai Bing silkworm is also a 10,000-year-old soul beast, his combat power is really hard to describe. Xiao Ling nodded and asked Jiang Ming to open the 4th level soul barrier. Jiang Ming carefully unlocked the soul guidance barrier, and the green poisonous mist inside spread instantly. Condensation. The poisonous mist had not spread far before it was directly controlled by Xiao Ling. She condensed the poisonous mist around the Bilin Qiju flower. Then, a ray of emerald green energy entered from her forehead into the stamens of the blue scale 7 flower. In the next few minutes, the original sluggish posture of the blue scale 7 flower gradually disappeared, and even the branches, leaves and flowers became a bit larger. Not only that, Jiang Ming also felt a powerful soul power gestating from the body of the blue Lin Qiju flower. Once that soul power takes shape, it can turn the blue Lin Qiju flower into a 10,000-year soul beast. "Master, summon the Book of Elves." Xiao Ling's face looked a little pale. It was not difficult to conclude a subsidiary contract, but restoring the vitality of the 7 flower and helping the 7 flower evolve into a soul beast was still somewhat harmful to the body. 6 black 10,000-year soul rings emerged, the Book of Spirits floated in front of Jiang Ming, and a powerful aura surrounded him. "Collect, little." Ling tapped the flower of the 7 wonderful flowers with green scales, and the 7 wonderful flowers with blue scales were collected into the Book of Elves, in the section where Xiao Ling belonged, page, occupying the first subsidiary position. Jiang Ming took out a pill given by Mr. Zhuang and quickly gave it to Xiao Ling. This thing contains powerful life force. If Mr. Zhuang didn't love Xiao Ling very much, he would not be willing to give this thing to Jiang Ming. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. The terrifying poisonous fog locks the coordinates of the ice and fire eyes. After taking the elixir, Xiao Ling's condition improved a lot, but she returned to Jiang Ming's spiritual seat to rest with a tired look on her face. There is still the 4th level soul guide containing the 7 flower with blue scales left in the room. The poisonous mist inside has been cleared away by Xiao Ling, leaving no trace left. Jiang Ming put away the 4th level soul guide, sat on the bed and began to think. The information about Sunset Forest has been obtained. The most troublesome thing now is the need to deal with the poisonous miasma in Sunset Forest. Judging from what he currently has at his disposal, it is very unlikely that he will be able to deal with the poisonous miasma. If something as poisonous as the 7-level flower with blue scales existed on a large scale in the Sunset Forest, it would be simply impossible for him to enter the eyes of ice and fire. Oh, it's troublesome. Jiang Ming had a sad look on his face. He originally thought he was very lucky to get the news about Sunset Forest so quickly, but now it seems that the difficulty is even worse. In the back. Forget it, let's go take a look tomorrow and at least understand how dangerous it is inside. Jiang Ming stood up, walked to the desk by the window, took out a booklet and started writing. There are 4 big characters written on the cover of this booklet. Douluo Continent. There is also an introduction with a smaller font size below. Based on authoritative historical data, this book tells the story of the first generation of Shrek 7 monsters thousands of years ago from the perspective of Poseidon Tang San. There are only a few words in the booklet at present, But Jiang Ming has already thought about it. When he finishes writing this book, he will ask someone to make a portrait, just like the paper books he read in his previous life. At that time, through the power of Shrek City, or combining with some other forces, millions of copies of the book can be made, and even if it is sold for 1 gold soul coin, there will be millions of income. As for the content of the book, Jiang Ming's mental power has greatly increased now, and he can still recall the books he read in his previous life. With Tang San's reputation in Douluo continent, coupled with Douluo continent's environment where fighting is the main style and entertainment facilities are limited, it is unlikely that this book will be a big seller. Tisk, this thing shouldn't be seen by Tang San, right? Jiang Ming stopped writing in his hand. After hesitating for a second, he continued writing. As long as the section where Tang San traveled through time is hidden and it is stated that this is compiled based on the authoritative historical data of Shrek Academy, there should be no problem. An hour later, Jiang Ming stopped writing, looked at the bright moon outside the window, stretched, and longing flashed in his eyes. As soon as he saw the moon, he thought of Sister Lexuan. I don't know what Sister Lexuan is doing now. After staring blankly at the moon for a few minutes, Jiang Ming came back to his senses and put away the books on the table. After all, the efficiency of handwriting cannot be compared with that of the keyboard. I can only write a few thousand words in an hour, but it takes more than a month to write a book of hundreds of thousands of words. The next day, before dawn, Jiang Ming had already packed his things and was preparing to go to Sunset Forest. After carefully checking that nothing was left in the room, Jiang Ming closed the door and went to the street to have breakfast. The sky was still gray at this time, and there was a faint light, but vendors on both sides of the street were already selling breakfast. Jiang Ming bought some breakfast and left Xiandao City. While eating, he walked towards Sunset Forest. What he didn't know was that after he left Xiandao City, the young master who was almost kicked to death by him yesterday had woken up. As a noble of Xiandao City, he has never suffered such a big loss. After waking up, he immediately sent people to check Jiang Ming's whereabouts, preparing to take the strong soul emperors and his family to find the place. His people worked very efficiently. It only took half a day to find the hotel where Jiang Ming lived. However, when he wanted to capture Jiang Ming and cut him into pieces, Jiang Ming was no longer in the room. This Sunset Forest looks different from the description in the book. After half a day, Jiang Ming had arrived in front of the Sunset Forest. In his memory, although the scale of the soul beasts in the Sunset Forest is not as large as that of the Stardao Forest, it is still a large gathering place for soul beasts. You know, when Tang San and the others obtained soul rings at one stage, they used the fragrance Kilo Immortal to attract many soul beasts. But after Jiang Ming walked into the Sunset Forest, there were almost no soul beasts in it. Even the surrounding vegetation is very sparse. Even if you occasionally meet a few soul beasts, it takes about 10 years to cultivate. This is not what a soul beast gathering place should look like at all. In 10,000 years, has the Sunset Forest become like this? With doubts in his heart, Jiang Ming continued to move towards the interior of the Sunset Forest. According to his speculation, the Eye of Ice and Fire should be in the center of the Sunset Forest. And because of the poison array set up by Douluo, as long as you move towards the place where the poison is getting stronger, you should be able to find the Ice and Fire Eyes. As he continued to go deeper, the vegetation Jiang Ming saw became more and more dense, and the soul beast's cultivation level also began to approach the 1,000-year level. However, a soul beast of this level is really not a threat to Jiang Ming at all. He just released his martial spirit, and the 1,000-year soul beast fled. Jiang Ming took out the map and carefully compared the locations on the map. Now he is still in the safe area on the map. If he goes further, he will enter the dangerous area marked in red. Jiang Ming thought for a while and rested for a while. He organized the soul guides and other items on his body so that they could be used as soon as possible in case of an accident. Especially those green pills given by Mr. Zhuang, they are life-saving things. Even if he is seriously injured, these pills can kill him. As for soul guidance devices, Jiang Ming took out a level 6 soul guidance ray and a level 7 soul guidance cannon. If you encounter a tough fight, the power of this level 7 soul guided cannonball is still considerable. After the preparations were almost complete, Jiang Ming got up and set off again. A quarter of an hour later, he entered the dangerous area marked red on the map. After entering the dangerous area for a certain distance, Jiang Ming frowned and realized something was wrong. It's so quiet here. Before coming in, he could still hear the faint heartbeats of some soul beasts through the golden heart, But here, there was none at all. Jiang Ming slowed down, without being careless, and released his mental power to observe everything around him. With this observation, he discovered something wrong again. The range of mental power has been greatly weakened. This ere Jiang Ming frowned. The next moment, Jiang Ming took out a huge flying sword from the storage soul guide. The flying sword carried Jiang Ming straight into the sky, reaching a height of several hundred meters in a few seconds. From a high position, Jiang Ming can see a wider field of vision. However, when he saw the colorful poison cloud in the distance that was almost solidifying, he was a little dumbfounded. He knew there would be poisonous formations here, but was this level a bit too much? Exclamation mark. The poisonous mist that stretches for several kilometers floats over the sunset forest. Even with his current physical strength, he cannot stay in it for long. Looking at the endless colorful poisonous fog in the distance, Jiang Ming felt a headache. With his current physical strength and the life-saving elixir given by Mr. Zhuang, he can try to rush in. But it's hard to say what will happen if you rush in. The situation in the sunset forest is so different from 10,000 years ago. What if there is something more terrifying inside? To try or not to try, Jiang Ming hesitated in his heart, thinking about what to do. Don't take the risk. Suddenly, he saw the colorful poisonous mist in the distance beginning to roll. The poisonous mist was like clouds, being blown up and down by the strong wind blowing from afar. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this poison does not have to be carried hard. The next moment, Jiang Ming directly released his second spirit book. 6 black soul rings rose from Jiang Ming's feet, releasing very powerful pressure. Xiao Feng, Xiao Lian, help me carve a way out of this poisonous fog. Jiang Ming said softly. The next moment, 2 elves, Xiao Feng and Xiao Lian, appeared from Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. Wow, such a big poisonous mist. Xiao Feng was a little surprised. The poisonous mist of this scale was extremely shocking just from a distance. It's not difficult to open a way, but there must be a lot of dangers in such a big poisonous fog. Master, are you sure you want to go in? Xiao Lian frowned slightly, and there was a hint of Yuji in her voice. Worry. Dangers and opportunities go hand in hand, but before going in, you still have to confirm where the place is. Jiang Ming was not in a hurry to let Xiao Feng and Xiao Lian take action, but it is to observe these poisonous mist from the air. Unfortunately, his mental power was too limited in the poisonous fog and he couldn't explore very far. Xiao Feng, please create some strong winds to stir up these poisonous mist. I'm looking for a valley, which should be right here, Jiang Ming said softly. The location of the ice and fire eyes is in a valley, which he clearly remembered. However, the terrain below was shrouded in dense poisonous mist. He wanted to find the location of the ice and fire eyes. Valley, need to keep trying. Otherwise, even if Xiao Feng and Xiao Lian could find a way out of the poisonous fog that stretched for several kilometers, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Good master, Xiao Feng nodded, opened his arms forward, and stimulated the airflow in the space. Not long after, a strong wind blew the dense colorful poisonous mist ahead. The wind controlled by Xiao Feng directly penetrated a poisonous fog, revealing the scene below. Unfortunately, it is not a valley, but a large forest. Come again. Xiao Feng continued to try to control the wind, blasting from a distance of several hundred meters each time. Although this method is a bit clumsy, it is actually effective. After all, the valley where the ice and fire eyes are located is an inherent terrain and cannot be moved. As long as you keep trying, you can always find that valley. Half an hour later, Jiang Ming summoned Xiao Feng back. Although Xiao Feng is good at controlling wind, controlling strong wind for half an hour is also very tiring. Xiao Feng, please take a rest first, Jiang Ming said as he crossed out some areas on the map in his hand. These areas have been detected by Xiao Feng and most of them have been eliminated. If there are no accidents, we will be able to determine the location of the valley after a few more visits. Jiang Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart and adjusted his physical condition. Xiao Lian is right, the poisonous mist is only the first layer. They don't know what dangers are below yet. They must maintain peak condition at all times. Looking at the extremely magnificent colorful poisonous fog in the distance, Jiang Ming had a trace of expectation in his heart. I hope that the fairy grass can help him break through the bottleneck of level 70. An hour later, Xiao Feng took action again, exploring the poisonous mist in the distance. After excluding most of the area, Xiao Feng quickly saw something different this time. When the howling wind penetrated a poisonous mist like an electric drill, there was actually a layer of turquoise poisonous mist pouring out from underneath the colorful poisonous mist. The green poisonous mist seemed to have noticed the abnormality of the wind. After breaking through the colorful poisonous mist, it turned into a poisonous pillar and shot straight into the sky. Xia Fen, come back. Jiang Ming has been staring at the poisonous cloud below. Almost as soon as the green poisonous mist rushed up, he took Xia Feng back to the elf in the book. When the green poisonous mist rushed up, Jiang Ming also vaguely saw that underneath the green poisonous mist, there were all 7 flowers with green scales. With this level of poisonous mist, Jiang Ming dared to conclude that these 7 blue scales flowers had definitely turned into soul beasts. And the blue scale 7 Ju flower turns into a soul beast, which means a 10,000-year soul beast. But when he just looked down through the poisonous pillar, there were at least 1,000 of the 7 absolute blue scale flowers below. Thousands of 1,000-year-old blue-scaled flowers with 7 unique flowers, and they also possess such terrifying poisonous properties, it's totally impossible to deal with this. Jiang Ming flew out with his sword while staring at the position of the green poison pillar. In addition to seeing the large group of blue-scale 7 Ju flowers, he also vaguely saw the shape of a valley behind the blue-scale 7 Ju flowers. If he guessed correctly, the ice and fire eyes are there. But how to break through these 2 layers of poisonous fog next? Withdrawing to a safe area, Jiang Ming was thinking about how to enter the valley. The location of the ice and fire eyes has been found, but now the situation seems to be getting more difficult. The first layer of colorful poisonous mist, the turquoise poisonous mist below, and those 1,000-year-old green-scaled 7 Ju flowers, 3 difficulties were placed in front of him. The colorful poisonous fog is a miasma. If you want to pass through it, you only need to ask Xiaolian to open a hole and you can get in. But the poisonous mist released by the green scale 7 Ju flower. To be honest, it is no problem for Xiaolian's flames to burn the miasma, but is it really no problem to deal with the green scale poisonous mist? What's more, what should we do with the 7 Ju flowers with green scales below? With his current strength, there is no problem in killing 1 or 2, but if there are thousands of them, even a titled Douluo will die here. Master, how about I set fire to this place and burn it down? Xiaolian made a very illegal proposal, which made Jiang Ming's mouth twitch slightly. Set fire to the mountain, sit in jail, and say goodbye, Jiang. Ming shook his head. He came here to find the fairy grass. If the fire burned it all, then why did he come here? What's more, although plants are afraid of fire, they are a group of plant-type soul beasts with thousands of years of cultivation. Will setting fire really solve them? Time passed by, and after thinking about it for half an hour, Jiang Ming still decided to give it a try. This time, he summoned the 3 elves Xia Fen, Xiaolian, and Xia Bing. In the past half hour, Jiang Ming deduced it many times in his mind. But because of the lack of understanding of the blue-scale 7 Ju flowers and the blue-scale poisonous mist Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something and quickly opened the Book of Elves and found the page where Xiaoling was. The subdued 7-level blue-leveled flower is evolving in Xiaoling's attachment space, and below this accessory, the characteristics of the 7-level blue-leveled flower are explained. This is one of the functions of the Book of Elves, which can record information about the creatures included in the book. End of this chapter. Chapter 157. The 3 elements break the poison and enter the ice and fire eyes. Name: Jade Scale 7 Absolute Flowers. Evolving. Characteristics: the most poisonous thing in the world. Not afraid of ordinary flames, afraid of cold. The information given by the Book of Elves is very limited, with only 3 characteristics, but Jiang Ming is sure of it. Information is limited, but useful. He looked at Xia Bing and said in a deep voice, Xia Bing, it's up to you this time. The 7 Ju flower with blue scales is not afraid of ordinary flames, and Xiaolian's flames are naturally not ordinary. The flame column, even if it doesn't reach the level of the ultimate fire, is very close. But according to the information in the Book of Elves, it is better to let Xiaobing deal with those 7 blue scale flowers. Well, I understand, Master, Xiaobing nodded. He was tall, only a dozen centimeters lower than Jiang Ming, but he exuded the aura of an ice noble and was very handsome. Okay, then let's set off. Jiang Ming wielded his sword again and soared up to an altitude of about 500 meters. He observed before that in the entire poisonous mist, the densest and highest places where the blue scale 7 Ju flowers are located. The height of the poisonous mist reaches a full 300 meters. This time we are still testing. If we can't succeed, we must protect ourselves first and don't show off. Do you hear me? Before officially taking action, Jiang Ming specially reminded the three elves. After so many years of getting along with each other, he still has a very deep understanding of the elves, who are prone to impulsiveness. I know the master, I can definitely get in this time. Xiao Feng raised her head confidently, and the wind elements between heaven and earth began to gather around her. Slowly, a strong wind began to blow between the sky and the earth, and the howling wind resounded throughout the world. This strong wind did not turn into an electric drill and drill into the poisonous mist like before, but slowly formed a tornado. As the tornado gradually took shape, the poisonous fog below also began to be affected. Countless colorful poisonous mist was swept in by the tornado. The originally colorless tornado began to be dyed with color, and the color became more and more brilliant and deep. Soon, a gorgeous tornado with a height of hundreds of meters formed over the sunset forest. The colorful tornadoes continued to absorb the surrounding poisonous mist, and the poisonous mist that was several kilometers long was now affected. Not only that, as the tornado grew larger and larger, the powerful suction it produced sucked out the green poisonous mist underneath the colorful miasma. Seeing this, Xiaolian, who had already been prepared, took action. A huge red fire lotus bloomed at her feet, slowly floating into the colorful tornado. In an instant, the colorful tornado burst into flames. The wind helped the fire, and almost instantly, the entire colorful tornado changed from a wind tornado to a fire tornado. Explosion! Xiaolian stretched out her white fingers and pointed towards the fire tornado. Boom! The fire tornado, which was still burning fiercely just now, seemed to be about to explode with half of the sky burning red. A terrifying shock wave instantly shook the entire world. The poisonous mist attracted by the tornado was immediately shaken far away by this terrifying impact. Centered at the place where the fire tornado exploded, the thick poisonous mist instantly opened a hole with a diameter of 100 meters. The green scale 7 Juho below seemed to be stunned by this terrifying shock wave, and the green poisonous mist did not make up for the gap immediately. Jiang Ming, who had been paying attention to the poisonous mist, immediately seized the opportunity and turned the power of the flying sword to the maximum. At the same time, he took out several 6-level defensive soul tools, allowing Xia Feng and Xiaolian to enter the Spirit Sea. The vertical distance of several hundred meters is just a blink of an eye for the level 6 flying sword at Jiang Ming's feet. In just an instant, Jiang Ming crossed the colorful poisonous mist, and even landed directly on the ground before the green poisonous mist could react. Xiaobing, as soon as he landed on the ground, Jiang Ming summoned Xiaobing, because those green-scaled 7 Ju flowers had already reacted, and countless vines were attacking his position. Received. A cold glint flashed in Xiaobing's eyes, and his elegant and noble-like posture exuded endless coldness, and then directly merged with Jiang Ming. Hanso, endless ice. With Jiang Ming's soft drink, the temperature in the space dropped instantly. With Jiang Ming as the center, the ground quickly turned into white frost, and the water vapor in the space turned into snowflakes and ice beads in an instant, slowly falling. Large icicles and ice ridges pierced out from the ground, turning the nearby space into a world of ice and snow. After feeling such a strong chill, the speed of the rushing blue scale 7 Ju flowers suddenly slowed down. Some of the blue scale 7 Ju flowers have even begun to close their flowers, as if they are about to fall into deep sleep. However, there are only a few of the 7 flowered green scale flowers that have gathered their flowers. Those blue scale 7 absolute flowers may be too weak in cultivation and are not even soul beasts yet, so they are very afraid of the cold. But those powerful 7 level 7 flowers, although they were also afraid, still stretched out their vines and attacked Jiang Ming. However, they were affected by the cold and their speed was very slow, and Jiang Ming easily dodged them. Master, my ice attribute aura is not strong enough yet and has little impact on some of the powerful beings among them. Hurry up. Xiaobing's voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears, reminding Jiang Bright. I know. Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and rushed directly towards the back of the blue scale 7 Ju flowers without any hesitation. There are peaks standing there, but the terrain sinks and it is obviously a valley. The eyes of ice and fire are right there. Most of the 7 Ju flowers with blue scales were affected by the cold, but some of the 7 Ju flowers with blue scales were still heading towards Jiang Ming. Among them, Jiang Ming even discovered some green-scaled flowers with 9-fingered leaves. Obviously, That thing is more difficult to deal with than the 7 Jew flowers with blue scales. Little light, little darkness. Except for the little spirit who was still resting, Jiang Ming summoned all the other 5 elves. After crossing the poisonous miasma area, now is the time to fight a tough battle. Xiao Bing's ice attribute aura is not perfect enough and can only affect those with lower cultivation levels. The remaining blue scale 7 absolute flowers that are not affected are naturally the strongest among the blue scale 7 absolute flowers. At this time, the benefits of having more people are reflected. There were 7 or 8 green-scaled 7 Jew flowers in front of him blocking the way. Jiang Ming and the elves dealt with them together, so the pressure was not too great. Xiao Bing, call out the ice silkworm and ask him to simulate a breath of the ice jade scorpion. Jiang Ming held a machete in his hand and kept pushing forward, but the progress was too slow. Moreover, as time goes by, Xiao Bing's influence on these 7 Jew flowers with blue scales begins to weaken, and more 7 Jew flowers with blue scales join the battle. Xiao Bing called out the ice silkworm without saying a word. As an appendage of Xiao Bing, ice silkworm can be summoned by Xiao Bing at any time. When the ice silkworms came out, they thought they had something delicious again, so they opened their mouths happily, looking cute. As a result, when he opened his eyes, what he saw was the dense vines and leaves of the blue scale 7 Jew flower. The terrifying aura almost made its little heart stop with fear. He froze in place. Hurry up and simulate the aura of the ice jade scorpion. Especially the extreme cold, otherwise you will have to wait to provide nourishment for these 7 sky jade scale flowers. Xiao Bing uses his mental power to command. Looking at the ice silkworm, although this guy's cultivation has grown very fast, he is only about 40,000 years old. He can't even speak and can only communicate with his mental power. After hearing the order, Bingshan subconsciously used his special skills simulation. As for how to simulate the aura of the Ice Jade Scorpion as one of the recipes of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan, the Ice Silkworm clan has a better understanding of the Ice Jade Scorpion than most soul beasts! Exclamation mark. The next moment, the plump ice silkworm turned into a green ice scorpion. An extreme cold breath emanated from it, causing the surrounding vine branches and leaves of the 7 Jew flowers to bloom. They all flinched a little. Unfortunately, although the ice silkworm simulation is very similar, it is a simulation after all, not a real ability. This intimidating move can still scare the opponent when it first appears, but as time goes by, it will soon be obvious that something is wrong. Quickly, take advantage of this opportunity and rush out. While the 7 flowers with blue scales were frightened by the aura simulated by the ice silkworm, Jiang Ming quickly took Xiao Guang and Xiao and with him, transformed into pointed cone formation, and rushed towards the valley. Xia Feng and Xia Olian were at the back. In the process of rushing out, there were still 7 green-scaled flowers blocking them, but the number was significantly reduced. With the current strength of Jiang Ming and Xia Guang Xiaon, a few thousand-year-old green-scaled 7 Jew flowers cannot stop them. Under the dual deterrent of Bing Silkworm and Xiao Bing, Jiang Ming and several other elves were unstoppable, and in just a few minutes, they crossed most of the area where the 7 blue-scale flowers were located. Why are there so many blue-scaled flowers here? While moving forward, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a little doubt in his heart. During the process of charging, he also observed the distribution of these 7 blue-scale flowers. Originally, Jiang Ming thought that these 7 level flowers with green scales might have reproduced in large numbers under the special conditions of the ice and fire eyes to reach their current scale. But after seeing the arrangement of these 7 beautiful green-scaled flowers, Jiang Ming had another guess in his mind. This doesn't look like it was born from natural reproduction. The regular arrangement is as if someone planted it in this place and deliberately formed this scale. As for the person who planted these 7 unique flowers with green scales, Jiang Ming guessed 2 candidates. Old Poison Dugubo. Poseidon Tang San. If no one has renovated this area in the past 10,000 years, then the only ones who caused the current scene are those 2 guys. It is probably thanks to these blue-scale 7 absolute flowers that the ice and fire eyes have not been discovered by others for thousands of years. Jiang Ming was thinking in his heart, but the movements of his hands were not slow at all. Faced with these 1,000-year-old green-scaled 7 Jew flowers, he and Xiao Bing were not afraid of the poisonous mist they emitted after merging, but the force of those vines was not light. If it is accidentally overturned, what you will face is endless entanglement. Fortunately, Jiang Ming's own physical strength is extremely strong, and the broadsword in his hand is also at the level of a level 6 soul tool, So it is not a big problem to defeat these 7 Ju flowers with blue scales. A few minutes later, Jiang Ming was only 100 meters away from breaking through the territory controlled by the 7 Ju flowers. If this distance were placed on flat ground, Jiang Ming would have rushed over in one breath. But now, as more and more green scale 7 flowers see through the fake ultimate ice aura on the ice silkworm, Jiang Ming is directly involved in a hard battle. Ice silkworm, come back. Xiao Feng, Xiao Lian, Xiao Guang, Xiaoan, you guys are coming back too. Looking at the nearby valley, Jiang Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. The next moment, Jiang Ming directly activated the Golden Heart Martial Spirit, and at the same time activated all the defensive soul guides on his body. The second soul skill and the third soul skill are activated at the same time, which has almost strengthened the defense and strength to the extreme. More than 100 meters, let's fight, Jiang Ming roared angrily, and the sword in his hand released an extremely sharp aura. His whole body seemed to turn golden, and blood surged all over his body, and he rushed forward quickly. At this time, the area more than 100 meters in front has been blocked by green scales and 7 unique flowers. Countless vines were dancing in the air, as if weaving a dragnet, waiting for Jiang Ming to fall into the trap. The cold aura on Jiang Ming's body could only slow down the movements of these vines. When Jiang Ming rushed directly into this dragnet, countless vines almost blocked all of Jiang Ming's movement space, leaving him unable to find a gap to move forward. When Jiang Ming saw this, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and he aimed his sharp sword at a vine below. Jiang Ming's current state, coupled with the sharpness of a level 6 soul guide, could easily tear the vine apart. Jiang Ming followed the torn hole and squeezed out of the small gap on one side of his body. In the process of squeezing out, the level 6 soul guide was also knocked away by another 7 Ju flower with blue scales. Before it even fell to the ground, it was swept away by a vine and disappeared. This level 6 soul guiding sword is worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Jiang Ming ignored the pain in his body and ran forward again. At this time, he was only a few dozen meters away from the valley ahead. But the blue scale 7 flowers became even more crazy. The vines all over the sky came towards Jiang Ming, and the explosive sound that was about to burst the air was extremely terrifying. But Jiang Ming still didn't stop. He didn't even look at the huge vines waving behind him, he just kept running forward. When the distance was only the last 20 meters, the huge vine caught up with Jiang Ming and hit him hard. With this shot, 3 of Jiang Ming's 5th level defensive soul guides were instantly scrapped. The second soul skill, Golden Shield, was also broken and hit directly on Jiang Ming's back. Fuck. It hurts so much? Jiang Ming cursed, but his eyes were still fixed on the valley in front of him, and with the help of the power of a beat, he continued to hit in the air. He opened a few vines and rushed into the valley. When Jiang Ming rushed into the valley, the blue scale 7 flowers did not chase in, but slowly retreated, as if there was something in the valley that they were also very afraid of. Jiang Ming saw that those green scaled 7 Ju flowers did not chase after him. Although his back was burning, he felt relieved. Sure enough, the ice and fire eyes have the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal, and these poisonous creatures dare not approach. Jiang Ming took out his flying sword in the air, stabilized his body, and landed slowly. The air seemed to contain extremely powerful vitality. After just staying here for a few seconds, Jiang Ming felt that the scars on his back caused by the 7 Ju flowers of blue scales had recovered somewhat. And just below Jiang Ming is a shocking lake. This lake is clearly divided into 2 parts. One side is ice white, with a faint white air, and the other side is fiery red, with the light above slightly distorted. They are embedded there like 2 bright gems. Is this the Eye of Ice and Fire? It's so spectacular, so beautiful looking. At the incomparably magnificent picture in front of him, Jiang Ming's eyes glazed over. End of this chapter. Chapter 158. The Great Opportunity for the Elves. In his previous life, he had read a description of the ice and fire eyes in a book. At that time, just by reading the text description, he already felt that the ice and fire eyes were awesome. But now that he saw the real ice and fire eyes, he realized that the truly awesome sight was difficult to describe in words. It was a feeling that shocked the soul. The Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the 3 cornucopias, is really terrifying, Jiang Ming murmured softly, carefully controlling the flying sword to slowly fall to the ground. After finding a seemingly safe place to land, Jiang Ming did not dare to move. He knew that although there were immortal grasses near the ice and fire eyes, there were also many poisonous things. If he accidentally stepped on the poisonous plants, wouldn't he die unjustly? Be careful, be cautious. Jiang Ming stood there and looked around, trying to check the memories in his mind and identify the surrounding plants. Unfortunately, he seems to have overestimated himself a little. He had read descriptions of this place in his previous life, but that didn't mean he could quickly recognize these things through those written descriptions. Besides, the book does not fully introduce these plants, only a dozen species are introduced. And now there are dozens or hundreds of kinds just to see. Jiang Ming felt very tormented, the kind of torment he felt when he found a safe with a deposit of hundreds of millions but didn't know the password. Uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Jiang Ming observed carefully for more than 10 minutes before he dared to move a little, and he tried to stay as far away from the awesome-looking plant as possible. At the same time, his mental power is also searching, looking for that one, the kilo tulip. He has two purposes for coming here. One is to imitate the previous one and temper his golden body with the two eyes of ice and fire. The other one is to find kilo tulip. However, there are so many plants here, and each of them looks very spiritual, which makes Jiang Ming afraid to use his spiritual power unscrupulously. In the less than half an hour since he entered the Eye of Ice and Fire, he could always feel that he was being stared at by something. That feeling has never disappeared, but has become stronger as time goes by. But there is obviously no one else here. Could this strange feeling be these plants? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming looked at the plants around him and found that some of their petals slowly released light. Some of the flowers were clearly not facing him before, but now he saw the front. This scene is somewhat scary. No, it's not an option to keep worrying like this. Jiang Ming stopped and did not move any further. The Eye of Ice and Fire is one of the treasures between heaven and earth. It is surrounded by many fairy herbs, but it also breeds many deadly poisons. In this place, apart from the ice and fire eyes, the most dangerous thing is those unknown poisons. Even the blue scale 7 absolute flowers cannot enter the core area around the ice and fire eyes. This shows how high the level of the plants in the area around the ice and fire eyes is. If you accidentally touch a poison, you really don't even know how you will die. Poison. Still poisonous. How to avoid poison? Jiang Ming frowned deeply and began to have a brainstorm in his mind. Unfortunately, after a few minutes of storming, we still couldn't come up with an effective solution. However, when Jiang Ming looked around the Binghuo Liangai eyes with some distress, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, there is this thing near the ice and fire eyes. With it here, why should we be afraid of poison? What Jiang Ming saw was a large pale pink flower. The large flowers have no leaves, but the stems are nearly 10 feet long. The flower was huge, and each petal looked as clear as crystal. The pale pink flowers swayed gently with a mist rising from the ice and fire eyes, growing next to the central dividing line of the ice and fire eyes. Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal, Jiang Ming slowly said the name of this flower. The description of this fairy herb in the book is quite detailed. In comparison below, the features are more obvious. However, when Jiang Ming looked at the big flower, a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal products should not be that big, right? In his impression, the memory of the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal can be held in his hand and is invulnerable to all poisons. But the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal product he saw in front of him was not very big. Just holding it in his hand could cover half of his body. No matter what, let's go over there first. At least, among these plants, it is the only one that best matches the characteristics of Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal. Jiang Ming made up his mind and then observed carefully. Look at the distance between your current location and the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal. If you want to walk from where you are now, although there are some open spaces, there are few plants that you can't get around. Among these plants, the area of the star anise ice grass looks to be the most dangerous. There is an ice attribute aura at the ultimate ice level. Even after merging with Xiaobing, Jiang Ming cannot resist this aura for a long time. Of course, Jiang Ming can also go around from the other side. However, going around from the other side has to pass through the sparse territory of Lihuoxing, and the journey is a bit far, and you need to pass through more fairy grass areas. In contrast, it is better to go from the 8 anise ice grass side. At least he is now integrated with Xiaobing and has some resistance to this ultimate ice breath. After making the decision, Jiang Ming began to move, being careful not to touch any of the fairy grass here, especially those he didn't know, because one of them might kill someone. It's so cold. When passing by the star anise ice grass, Jiang Ming couldn't help but shiver. Although Xiaobing is an ice elf, his ice attribute abilities cannot reach the level of ultimate ice before he completes 100,000 years of evolution. As if hearing Jiang Ming's voice, the star in his ice grass actually shook a bit, as if to say hello to Jiang Ming. This shocked Jiang Ming, and the feeling of dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him suddenly came to his mind. No, 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 hurry up and go to the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal product. Jiang Ming quickened his pace a little, wanting to leave this area quickly. But at this moment, Xiaobing's voice suddenly sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. Master, I want to go into that spring. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ming was stunned. Go inside the ice and fire eyes? Xiaobing, that place is very dangerous, Jiang Ming reminded. Although he also planned to go in and cultivate a golden body, he could only do so after taking star anise ice grass and fiery apricot Jiaoshu. Jump down. The extreme attributes of ice and fire in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai can kill him. Danger? But master, that place has a strong attraction for me. I even have a feeling that I can complete 100,000 years of evolution in that ice spring. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Ming stopped instantly. What did you say? The ice spring can allow you to complete 100,000 years of evolution, Jiang Ming was really surprised, so surprised that he felt unbelievable. You know, it has only been 3 or 4 years since Xiaobing's last 10,000-year evolution. Although he also took some heavenly materials and earthly treasures and practiced on his own during this period, his current cultivation level is only about 30 to 40,000 years old. An ice spring can allow Xiaobing to complete 100,000 years of evolution? 60,000 years of accumulated cultivation have been surpassed in one fell swoop? Where are you playing? Exclamation mark. Xiaobing, are you serious? Jiang Ming looked at the ice spring not far away that exuded extreme chill, and couldn't help but swallow. If it is true, then this trip to the ice and fire eyes is so worth it. Of course it is true. As long as I absorb the energy of heaven and earth in the ice spring, or even only a small part of the ice spring, I can complete 100,000 years of evolution. Xiaobing said with certainty. Then, Xiaobing told another piece of news that almost made Jiang Ming suffocate with excitement. Furthermore, that fire spring should allow Xiaolian to complete 100,000 years of evolution. There are so many plants here and the vitality is so strong, maybe Xiaoling can also complete 100,000 years of evolution. As for Xiaofeng, Xiaogong, Xiaon and the others, although there is no corresponding ultimate energy here, they can greatly improve their cultivation by practicing here. Xiaobing's voice sounded excited, and that excitement was transmitted to Jiang Ming through the bond of the body, making Jiang Ming feel like he was floating. 100,000 years of evolution. Not just one, but 3 elves, Xiaobing, Xiaoling, and Xiaolian, 3 elves that have evolved over 100,000 years. To be honest, if Jiang Ming hadn't possessed the golden heart martial spirit and his heart was quite powerful, he would probably have had a myocardial infarction right now. This is so cool. No, calm down first, Jiang Ming quickly patted his hot cheek, took several deep breaths in succession, and forced himself to calm down. It takes 3 elves 100,000 years to evolve. This is something to be happy about. No, it is something to be very happy about. However, even if there is such a joyful thing, he still needs to go to the fragrance kilo immortal plant first. Only when you get there can you completely eliminate the possibility of accidentally touching some highly toxic plant and dying. Yes, let's get there first. Jiang Ming's steps became more cautious, almost moving, slowly approaching Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal. When he gets the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal, he will not be afraid of the poisons here, and the elves can safely evolve here for 100,000 years. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ming finally came to the presence of Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal. If this was an unknown plant, Jiang Ming would never be so close to it, but something like Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal product is not offensive in any way, so Jiang Ming approached it with confidence. Being so close, Jiang Ming could smell the faint fragrance emitted by this fragrant kilo fairy. It was a refreshing fragrance. After just one whiff, Jiang Ming felt that his tense mood suddenly relaxed. His body felt as if it had been washed by some force and felt extremely comfortable. Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal is well deserved, Jiang Ming sighed, and even couldn't help but get closer, wanting to smell the faint fragrance even closer. And just when Jiang Ming was about to get close to the flower stamens of Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal product, and the tip of his nose was even about to touch the stamens, Yaoxiang Kilo immortal product suddenly lit up. A pink light shield instantly covered the 10 feet of Yaoxiang Kilo immortal pin, including Jiang Ming. At the same time, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded. Human, don't get so close to me, I'm going to scream indecent assault. Huh? What the hell? Exclamation mark. The moment this voice sounded, Jiang Ming could clearly feel that his cerebellum seemed to have shrunk. Then, his eyes narrowed and he turned his gaze to the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal in front of him. This sound seems to come from it. The hair on Jiang Ming's body stood up, and he was extremely horrified. He subconsciously took a few steps back, his vigilance greatly increased. He looked at Yaoxiang Kilo immortal pin with disbelief and murmured, "You can talk." The pink light on Yaoxiang Kilo's iron pin flashed, and the pedal swayed slightly. "Is it weird that I can talk?" The gentle female voice sounded again, making Jiang Ming sure that what he just heard was not an illusion, but a real voice. After hearing this voice again, Jiang Ming frowned instantly, his brain was running wildly, and he murmured softly, "No, aren't you the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal? How can you talk? Plants and animals can talk, that's not 100,000-year soul beast." At this point, Jiang Ming's voice suddenly stopped. Then, he looked at Yaoxiang Kilo immortal with a somewhat stiff expression, and asked tentatively, "You are not the one who has cultivated into 100,000-year soul beast, are you?" When Yaoxiang Kilo's iron pin heard Jiang Ming's words, her petals opened and closed slightly, and she said gently, "Not yet. I am only over 10,000 years old and have not lived for 100,000 years. However, you are so amazing. You actually know my name. You know, apart from that person, you are the first person in these 10,000 years. Where are the humans who know my name?" Perhaps it was because of the faint fragrance, or maybe because Yaoxiang Kilo's iron pin's tone sounded gentle. Jiang Ming's mental tension was slightly relieved. 10,000 years old? Impossible, not all soul beasts can live for 100,000 years. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ming understood. Yes, the two eyes of ice and fire can allow the elves to complete 100,000 years of evolution in advance. It is not impossible for the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal in front of you to reach the level of 100,000-year soul beast in 10,000 years on. After thinking about this, Jiang Ming's relieved mood suddenly rose again. You know, there is not only the fairy herb Yaoxiang Kilo fairy near the ice and fire eye. Since the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal has become 100,000-year soul beast with the help of the ice and fire eyes, does that mean that other immortal herbs can also be used? Thinking of this, Jiang Ming suddenly understood where did the feeling of being stared at by several pairs of eyes come from. Those are obviously 100,000-year soul beasts. He had just escaped into the eye of ice and fire from a group of 1,000-year-old green-scaled 7-Ju flowers, and bumped into a group of immortal herbs that had reached the level of a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming's handsome and sunny face suddenly wrinkled. At this moment, he remembered Uncle Long's words in his previous life. Bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. End of this chapter. Chapter 159 Immortal Grass and Elves. Jiang Ming felt that his scalp was numb. He had to rush out of the 10,000 years level Jade Scale 7-Ju flower group with all his strength. Now, these are not only fairy herbs with a higher status than the blue Linqi Ju flower, but also have a cultivation level of 100,000 years. It's going to kill me. What to do? What to do? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming's brain was running wildly again, and his CPU was about to burn out, but he couldn't think of any solution at all. 100,000-year soul beast. It's okay to say that he can still work hard and gamble on his luck. But this group. There is also a group of 10,000-year-old green-scaled 7 absolute flowers outside. These, even if the title Douluo comes, he must be planted here. Jiang Ming's facial features were all wrinkled together. The difference between the ice and fire eyes and the ice and fire eyes in his impression was too big. Why didn't this happen when Tang San came? Jiang Ming wailed in his heart, but then he thought about it. Tang San seemed to have come here because he was caught by Douluo. Alice, we can only say that blessings come from misfortunes, and misfortunes come from blessings. But now, what should he do? Exclamation mark. The Yaoxiang Kilo immortal product has become a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It is no longer possible for him to use the Yaoxiang Kilo immortal product to pick fairy grass near the ice and fire eyes. Can you pick off a 100,000-year-old soul beast? And now we are not thinking about picking fairy grass, but how to survive. With so many 100,000-year soul beasts, If they attack together, Jiang Ming is very sure that even if his current strength can match the soul Douluo, he will be killed instantly. 100,000-year soul beasts are no joke, especially a group of 100,000-year soul beasts. What is even more terrifying is a group of 100,000-year plant soul beasts within their own territory. No matter how you think about it, this is a dead end. While Jiang Ming was thinking frantically about how to save his life, Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin looked at Jiang Ming's changing face, her pink petals swaying slightly, and her gentle voice with a hint of doubt and urgency. Why don't you talk? I haven't talked to a human for many years. Come on, talk to me. Chat? I'm so bored, hearing. Yuxianqi Jiang Ming came to his senses at Luo Xianpin's voice and carefully observed his surroundings. Don't worry, they won't attack you under the protection of my Yaoxiang. Come on, talk to me. The flowers of Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal were shaking even more. The urgency in the gentle voice was even greater. When Jiang Ming heard this, he looked around with some surprise, and after a few seconds, he confirmed that Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin was right. With the blessing of this fragrance, the surrounding plants did not seem to attack him. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's tense nerves finally relaxed. It turns out these plants won't attack him. Then he just simulated the scene in his mind of fighting these plants for several rounds and then being killed by tricks. Was it because of mental exhaustion? Jiang Ming shook his head to get rid of the chaotic thoughts in his mind. If you don't speak anymore, I won't use my Yaoxiang to protect you. Seeing that Jiang Ming still didn't speak, Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal became anxious. This human's face kept changing, but he didn't speak. He was really anxious. No, I'm so anxious about the fairy grass. Hearing this, Jiang Ming hurriedly said, No, I'm talking, just kidding. Without the blessing of Yaoxiang, his brain those scenes of being tortured and killed that I just imagined will become a reality. By the way, you are now 100,000-year soul beast. Do you have a simpler name? Do I have to keep calling you Yaoxiang Kilo Xianpin? Jiang Ming seemed to have opened up the conversation. Similarly, if you take the initiative to talk to Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal, you are afraid that the immortal grass will remove Yaoxiang's protection, then you will really be finished. For a simpler name, just call me Yao Yao. They all call me that. Isn't this a nice name, Yao Yao? Said with a chuckle, the pink petals blooming happily swaying. And as the petals swayed, the fragrance in the air seemed to become more intense. Yao Yao. It sounds really nice. Jiang Ming confirmed Yao Yao's name and then began to ask. Yao Yao, how many immortal grasses near this ice and fire I have become 100,000-year soul beasts like you, although Yao Yao said that with her protection, you don't have to worry about being attacked, but Jiang Ming felt that it was better to have some confidence in his heart. Like me? Let me count. Jiao Beijiao. Hearing nearly 10 names coming out of Yao Yao's mouth, Jiang Ming couldn't help but feel a little lucky in his heart. With his current strength, he can only defeat a 100,000-year soul beast, and the chance of winning is really not high. If these soul beasts come together, he will definitely die. Are you scared? As long as you talk to me more, I will protect you. Yao Yao's gentle voice was slightly naughty, but it made Jiang Ming was somewhat relieved. At least, judging from the current situation, he doesn't have to worry about being besieged by these fairy grasses. Thank you very much, Yao Yao. Jiang Ming smiled. Suddenly, Jiang Ming frowned, with a look of pain on his face. When he was nervous just now, he didn't feel much, but now that he relaxed, the strong burning sensation in his back suddenly came up. This burning sensation is not caused by flames. After merging with Xiaobing, even if Jiang Ming is placed in a fire, there may not be a burning sensation. This is poison. Being slapped by the powerful Jade Scale 7 Ju flower, not only was the wound cracked by the huge force, but it was also accompanied by the powerful toxin of the Jade Scale 7 Ju flower. It's a good thing that Jiang Ming and Xiaobing have merged together, otherwise the toxin would have invaded Jiang Ming's internal organs along the wound. Jiang Ming quickly sat down cross-legged, using the ice attribute ability in his body to resist the erosion of toxins. The toxin of the 10,000-year level 7 level blue scale flower could not even be resisted by Jiang Ming now. However, before Jiang Ming could resist the erosion of the toxin, the burning feeling disappeared. Jiang Ming was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. Around the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal, all poisons are immune. How could he forget this? Without the intrusion of toxins, Jiang Ming's body's recovery ability allowed the wound to heal within a few minutes. Yao. Okay, your wound has recovered, let's continue chatting, Jiang Ming nodded and was about to start chatting when Xia Bing's voice rang in his ears. Master, can I go to the ice spring now? Jiang Ming's eyes flashed, then he looked at Yao and said softly, Yao, I have a few friends who also want to come out and chat with you, can they? Yao was stunned for a moment, then the big pink petal swayed left and right and said doubtfully, partner, where are you? Jiang Ming smiled slightly and asked all the elves to come out of the sea of spirits. In an instant, the space in front of Yao was filled. Jiang Ming, Xiao Guang, Xiao En, Xiao Bing, Xiao Lian, Xiao Feng, and the newly awakened Xiao Ling, 7 figures directly surrounded Yao. Even the ice silkworms were brought out together. The breath of life here and the almost full attribute elements were of great benefit to them. So many. Yao watched Jiang Ming transform into a living person, obviously unable to react. Yes, they are all my partners, Jiang Ming said with a smile. After Xia Ling saw Yao, he flew directly in front of Yao. Although Yao has no eyes, Jiang Ming can still feel that Xia Ling seems to be glaring at Yao. Life spirit. Yao was so shocked that even the big pink flowers trembled. You smell so good, little. Ling took a gentle sniff of the fragrance emanating from Yao's body, her eyes suddenly lit up, and she reached out to pick it up. What are you going to do? Quick! Tell her to stop. Seeing that Xia Ling was about to reach out to pick herself, Yao suddenly panicked. Yao, Xiao Ling is only at the 10,000-year level. You are already a 100,000-year-old soul beast. Are you still afraid of her? Although he said this, Jiang Ming still stretched out his hand, pulled Xiao Ling away. Yao said angrily, This is a life elf. Even if it is 10,000 years old, the level of life is much higher than ours. Of course, people are afraid. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was somewhat stunned. I didn't expect Xia Ling to be so awesome! Exclamation mark. Master, this place is so comfortable. When Xia Ling saw that the master would not let him pick flowers, he gave up and felt the rich life breath of the ice and fire eyes. The rich breath of life, coupled with the fairy herbs everywhere, this is simply heaven for Xia Ling. On the other side, as soon as Xia Bing and Xiao Lian came out, they stared at the 2 medicinal herbs around the ice and fire eyes and the ice and fire eyes. The look in his eyes was naked, as if he was looking at prey. Hey, Xia Bing, Xiao Lian, don't mess around. Jiang Ming is deeply afraid that Xia Bing and Xiao Lian will go directly to pick the star anise ice grass and the fierce apricot. Period. You know, among the several 100,000-year-old plant spirit beasts that I just mentioned quietly, there are Jiao and Beijiao. He looked at Yao and asked softly, Yao, can you let Xia Bing and Xiao Lian practice in the eyes of ice and fire? This is actually a very presumptuous request, but the 100,000-year evolution of Xia Bing and Xiao Lian is really important to Jiang Ming. Go to practice in the eyes of ice and fire. Yao was even more shocked. You know, in the eyes of the ice and fire Liangai are the scorching Yanquan and the extremely cold ice spring. It was a terrifying power with ultimate fire and ultimate ice. Going to practice there, are you really not afraid of death? It's okay, but even if they are ice and fire elves, they will be very dangerous, Yao said in a warm voice. Master, it's okay, that place is not dangerous for us, Xia Bing and Xiao Lian looked at Jiang Ming, indicating that they would not be in danger. Then go, Jiang Ming nodded. After receiving the answer, Xia Bing and Xiao Lian immediately flew above the ice and fire eyes. Above the extreme cold spring, Xiao Bing completely released his ice power, attracting the energy of heaven and earth in the cold spring to enter his body. Above the corresponding scorching hot Yanquan, a fire lotus bloomed under Xiao Lian's feet. The energy of heaven and earth in the Yanquan nourished Xiao Lian's body through the fire lotus. Almost at the same time, the star anise ice grass and fiery apricot Jiaoshu near Hanquan and Yanquan reacted. What's going on? Jiao and Beijiao spoke out at the same time, expressing strong dissatisfaction with Xia Bing and Xiao Lian, the 2 outsiders who had entered the ice and fire eye. As fairy grass that grows around Hanquan and Yanquan, star anise ice grass and fiery apricot Jiaoshu actually regard Hanquan and Yanquan as their own territory. Now that Xia Bing and Xiao Lian have entered the ice and fire eyes, They are undoubtedly breaking into their territory. How can they bear this? Just when the two of them were about to expel Xiaobing and Xiaolian suddenly turned into an ice cube and a red lotus, and disappeared into the cold spring and the Yangquan. Jiang Ming frowned suddenly and subconsciously went to the ice and fire eyes to check the situation. But Xia Feng beside him said that this was because Xiaobing and Xiaolian had completely entered the state of cultivation, so there was no need to worry. Yao, how could you let two guys enter the ice and fire eyes? Compared to Yao, Jiao's voice seemed clearer and somewhat heroic. Hearing Jiao's accusation, she said softly and gently, "Don't worry, Jiao, those two are ice and fire elves. They are just practicing in the eyes of ice and fire. They will be fine." That's not okay. That's my territory. Yes, that's my territory, Beijiao also spoke, with some dissatisfaction in his voice. Okay, isn't it just to practice with the ice and fire eyes? You two let Xiaobing and Xiaolian practice in it, and I will give you some benefits, Xiao. Ling suddenly spoke then. She looked at the star anise ice grass and fiery apricot Jiaoshu, with a rare majestic look flashing through her emerald green eyes. Jiang Ming, who was about to speak out, was stunned when he heard what Xiao Ling said. In his impression, Xiao Ling was a young, beautiful and gentle girl. How could this happen and the other party was 200,000-year-old beasts? What benefit could Xiao Ling give them? Soon, Jiang Ming knew. I saw Xiao Ling opening his arms, his long emerald hair flying in the air, and the rich breath of life in the entire valley gathering towards Xiao Ling's body like a swallow returning to its nest. Then, Xiao Ling's eyes narrowed, and his light voice spread throughout the valley. The song of nature, the blessing of life, this move is Xiao Ling's specialty. Jiang Ming has seen it many times and always thought it was a healing skill. But this time, perhaps because Xiao Ling absorbed the huge life breath of the entire valley, when Xiao Ling softly chanted an ancient song, dozens of green lights fell from the sky and blended into among the fairy grass plants around the ice and fire eyes. Among them, the fairy grasses that received 3 complete green lights are Yao, Jiao, and Beijiao. The moment the green light penetrated a body, these 3 fairy grasses all emitted a glistening green light. Their cultivation level has not changed, but somehow, they feel that their life level has improved a little bit. The 3 fairy grasses were immediately overjoyed. Even though their life level had only improved a little, this little bit could save them a lot of effort in their subsequent cultivation. After a long time, the singing stopped. Xiao Ling looked at Jiang Ming and said softly, "Master, I am also going to start practicing. The environment here may allow me to complete 100,000 years of evolution." After saying that, the little spirit floated above the entire valley, and the infinite vitality gathered towards her petite body, almost condensing into substance. End of this chapter. Chapter 160. Starve the timid to death and starve the bold to death. Both Xiao Ling and Xiaobing and Xiaolian have entered a state of deep cultivation. The ice and fire eyes, a place of great luck between heaven and earth, are absolutely rare. If they practice normally, even if they are provided with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it will take at least more than 10 years to reach the level of 100,000 years of evolution. But now, the 2 eyes of ice and fire can shorten the path that the 3 elves took more than 10 years to complete by at least 10 times. This is the horror of the cornucopia. Seeing Xiao Ling who had fallen into deep cultivation, Jiang Ming felt extremely happy. There are 3 elves trying to achieve 100,000 years of evolution at the same time. How can this make him unhappy? Xiao Guang, Xiaoan, Xiao Feng, you guys should start practicing quickly. Although the environment here does not have the ultimate elements suitable for you, it can also greatly increase your cultivation speed. Br. Jiang Ming said softly. I finally came across the ice and fire eyes. I cannot miss such a good opportunity to practice. As for himself, his cultivation level has long been stuck at level 69, and his cultivation has not had much effect. Simply, he sat directly next to Yao, intending to chat with her. After hearing Jiang Ming's words, the 3 elves, Xiao Guang, Xiaoan and Xiao Feng, also flew towards the ice and fire eyes with excitement on their faces. Although there are no ultimate attribute elements suitable for them, the grass jelly around the ice and fire eyes does have attributes that are consistent with them. Cultivation next to this kind of fairy grass can greatly increase the speed of practice through elemental resonance. In addition, The energy of heaven and earth here is so abundant, although the gains obtained by the three of them are not as good as those of the other three elves, they can still be greatly improved. Soon, the three elves found the fairy grass that matched their attributes. After some exchanges that Jiang Ming could not hear, they began to practice in depth next to the fairy grass. And a certain silly ice silkworm released by Xiaobing, after seeing that the elves were practicing and Jiang Ming didn't care about it, it twisted its body and moved towards the octagonal black ice grass move. It is an ice silkworm, with dual attributes of ice and spirit, so it is naturally close to Hanquin. Furthermore, the ultimate ice-level ice attribute energy of heaven and earth contained in the cold spring is more precious than the ice marrow in the 1,000-year-old black ice. You can also take advantage of this opportunity to have a full meal. Yao, you guys have been here for so long, and no other humans have come in. Jiang Ming and Yao talked softly, with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. In 10,000 years, Sunset Forest is not far from Xiandao City, so it stands to reason that many people should come here. No, that person planted a lot of Xiaobi outside, and ordinary people can't get in. Yao shook the big pink petals and said warmly. Oh, that person arranged it. Jiang Ming murmured softly. Jiang Ming had some guesses about the person Yao was talking about. It's just two people, Tangsan and Dugubo. The 7 absolute flowers with green scales are related to the jade phosphorus snake emperor of Dugubo, the old poisoner, but when it comes to arranging poison formations, the old poisoner is probably not as good as Tangsan. Why don't you ask me who that person is? Aren't you curious? Yao swayed the flowers, with a hint of curiosity in her gentle voice. It thought Jiang Ming would be curious about who that person was. Jiang Ming glanced at Yao and smiled. I'm not curious. Yao was immediately choked by Jiang Ming's answer. It was expecting Jiang Ming to ask curiously, but it didn't want to say anything because it wanted to see Jiang Ming's anxious look. Isn't Jiang Ming curious? Exclamation mark. How could you not be curious? That's that person. That person. Yao became anxious instead. Some flower branches trembled, and the pink halo flashed. It's really beautiful. Why should I be curious? If you don't tell me, I won't ask. Besides, it's not like I can't guess, Jiang Ming said with a relaxed look. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be very curious about the person Yao mentioned. After all, it is definitely not easy for someone who can arrange the jade scale poison formation outside the eyes of ice and fire. But Jiang Ming has asked before, no one else has come here in 10,000 years. The only ones who passed here 10,000 years ago and knew about poisons were Tangsan and Dugubo. That's easy to guess. You guessed it. No. Impossible. How could you possibly guess who that person is? That's, Yao was shocked. That person Jiang Ming was 10,000 years old. He has never appeared before. How could Jiang Ming guess who he was? Hey, Yao, I know a lot, don't underestimate me. Jiang Ming showed a mysterious smile and said softly. Now it was Yao's turn to not be calm. You really know, Yao originally thought Jiang Ming was just talking, but looking at Jiang Ming's appearance, it really didn't look like he was pretending. But how is this possible? Jiang Ming looks like a teenager, no more than 20 years old. As an immortal herb, he can really feel this. If you are less than 20 years old, it is impossible to meet that person. Oh, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and let out a soft hum, which made Yao very depressed. Hey guys, let's all be the Riddler, right? Then, tell me, who is that person? Yao still didn't believe it, when Xiang tried. With a smile on his face, Jiang Ming leaned closer to Yao and whispered, I won't tell you. I hate you. Yao's mentality was somewhat broken, and her originally gentle voice had some irritability. Speak quickly. If you don't tell me, I won't use my Yao Xiang to protect you. This is the Ice and Fire Eye. Even if your body is very strong, you can't bear it here for too long, Yao. It even used threats. Although it had reached the level of 100,000-year soul beast, after all, it had stayed in the Eye of Ice and Fire for a long time, and the whole body was filled with the same plant celestial grass as it. In terms of mentality, they are all equivalent to children among humans. So, when Jiang Ming heard this, he didn't feel much sense of crisis. On the contrary, he still wanted to tease Yao. After all, the opportunity to tease 100,000-year soul beast really didn't come around all the time. However, before he could speak, Beijiao's voice suddenly rang. Alice. You will die if you go in. Jiang Ming looked back and found that the ice silkworm had actually moved to the cold spring. It moved its chubby body and put its mouth close to the cold spring, as if it wanted to drink the water in the cold spring. However, Bing Silkworm seemed to have overestimated himself, or underestimated the power of Hanquin. Just by getting close to it, before you drink it, it is about to turn into ice cubes. But the ice silkworm seemed unwilling to give in. When it was about to turn into ice cubes, it actually moved forward. So, with a plop, the ice silkworm fell directly into the cold spring. In front of Jiang Ming, the Book of Elves began to turn the pages. On the page belonging to Xia Bing, the ice silkworm occupying the first subordinate position flickered, and there was a feeling that it would die at any time. I'll go, ice silkworm, are you tired of living? When Jiang Ming saw it, the ice silkworm had already fallen into the cold spring. He quickly ran to the cold spring, and the extreme cold instantly covered his face with frost. As far as the eye can see, there is no change in Hanquin, but the ice silkworm has disappeared. Isn't ice silkworm just dead? Jiang Ming was dumbfounded. He knew that ice silkworms were greedy, but he wouldn't practice the true meaning of being a foodie by seeking death in this way. Xia Bing, can you hear me? Jiang Ming wanted to communicate with Xia Bing in the cold spring and save the life of the ice silkworm. But Xia Bing has fallen into a deep state of cultivation at this moment. Unless Jiang Ming's life is threatened, it will be difficult for Xia Bing to wake up. Xia Bing did not respond, so Jiang Ming looked at the octagonal ice grass beside him. Beijiao, can you help me rescue the ice silkworm? The Beijiao black ice grass shook the grass leaves and said in a cold voice, the moment that guy fell into the cold spring, he should have turned into ice, and he is probably dead. As a fairy grass that is nourished and grown by the cold spring, it is very familiar with the power of the cold spring. If this ice silkworm is at the 100,000-year-old level, it may be able to survive for a while, but the 30,040,000-year-old ice silkworm has zero chance of surviving in the cold spring. Yes, the possibility is zero. No, it's not dead yet. Jiang Ming looked at the Book of Elves in his hand, and the attached position of the ice silkworm was still flashing. If the ice silkworm dies, the attached position will appear gray instead of flickering. No one knows Hanquin better than me. The little ice silkworm just fell into the cold spring and is definitely dead. There can be no accident. Beijiao's voice was even colder. A little bit, but the tone was very sure. Just try, give it a try, at least fish out its body. Jiang Ming did not continue the debate with Beijiao, but took a step back. Now that the ice silkworm is not dead, it may not be certain if it continues. Hearing what Jiang Ming said, Beijiao thought for a while, and the ice blue grass tipped and slightly, which was a nod. This is for the sake of the life elf, Beijiao said. An extremely cold breath entered the cold spring, looking for the location of the ice silkworm. About 5 meters below the cold spring, the ice silkworm had turned into an ice cube, as if it was dead. What a coincidence! Bing Silkworm's current position is right in front of Xia Bing. Xia Bing closed her eyes tightly and was practicing deeply. Countless cold springs of heaven and earth energy poured into his body, increasing his cultivation and improving his ice attribute strength. When the ice silkworm turned into ice and fell in front of Xia Bing, it did not fall again. Even a trace of ice attributed heaven and earth energy from Xia Bing's body passed through the cold spring water and entered the body of the ice silkworm. This is a spiritual contract. With Xia Bing here, even if the ice silkworm fell into the cold spring, it would not die instantly, but would retain a glimmer of hope. And it was this glimmer of hope that gave the ice silkworm a chance to come back to life. With the support of the ice attribute heaven and earth energy provided by Xia Bing, which had been refined and became milder, the ice silkworm's condition gradually stabilized. At this time, Beijiao's power has also found the ice silkworm. After this force circled around Xia Bing and Bing Silkworm, it returned directly without touching Bing Silkworm. Beside the cold spring, Jiang Ming also discovered the changes in the ice silkworm from the Book of Elves. The flickering light has gradually stabilized. Although it is a little dim, it is no longer flickering. It seems that he is not going to die. That little ice silkworm is not dead, Beijiao said, with a hint of surprise in his cold voice. It's strange. The ice silkworm seems to be bound to the ice elf, otherwise it would have died if it fell into the cold spring. Hearing this, Jiang Ming felt slightly certain in his heart and looked at Beijiao. Then, why don't you fish it up, Beijiao? shook his grass tip and said softly, "That ice elf is injecting the energy of heaven and earth into the ice silkworm. That ice silkworm should have a great opportunity. Maybe, with this opportunity, it can be promoted to 100,000 years, huh?" Hearing this, Jiang Ming was stunned and felt even more dreamy. What does it mean? It took 100,000 years for Xia Bing, Xia Olian and Xia Erling to evolve, and now it also takes 100,000 years for ice silkworm? Exclamation mark. No, when did 100,000 years become so easy to achieve? Don't be surprised, the ice and fire eyes are the land of great luck. We immortal grasses have survived for 10,000 years, and we can have 100,000 years of cultivation, let alone the ice silkworm. It entered the cold spring directly. As long as it doesn't die, absorbing part of the energy in the cold spring is enough to increase its cultivation to 100,000 years, Beijiao explained. The energy of the ice and fire eyes is no joke. If other soul beasts or humans dare to enter like this, they will definitely die. Even if you are a powerful person at the level of tidal Douluo, it is the same. If the ice silkworm had not been protected by Xia Bing, it would have died the moment it entered the cold spring. However, the ice silkworm is not dead now, and can still absorb the cold spring heaven and earth energy given by Xia Bing. It can be said that he has survived the catastrophe and will be blessed later. As long as it absorbs enough and the ice silkworm breaks through the 100,000 year cultivation level, it really won't be a big problem. Even after listening to Beijiao's explanation, Jiang Ming still felt dreamy. This 100,000 years, that 100,000 years, doesn't this mean that when the elves finish their seclusion, he will directly have the combat power of 400,000 year soul beasts? Exclamation mark. He is only level 69. Even the bottleneck of level 70 has not been broken yet. Jiang Ming felt that his head was a little dizzy, and his whole body was shaking slightly. Hey, don't imitate that ice silkworm and fall in. Just because it's not dead doesn't mean you can't die, Beijiao sensed Jiang Ming's state and quickly reminded him. Hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded, and then returned to Yao Yao's side in a daze. He took a deep breath of Yao Yao's fragrance and managed to calm down his ecstatic mood. Maid, this ice and fire eye is really the right one. The combat power of 400,000 year soul beasts. Although Jiang Ming had imagined a long time ago that all the elves would evolve to the 100,000 year level, that would have to be at least 30 or 40 years old. After all, evolving to the 100,000 year level is not that simple. But now it seems that it is indeed not difficult. Just when Jiang Ming was about to be overwhelmed by joy, below the cold spring, after the ice silkworm stabilized, it actually mobilized its mental power and took the initiative to sink. I don't know how long it took for the ice silkworm to sink. It felt like it was not only surrounded by the cold spring, but also seemed to be surrounded by a huge dragon aura. End of this chapter. Chapter 161. Yao Yao deceives wrong. Jiang Ming didn't know what the ice silkworm was going through in the cold spring. After confirming that the ice silkworm was not in danger and might even become 100,000 year soul beast through this opportunity, Jiang Ming completely relaxed. He sat next to Yao Yao, looking at the elves who were practicing, with a smile on his lips. Hey, you haven't said who the person you guessed is yet, tell me quickly. Yao Yao is very persistent and insists that Jiang Ming tell him the person he guessed. Come out and confirm with a name in your heart. Are you so concerned about this, Jiang? Ming still didn't say anything. He guessed that the person Yao Yao was talking about was Tang San, but he didn't know what the relationship between Yao Yao and Tang San was, and whether he could contact Tang San. For now, he actually didn't want to contact Tang San. As for the book he wanted to write, he wasn't too worried. History, no matter which world it is in, will actually be recorded by someone. He just wrote some history from 10,000 years ago, and it is unlikely that it would attract Tang San's attention. This is Douluo continent after all. Even if Tang San pays attention to Douluo continent after he becomes a god, he will only focus on those who have the hope of becoming gods. Don't you see, the Tang sect is like that, and Tang San hasn't come out to say a word, so writing a historical storybook from Tang San's perspective is basically impossible to attract Tang San's attention. Of course I care. Say it quickly, Yao Yao is very eager to hear that name from Jiang Ming's mouth. Well, actually, I was joking. I don't know who that person is, Jiang Ming blinked and said in a very apologetic tone. Yao Yao was stunned for a moment, and then the pink petals began to shake crazily. Obviously the petals are trembling, but it feels like a girl is shopping, which is very weird. Are you kidding me? You actually. Humph. Damn human being. I won't protect you anymore, Yao Yao. Was very angry, and then she kept her promise and took back all the fragrance in a 10-foot radius. The halo on the pink petals also dimmed, like a sulking child. In response, Jiang Ming smiled helplessly, but he was not very worried. He came to Yao Yao mainly to prevent the poison around the ice and fire eyes and to find a safe place. Judging from the situation just now, it is indeed safe to be around Yao Yao. Even if Yao Yao disperses Yao Yao's fragrance, other plants will not attack Yao Yao around him. Of course, without the protection of Yao Yao's fragrance, he had to rely on his physical strength to bear the other auras in the eyes of ice and fire. The breath of cold spring and Yanquan is swaying in the air, and the breath of ultimate fire and ultimate ice makes the environment a bit extreme. However, Jiang Ming has strong physical strength after all. For a while, there was nothing he could do in this extreme environment. I'm sorry, Jiang Ming said sorry to Yao Yao. Seeing that it still ignored him, Jiang Ming had no choice but to sit down cross-legged and meditate. The elves are all undergoing in-depth cultivation. Although it is impossible for him to make any progress in cultivation due to bottlenecks, he can also help the elves complete their evolution faster. Time passed minute by minute, and the ice and fire eyes returned to their previous quietness. 1 second, 2 seconds, neither Yao Yao nor Jiang Ming moved. 1 minute, 2 minutes, still no movement. 1 hour, 2 hours, the faint pink petals lit up with a very weak ray of light, but still did not speak. Jiang Ming, on the other hand, seems to have entered a very comfortable state. While practicing, he is stimulating the ki and blood in his body to fight against the ultimate aura in the air. 1 day, 2 days, it wasn't until the 3rd day that Yao Yao couldn't bear it anymore. It's so lonely. In the past 10,000 years, the only people it has been able to communicate with are Beijiao, Jiao, and the others, but after being together for so long, there is no other topic between them, which can be said to be quite boring. Finally, someone came in. It couldn't let this guy be a mute. It had to let him accompany it to relieve its boredom. Hello, the gentle voice sounded again, but it sounded a little arrogant. Jiang Ming still didn't reply, and seemed to be really absorbed in meditation practice. Hello. Seeing that Jiang Ming didn't respond, Yao Yao's tone became a little more serious. Jiang Ming still didn't respond. Hey. Who is that? I forgive you, just say something, Yao Yao. Originally wanted to call Jiang Ming's name, but when the words came to her lips, she realized that she didn't know Jiang Ming's name yet. Jiang Ming still didn't respond. He really fell into deep meditation practice. And Yao Yao seemed to realize this, and she didn't speak anymore, but closed her mouth angrily. A few minutes later, a pink light mass covered the surrounding 10-foot area. The ultimate aura in the space dissipated, and the refreshing fragrance once again covered the entire space. A few days later, Jiang Ming woke up. It's not that he can't continue to meditate and practice, but that his body sent him a warning. Goo, I'm hungry. Jiang Ming is still a human being after all. No matter how strong his body is, high-intensity training will speed up the consumption of his body, leading to the feeling of hunger. Are you hungry? The moment Jiang Ming's stomach rang, Yao Yao noticed it immediately. It has been a long time coming. Well, it seems so, Jiang Ming scratched his head in embarrassment, and then subconsciously took out the pots and pans from his storage soul guide, as well as barbecue grill and various seasonings. After Yao Yao heard what Jiang Ming said, a pink power swept towards the fruit on a big tree in the distance. This tree is not a fairy, but because it grows in the outermost area of the ice and fire eyes, its fruit is also a rare treasure. When Yao Yao handed 2 or 3 fruits to Jiang Ming had already set up the barbecue grill, and a large piece of mutton chop had been tied to the barbecue grill. The lamb chops are marinated and placed in the storage soul guide. The ingredients are extremely fresh. He also moved the barbecue grill a little further away. Although Yao Yao is an immortal, she shouldn't be afraid of such ordinary flames. In addition to the barbecue grill, Jiang Ming also placed a large pot next to it. In addition to roasting lamb chops, he will also make a pot of fish soup. With his current physical strength, a little food is not enough to replenish his body's energy. Between the grill and the cauldron, there is a folding table with various condiments, as well as milk tea, happy water, and even vegetables. When Jiang Ming was doing this, he would always look at the ice and fire eyes from time to time. How should I put it? Although the eye of ice and fire is a treasure in the world, when you look at it while cooking, it looks a bit like a mandarin duck pot. And the more they look alike. It made Jiang Ming want to eat hot pot. How about eating one? He has no shortage of materials and props. When he saw Mr. Zhuan carrying several ingredients for storage soul guides with him, he just like Mr. Zhuan, made several storage soul guides. Containers are specially placed for pots and pans, tables, chairs, tableware, and various ingredients and seasonings, filling the storage soul guide. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming decisively took out a mandarin duck pot and put some hot pot base ingredients in it. At this time, Yao had already brought a fruit over. However, looking at Jiang Ming's mischief, Yao, who is already over 10,000 years old, is somewhat confused. Having been in the eyes of the ice and fire Liangai, it had never seen these things before, and it suddenly became curious. What are these, Yao? Put the fruit on the folding table set up by Jiang Ming and asked warmly. Oh, these are some of the foods I like to eat. Thank you, Jiang. Ming naturally saw the fruit Yao sent over and thanked him with a smile. Then he also started to get busy. After getting all the ingredients, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of a question. There seems to be no firewood to burn here. When he cooked before, he would either do it in the wild and have enough firewood, or let Xiaolian directly control the fire. Now that Xiaolian has entered the Yanquan to practice, and the ice and fire eyes are full of fairy grass, where can she find firewood? Jiang Ming hesitated for a moment, but still looked at Jiao near Yanquan. As a fairy grass with the ultimate fire attribute, controlling fire should not be a problem. After some discussions, Jiang Ming successfully persuaded Jiao to help him control the fire. As a result, a very strange scene appeared next to the ice and fire eyes. Roasting lamb chops, cooking fish soup, and simmering hot pot. These scenes full of pyrotechnics actually appeared in a treasured place like ice and fire eyes. Especially the mandarin duck pot cooked by Jiang Ming, it looked like a miniature version of the ice and fire eyes, which made the immortals around them look stunned. Spicy, burnt, rich, various fragrances are floating around the ice and fire eyes, and the taste even overwhelms the faint fragrance. Hey, yours, is it so delicious? Yao swayed her big pink petals, very curious. The eating methods of plants and humans are different, or in other words, plants do not need to eat in this way. No, some special plants do this. But immortal grass like Yao directly absorbs the vitality of heaven and earth in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai, and there will be no so-called hunger. But looking at Jiang Ming eating so happily, Yao, who was not hungry at first, felt a little hungry at this moment. My name is not He, my name is Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming listened to Yao keep calling him to feed, and then he remembered that he hadn't told it his name yet. Oh, right, Jiang Ming, is yours really delicious? Yao asked again. It has never seen hot pot, not even fish soup and lamb chops. After all, the ice and fire eyes should not have these things. Of course it's delicious. I've been practicing my cooking skills for a long time. This lamb chop is full of charred aroma, this fish soup is extremely delicious, and this hot pot, does it look like the eye of ice and fire to you? As Jiang Ming spoke, he gnawed on the mutton chops in his hand, drank a bowl of fish soup from time to time, and then put a piece of beef roll and tripe into the steaming spicy pot. Don't live up to the temptation of delicious food. After Jiang Ming said this, Yao, a plant soul beast at the level of fairy grass, was a little unable to bear it. A pink energy surrounded Jiang Ming, and he had an urge to experience it. Unfortunately, it is an immortal product of Yaoxiang Kilo, not a piranha. It has no mouth and cannot eat what Jiang Ming eats. However, Jiang Ming also thought of a way, that is, let Yao treat the vitality of heaven and earth here as a kind of ingredient, actively give it flavor, and then directly cook the hot pot in front of Binghuo Liangai. Although this is an act of taking off your pants and farting, it is still quite fun for the jellyfish. Yao, anise, Jiao, and other plants that gave birth to spiritual wisdom all tried it and had a great time. Jiao even wanted to take the fire-attributed energy of heaven and earth and put it into the cold spring, which almost caused the ice and fire eyes to boil. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming suddenly thought of something. Yao and the others used the ice and fire eyes as a hot pot. Doesn't that mean that Xiaolian, Bingxi and the others are the base of the soup? Thinking about it this way, it's a little hard to look at him directly. The happy time of eating was short. After replenishing energy, Jiang Ming and Yao chatted for a while and then continued to practice. While Jiang Ming was practicing, Yao and the other immortals were also discussing some matters. Jiao said, That man said that humans who are destined to enter the Eye of Ice and Fire can take away 7 kinds of fairy grass. Should we tell him, Beijiao? Of course you have to tell him that you have agreed with that person, Yao said. This human being is quite interesting, and the life elves have helped us improve our life level. Otherwise, give more. How many of them, Jiao? What? Yao are crazy. How many more will you give to yourself, Yao? Of course not, I'm not like that. Silly, send yourself out. I observed his physical condition. His body is very strong, especially his heart. It beats very powerfully, but there seems to be some problems. Otherwise, let Wrong give him that. Dredge it? Hearing this, the strange velvet giant chrysanthemum, which originally wanted to be a salted fish, suddenly shrank its blooming purple petals, and the pale golden light on the stamen shrank a bit. Jiao, then you have to see if Wrong is willing, Yao looked at Wrong and said warmly, Wrong, just bring out a few petals. The velvety pale golden stamen shook, very reluctantly. Although its petals are regenerable, even if they are removed, they will grow back after a while, but she is reluctant to part with them. Wrong, you can grow petals anyway, but you don't want too many petals, just a little bit is fine, Yao still wanted to persuade her, but Wrong shook her head firmly. It's not your petals that were pulled out, so of course you don't feel bad. Seeing this, Yao directly used a big killer weapon. Wrong, don't you want your life level to improve? You know, that life elf listens to Jiang Ming. As long as you help Jiang Ming develop an indestructible body, Jiang Ming will definitely let her help you promote it. Sure enough, after saying this, the pale golden stamens of Wrong suddenly lit up. Upgrading the level of life means higher possibilities for them. Compared with a few petals that can take time to grow, this seems to be really worth it. End of this chapter. Chapter 162. It's chaos. It's all chaos. In the end, under Yao's coercion, Wrong still reluctantly picked several purple petals from her body and sent them to Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming's body is strong enough, so the difficulty for him to become indestructible is actually very small. All you need is a few fluffy petals. Wrong, he is practicing now, you can directly guide him to absorb it, Yao said again. Although Jiang Ming's current cultivation state can also passively absorb Qi Rong Tong Shinju, the power of petals, but the effect is still very different from that of Wrong's active guidance. Yao, why are you looking at this human being like this? Jiao is a little unbelievable. Even if this human being has a life elf, he won't let Yao kneel and lick him like this. It's good enough for him to absorb Wrong's petals, but now Wrong wants to take the initiative to feed him? Is it possible that Yao was this human's lover in his previous life? Beijiao also got involved and revealed a possibility that shocked the plant world. Hearing this, Wrong was stunned for a moment, and the light golden energy that had been stretched out stopped in midair. Yes, Yao kneels down and licks this human being like this. Maybe there is something fishy between the two of them. Yao was also stunned when she heard Beijiao say this. Although the celestial beings here have always stayed in the eyes of ice and fire, they still have the concept of previous lives and lovers. Because, among the jelly grass here, there is a love-sickness-hearted red. I didn't. What are you talking about? Yao became anxious. The big pink petals shook violently, trying to explain the innocence between herself and Jiang Ming. I'm just doing it for your own good. Yao's originally gentle voice revealed a hint of resentment. Look, this human has so many elemental spirits, so what is the probability that he, like that person, will become a god? As soon as these words came out, the fairy grasses that had already given birth to spiritual wisdom immediately understood. Yes, become a god. This human has so many elemental elves, and his talents are extremely amazing. The chance of becoming a god must be very high. But that is becoming a god. Even if he has these elemental elves, he may not be able to succeed, Jiao said hesitantly. Becoming a god is easy to say, but the difficulty is really extraordinary. Without special opportunities, it would be difficult for even a genius like Jiang Ming to do it. Oh Jiao, even if we can't become gods, what's the loss for us? We can still live a good life here in the ice and fire eyes, Yao. Swinging her big pink petals, she said briskly. The two eyes of ice and fire are their greatest confidence. In this place where the luck of heaven and earth converges, they have already been blessed by luck. Beijiao, that's right. The fluffy golden stamens lit up, as if they were digesting the conversation just now. After a few seconds, it still used a golden energy to turn its petals into the purest medicinal power and integrated it into Jiang Ming's body. The petals turned into a ray of golden light and began to rotate around Jiang Ming's body. The gorgeous light completely enveloped Jiang Ming. Yao is right. There are two different effects of absorbing the power of the medicine if Rong takes action personally and if Rong does not take action. As the main body of Kiran Tongshan Chrysanthemum, Rong is extremely clear about the role that Rong can play in its own medicinal power. Under its control, every trace of medicinal power can exert its greatest effect. Jiang Ming, who was practicing, suddenly found that an extremely huge, yet extremely gentle power suddenly surged out of his body. That power was like a gurgling stream, flowing through every vein in his body, washing every part of his body, removing all impurities, and strengthening every cell. Jiang Ming wanted to open his eyes and see what happened. At this time, a lovely female voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. Concentrate your mind, absorb the medicinal power of my petals, and I will help you create an indestructible body. This lovely voice is in great contrast with the content of the words. It is cute and incompatible with the indestructible body of King Kong. But Jiang Ming understood instantly when he heard about the indestructible body of Vajra. Are you the Kiran Bianju, in the eyes of ice and fire, the immortal grass that can make people become indestructible? In Jiang Ming's memory, only Kiran Bianju chrysanthemum is a kind of fairy grass. Huh? Do you know me? Rong seemed to be startled, and there was a hint of fright in his cute voice. Well, I know. By the way, what's your name, Jiang? Ming asked softly. He did not open his eyes, but used his own mental power to communicate. My name is Rong. Rong seemed a little nervous, but her voice sounded more and more cute. Stop talking about it now, quickly control your soul power and breath, absorb the medicinal power of my petals, don't waste it, Rong seemed to have some social fear, and after reminding this sentence, he stopped talking, but quietly controlling his power to help Jiang Ming absorb the power of the medicine. Thank you, Rong. After Jiang Ming thanked him, he began to concentrate on absorbing the power of the medicine. Even if it is just a few petals of the 100,000-year-old strange velvet chrysanthemum, because it is an immortal, the medicinal power in it is extremely huge, and he needs to absorb it well. However, what he originally wanted was not the velvet babel chrysanthemum, but the Kilo tulip. He also hoped that Kilo tulip could help him break through the bottleneck of level 70. Jiang Ming sighed in his heart and temporarily suppressed his thoughts. The process of absorbing the power of the medicine is very easy and can even be said to be very comfortable. Unknowingly, half a day passed, but Jiang Ming's Vajra indestructible body was still a little short of it. What's going on with your body? I've already used a lot of petals, why is it always so bad? Rong is so anxious that he will cry. If it is for an ordinary soul master, with Jiang Ming's level of cultivation, at most 10 flower petals would be enough to help him develop an indestructible body. But now, it has used 1/3 of the petals, and it is still just a little short. If this continues, Jiang Ming's indestructible body will not be perfected, and it will become bald. I don't know either, Jiang Ming was also very confused. He could feel that most of his body had been dredged, but the area near the heart was still not dredged and the energy was washed away. The speed has been very slow. Yao, I don't want to sublimate the level of life, okay? If I continue like this, I will really become bald. Rong already wants to give up. Jiang Ming's physical problems, it's really a bit big. 1/3 of the petals cleared most of his body, but except for the heart, the progress was too slow. According to the current progress, unless it gives all the petals to Jiang Ming, it will be difficult for Jiang Ming to develop the indestructible body. But if all the petals were given to Jiang Ming, it would really be bald. It's so ugly. Listening to Rong's cries, Yao also felt a little troubled. Jiang Ming's body is actually more difficult to deal with than he imagined. Rong really can't stand it anymore, her petals are almost halfway in. Okay, although it's a pity to give up halfway, Rong, you are the most important, although Yao is a little unwilling, in its heart, Rong's status is still higher than Rong's. Jiang Ming, the human being I just met, is much heavier. When Rong heard this, he immediately stopped the output of the petals, and the golden energy that kept approaching Jiang Ming's heart also began to slowly withdraw. It really can't play anymore. If it continues like this, it will really go bald. Seeing this, Jiang Ming was also very helpless. But he didn't stop him. He heard the conversation between Yao Yao and Rongrong just now. Helping you is a matter of love, but not helping you is a duty. Even if there is a little thought in it, he can't force it. However, Jiang Ming was unwilling to force it, and his golden heart seemed unhappy. Why? The rest of the body has been washed and the heart has been left behind. How can this work? Almost when the golden power was about to withdraw, the golden heart suddenly burst out with a powerful attraction. The attraction almost forcefully retains the golden energy and rushes into the heart. What are you doing? Rongrong was stunned for a moment, and then immediately questioned Jiang Ming in the sea of spirit. I didn't do anything. Jiang Ming was also confused. What did he do? He didn't do anything. How is it possible, you greedy human being? It is clearly your heart that is pulling my power. Rongrong tried to get rid of this power, but for some reason, that power, just like brown candy, its power is so tightly stuck to it that you can't get rid of it at all. In fact, that power even resonates with its power. But I really didn't do anything. My mental strength is all wrong, and my heart is pulling on your strength? Is it the heart of gold? Jiang Ming frowned. Suddenly it felt like one head was as big as two. The level 70 super bottleneck of his second martial spirit is annoying enough, but what happened to the golden heart again? Exclamation mark. Yao Yao, help quickly. Yao Yao, help quickly, almost. At the same time, Jiang Ming and Rongrong both used their mental power to ask for help from Yao Yao. Yao Yao hadn't figured out the situation yet, but she heard two calls for help at the same time, and was a little confused. Pull the power of Rongrong out of my body, pull my power out of this human body. There were two more voices, but the meaning expressed is already clear. Yao Yao quickly mobilized her power and entered Jiang Ming's body. She immediately discovered that two golden energies were entangled at the edge of Jiang Ming's heart. One of the golden energies is the power of Rongrong, which is gentle and gentle. Another golden energy surged out from Jiang Ming's heart that was as if it were made of gold, full of domineering and strength. Originally Rongrong's strength is stronger than the power of the golden heart, but Rongrong's own power is relatively mild. Even if it is strong, it cannot get rid of the domineering power of the golden heart. Seeing this, Yao Yao immediately took action. The pink power and the furry golden power came together to fight against the domineering power of the golden heart. Jiang Ming also tried to control the power of the golden heart. He released his martial spirit and wanted to control the power of the golden heart. But what Jiang Ming didn't expect was that as soon as he activated his martial soul, 4 soul rings came out, and the power of the golden heart became even more powerful. The 4 soul rings of the golden heart are constantly flashing, and they are actually providing a steady stream of power to the golden heart. What's even more outrageous is that the medicinal power of Rongrong's half of the petals that had just melted into Jiang Ming's body was actually driven by the golden heart, causing Rongrong's more petals and power to float towards Jiang Ming's body. Period. Jiang Ming, what do you want to do? At this time, Yao Yao also panicked. According to this trend, Jiang Ming is very likely to absorb Rongrong, who has given birth to spiritual intelligence. Beijiao, Jiao, Lanlin, Xiangxiang, Ashui, Xiaoke, let's help together. Yao Yao directly called out all the fairy grass that could be dispatched. Jiang Ming's heart is a little too weird. Even the powerful and domineering attraction of Jiang Ming and Rongrong's immortal grass can't stop it. Hearing Yao Yao's call, many fairy grasses did not hesitate to instill their power into Jiang Ming's body, hoping to help Rongrong get out of trouble. At this moment, Jiang Ming felt uncomfortable. Nearly 10 kinds of 100,000-year-old powers are in his body. Even his newly strengthened body is in danger at this moment. Especially Beijiao and Jiao, their powers represent the ultimate ice and the ultimate fire respectively. At this moment, Jiang Ming's body was like a furnace, with many powerful forces pulling inside. Jiang Ming instantly showed a painful expression, and even cracks began to appear in his body. This was a threat to his body. Signs of collapse. With so many forces joining in, although the golden heart is not willing to give in, it is still unable to fight against so many at the same time with its own strength. The power of the heart of gold is domineering. 1 against 2 is no problem, but 1 against 8 is really unrealistic. Seeing this situation, Jiang Ming thought it was about to end. All he needed was for the fairy grass to pull out Rongrong's power, and this tug of war would be over. But unexpectedly, when Jiang Ming's body showed cracks and was about to collapse, the second spirit book suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Jiang Ming had an extremely bad feeling. Sure enough, the next moment, the elves who were in deep cultivation suddenly surged out of energy and converged towards Jiang Ming's body. No, no. Don't. Jiang Ming was screaming crazily in his heart, but he couldn't be distracted and wake up the elves now, not to mention that the elves who were practicing deeply were not easy to wake up. Jiang Ming could only watch as the power of the elves rushed into his body. The green light flashed, and the cracks on the surface of Jiang Ming's body were instantly repaired. But this is only the smallest problem. Originally, there were only two forces pulling at Jiang Ming's body, Heart of Gold and Wrong. Later, Yao was added, and then Beijiao, Jiao, Lanlin, Xiangxiang, Ashui, and Xiao were added. Aoi and several other powers. There are 9 types in total. Now Xiao Guang, Xiao Yin, Xiao Bing, Xiao Ling, Xiao Lian, Xiao Feng, and even the power of Ice Silkworm have come in. After careful calculation, there were 16 kinds of forces pulling at his body. It's chaos. It's a mess. It's all chaos. Surrounding the golden heart, Jiang Ming's entire body was turned into a pot of porridge. Those who surrounded us and those who called for reinforcements were all having a great time. What was originally a simple situation is now completely complicated. When the Heart of Gold, which was previously powerless, felt that there was power to help, its morale immediately lifted. The next moment, the golden heart was on full fire, using the power between wrong and wrong as a bridge, beating wildly, generating a more powerful attraction, and actually wanted to directly pull wrong's body, the purple petals and golden stamens. Inhale the strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163 Swallowing Wrong. What are you going to do? Wrong felt that his body was being affected, and his voice became even more panicked. I don't know what it is going to do. Jiang Ming tried to control the golden heart to stop, but now the golden heart is like a rebellious child, not at all. If he doesn't listen to Jiang Ming, he will suck wrong's body over with all his strength. As the golden heart beats faster and faster, the attraction becomes stronger and stronger. Even with the addition of Xiaoling's energy, the attraction generated by the beating of the golden heart has actually pulled wrong's body apart. Most of them are out. Half of the roots of the strange velvet flowering chrysanthemum have been pulled out of the ground, bringing out a piece of black soil full of spiritual power. No. My body is about to be pulled out, please help. Wrong felt that she was about to be pulled out by the roots, and she was about to cry. Its magnificent purple petals and golden stamens were constantly trembling, and the lovely fluff was flying in the direction of Jiang Ming under the pull of strong suction. Hearing wrong's crying voice, the celestial beings panicked. They all released their energy in unison, trying to cut off the power connection between wrong and the golden heart. Only in this way can wrong's body get rid of the pull of attraction. But, will it be so easy? If it were just Heart of Gold's own power, it would definitely not be able to compete with the power of so many fairy grasses, but now the power of the elves has also joined the battlefield, and almost all of these powers are directly against those. The energy of the foreign jelly grass makes the power of the jelly grass useless at all. Yao, most of the furry body has already risen from the ground. If it continues like this, it will definitely be swallowed by the Heart of Gold. Yao is also very anxious. All the power cannot enter Jiang Ming's body, otherwise it will explode Jiang Ming. No matter how strong Jiang Ming's body is, if all the power of 700,000 or 800,000-year-old soul beasts is stuffed into it, his body will be blown up directly. But if they don't add some force, their current strength is simply not enough to repel the power of the elves, nor can they help wrong cut off the connection with the Heart of Gold. Jiang Ming, can you control these powers in your body? Yao still wants to fight for it. Jiang Ming and wrong, it doesn't want anything to happen to them. But in the current situation, if Jiang Ming cannot control the golden heart or the power of the elves, then they can only make a choice between Jiang Ming and wrong. I can't control the power of the golden heart now, but I should be able to control the power of the elves. Jiang Ming's face was full of pain, and more than 10 kinds of powers were constantly tumbling in his body. An indescribable painful feeling. His body was trembling constantly, and was dyed golden by the power of the golden heart, with colorful lights flashing inside. Various colors of red, blue, and purple appear in various parts of his body. Various forces confront each other, especially the power of Jiao and Beijio, the ultimate fire and the ultimate ice, which are so powerful that they are constantly tormented. It touches Jiang Ming's meridians and flesh and blood. Even if it was not deliberately targeted at Jiang Ming's body, the extreme aura caused huge harm to Jiang Ming's body. This kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can bear. If Jiang Ming's own mental strength was not strong, and he had a soul bone in his head, he would have passed out by now. This kind of continuous pain that makes his body explode would not persist at all. Can't live. In fact, Jiang Ming has reached his limit, but now he still has to try to control the power of the elves. Heart of Gold, this rebellious guy, will not stop until he swallows the strange antler. The only way to break the situation now is for him to control the power of the elves and use the elves to use the power of them and the fairy grass to subdue the crazy Heart of Gold. Control, control. Jiang Ming endured the extreme pain in his body and concentrated on controlling the power of the elves in his body, but in this state, it was really difficult. Period. At this time, the Golden Heart seemed to have sensed Jiang Ming's situation, and even turned on the section to the maximum before Jiang Ming could control the elf energy. In a split second, Rong Rong's body was pulled directly out of the earth, bringing up a piece of soil flying in the air. The strange velvet Tong Xianzhu that was pulled out flew towards Jiang Ming at an extremely fast speed, and was about to be swallowed into the body by the Golden Heart. Rong Rong, Yao, was shocked, and then joined forces with the stronger Beijio and Jiao to forcefully intercept Rong Rong's body at a distance of one punch from Jiang Ming's heart. But this distance is already too close for the Golden Heart with full firepower. Even if the jelly grasses forcibly intercept it, at this distance, the devouring power of the Golden Heart entangled with the power of Rong Rong is enough to absorb a large amount of the medicinal power of Qi Rong Xianzhu. Originally, half of the petals of the wonderful Babel chrysanthemum were absorbed by Jiang Ming, but after just pulling, almost half of the medicinal power of the strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum was absorbed by the Golden Heart. In this case, even if Rong Rong gets rid of the suction of the Golden Heart, his vitality will be severely damaged. It will take at least hundreds of years to recover, and it may even cause Rong Rong's spiritual intelligence to become silent. At this time, Jiang Ming, who had been holding back the pain and trying to control the power of the elves, finally calmed down the power of the elves in his body, and began to control these powers to flow back towards his heart, to go stop the dangerous behavior of Hearts of Gold. The Golden Heart is his martial spirit and his key organ. He can feel the Golden Heart's desire for the strange velvet Tong Xianzhu. He had a feeling that after letting the Golden Heart swallow Rong Rong, the Golden Heart martial spirit would undergo a big change. This change is most likely the second awakening of the original martial soul. But even so, Jiang Ming could not let the Golden Heart swallow up Rong Rong. This is the eye of ice and fire. If he swallows Rong Rong, what awaits him is the hostility and revenge of all the celestial beings in the entire ice and fire eye. As far as the current situation is concerned, once things become like that, he may not be able to get out of the ice and fire eyes. This is Jiang Ming's concern, but it is obvious that the Golden Heart, as a martial spirit, has instinctive desire, but has no wisdom and cannot understand Jiang Ming's concerns. It just wants to swallow up Rong Rong so that it can complete its evolution. This is an instinctive desire. Yao, I'm going to die. Rong Rong's voice became weaker and weaker. The crazy loss of body energy made his condition decline crazily, and his resistance to the Golden Heart gradually weakened. Taking this opportunity, the Golden Heart actually increased its suction power again, instantly absorbing Rong Rong into its heart. Sorry, I went to Zunmenglonghu Mountain today. I will update it first and make up for it later. Chapter 164 The First 100,000-Year Soul Ring. No one in this scene, oh no, Jiang Ming and all the celestial beings, didn't react. With just a swish, they were caught off guard by the Heart of Gold. So, when the Heart of Gold swallowed up Rong Rong and emitted an extremely flashing light in Jiang Ming's body, they exploded. Rong Rong, is he okay? Jiao looked at Jiang Ming's glowing heart and murmured in disbelief. The giant velvet that was there just now was gone in the blink of an eye. Save Rong Rong, Yao was also stunned for a moment, and then she no longer cared about controlling her power, and directly used all her strength to try to save Rong Rong who had been devoured. Exclamation mark. However, it is already too late. They have been swallowed up by the Heart of Gold. How can they be saved? Unless kill Jiang Ming. After killing Jiang Ming, use some means to extract Rong Rong's medicinal power from Jiang Ming. Although Rong Rong has been swallowed by the heart of gold, it is a 100,000-year-old plant soul beast after all, and it is still at the level of fairy grass. Its soul is not so easy to be annihilated. As long as it is done quickly enough, there is hope that it can be destroyed. Save your furry soul. However, if this happens, Jiang Ming will definitely die. But compared to Jiang Ming, a human whom they have only known for a short time, Rong Rong, their companion who has been with them for 10,000 years, is obviously more precious. So, the fairy grass people did not hesitate and directly chose to pour all their power into Jiang Ming's body, trying their best to preserve Rong Rong's soul and medicinal power. Several rays of light directly covered Jiang Ming, and the terrifying energy directly caused Jiang Ming to swell into a big fat man, which was very exaggerated. At this time, Jiang Ming was already in a state of mind that he wished he could pass out immediately, but he must not pass out now. He can clearly see the changes in the golden heart and the attitude of the jelly grass. Once he faints and does not take any self-rescue measures, in order to save Rong Rong, the jelly grass will mercilessly kill him. Refine it. He didn't think that his friendship with Yao Yao for a few days could compare to the relationship he had with Rong Rong for tens of thousands of years. So, he has to hold on, not to faint or die. Sister Li Juan is still waiting for him to come back, and he hasn't been able to give her one yet. Up, Jiang Ming suddenly roared, and his whole body, the meridians and blood vessels, jumped on the surface of the skin one after another, making Jiang Ming's already extremely fat body look even more ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, the power of the elves in Jiang Ming's body began to counterattack, trying to expel the power of the fairy grass from Jiang Ming's body. With this intensity of energy accumulated in his body, Jiang Ming will inevitably explode and die within 10 minutes. This is because Jiang Ming's physical strength is much stronger than that of ordinary soul masters. If he had been replaced by an ordinary soul emperor, or even a soul saint, he would have exploded into a blood mist all over the sky. The war started again. This time, Jiang Ming controlled the power of the elves and resisted the invasion of the immortal grass. It's very difficult, but I can barely hold on for a while. Even at this time, Jiang Ming also allocated part of his mental power to communicate with the golden heart. The golden heart is his martial spirit after all. It's just that after swallowing, it is impossible to spit it out. But Jiang Ming came up with a way out of desperation. That is, give up the body of the immortal grass and use your spiritual power to protect the soul of the body. Rather than letting the velvet disappear completely, Jiang Ming felt that the fairy grass jelly should be able to accept such a result. However, Jiang Ming's current mental strength is not enough. Even with the support of a head soul bone, Jiang Ming's mental power could hardly protect Rong Rong's soul completely. So, Jiang Ming looked at the fairy grass and explained his thoughts before they input more energy into his body. To protect Rong Rong's soul, he needs the spiritual help of the immortal grass. Of course, Jiang Ming would not give his life to the fairy grass, but bluntly said that if he died, the velvet would be annihilated. Under such dual measures, Yao Yao and other fairy grasses agreed to Jiang Ming's request. Soon, 8 different spiritual powers appeared in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. Rong Rong's soul also entered Jiang Ming's spiritual sea through the golden heart martial spirit. However, as the golden heart gradually merged with Rong Rong's body, Rong Rong's soul began to collapse. Seeing this, the mental power of Jiang Ming and other immortal grasses immediately took action, turning into a big ball of mental power, wrapping Rong Rong's soul to prevent it from collapsing. When Rong Rong's soul stopped collapsing with the cooperation of various mental forces, Jiang Ming suddenly felt a strong colic in his heart. Jiang Ming opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood had turned into a light golden color, containing a strong breath of life. What's going on? After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Ming covered his heart. The pain had made Jiang Ming's face look a little distorted, looking extremely ferocious. Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming quickly checked his body and found that there were 2 different forces fighting fiercely in his heart. In an instant, Jiang Ming understood, and his face suddenly darkened. The 2 forces fighting in the heart are the heart of gold and the wonderful Rong Xianju. They protected Rong Rong's soul, but they also prevented the complete integration of Qi Rong Bong Xianju that was supposed to be fused with a heart of gold. Rong Rong is obviously unwilling to fuse with a heart of gold. It is a 100,000-year-old fairy grass spirit beast, so why should it merge with a human whose lifespan is only a few hundred years? You know, once it merges with Jiang Ming, It means that if Jiang Ming dies, it will die too. And if it stays next to the ice and fire eyes and has the unique ice and fire eyes, it will not have to worry about lifespan for at least tens of thousands of years in the future. Wrong. Jiang Ming looked at Wrong, who had stabilized his soul in the sea of spirit. Enduring the pain in his body, he planned to trick Wrong into merging with him. He doesn't want to die, and if Wrong wants to go out now, the prerequisite is that he wants to die. The only way for both of them to survive together is to let Wrong take the initiative to merge with a golden heart, and then he and the jellygrass use powerful spiritual power to protect Wrong's soul in the process, making it the same soul as the elves. Parasite in the spiritual sea. Jiang Ming told Wrong everything he could promise, but Wrong was not very interested. Compared with this sudden shortening of lifespan from tens of thousands of years to hundreds of years, the promise Jiang Ming said is really not very attractive to Wrong. According to this situation, Jiang Ming also made a very solemn promise, which allowed Wrong to agree to take the initiative to merge with a golden heart. With Wrong's active cooperation, the integration progress between Golden Heart and Qi Rongbong Xianju finally accelerated. As for Jiang Ming, the pained look on his face also eased a lot. Although the power of various fairy grasses still remains in his body, the fundamental problem has been solved and he no longer fears for his life. In fact, while the heart of gold and the strange velvet sky chrysanthemum were merging, Jiang Ming actually began to mobilize the power of the fairy herbs in his body, trying to break through the 70-level bottleneck that had blocked him for a long time. Under Jiang Ming's control, the power of the fairy grass, the power of the elves, and more than a dozen kinds of power turned into a colorful torrent of power, rushing towards the indestructible 70-level bottleneck. Boom! As the colorful torrent hit the 70-level bottleneck, Jiang Ming's body also emitted a roaring sound, and the tremolo reverberated around the entire ice and fire eye. Under this powerful impact, Jiang Ming's 70-level bottleneck finally loosened. The degree of loosening was the largest since Jiang Ming had hit this bottleneck hundreds of times. Jiang Ming's face lit up, and he once again mobilized the colorful torrent to continue to attack the bottleneck. The bottleneck has loosened again, and the amplitude seems to be even greater, as if breaking through the bottleneck and upgrading to level 70 soul power are just around the corner. Seeing this, Jiang Ming decided to work hard to break through this bottleneck. Boom! Exclamation mark. A louder roar came from Jiang Ming's body, like the sound of thunder, and the momentum was extremely terrifying. Wow! After the roar, Jiang Ming spit out a large mouthful of blood again, his face extremely pale. The features on his face were screwed up, and his determined eyes were full of unwillingness and anger. Why? He failed. The most promising opportunity to break through the level 70 bottleneck failed. Jiang Ming lay directly on his back on the grass, without wiping the blood from the corners of his lips, looking at the sky with a very blank expression. The power he just gathered definitely exceeds the soul power intensity when absorbing 100,000-year soul beast. Even because most of the power contains the power of immortal herbs, this power is even stronger than when absorbing 100,000-year soul beast. Even stronger when he's a beast. But, even so, it still failed. This failure directly negated two methods. Absorbing a 100,000-year-old soul ring to forcefully break through the bottleneck will not work. Using Kilo Tulip to attack doesn't work either. Next, there is only the solution that the teacher has not mentioned yet, and the second awakening of the original martial soul. The good news is that the fusion of the Golden Heart and the Kiran Yuanju is going quite smoothly. If there are no accidents, the Golden Heart martial spirit should be able to take this opportunity for a second awakening. It seems that he does not need to go to the Numenon sect. But the bad news is that judging from the current intensity of this bottleneck, it is unlikely that the second awakening of the original martial soul will be able to break through this bottleneck. It's too difficult. What on earth is going on? Exclamation mark. Endless questions flashed through Jiang Ming's mind. He really couldn't figure out how he could encounter such an outrageous bottleneck. If he encountered this kind of thing when he was a titled Douluo, he would still understand. But now he is just a soul emperor, which is a bottleneck at level 70. While thinking about it, a strong sense of exhaustion came over Jiang Ming's mind. Jiang Ming, who had been hit hard one after another, couldn't hold on any longer, so he closed his eyes and fell into deep sleep. While Jiang Ming was sleeping, the fusion of the Golden Heart and the Qi Rong Yuanju had been slowly completed. Jiang Ming's heart continued to emit golden light, illuminating the surroundings of his body. Not only that, as time passed, soul rings began to appear under Jiang Ming's feet. yellow, purple, violet, black, andrade. Yes, red. The color red symbolizes the 100,000-year soul ring. This is not the soul ring of the second martial soul elf book. The elves are still practicing deeply and show no signs of waking up. The average elves only have 30 to 40,000 years of cultivation before they begin to practice. Even with the blessing of the two eyes of ice and fire, it will take them at least 1 year to complete 100,000 years of evolution. The 100,000-year soul ring that appears now belongs to the Golden Heart martial spirit. It was provided by Rong, the 100,000-year soul ring. Not only is this a 100,000-year-old soul ring, there is also a 100,000-year-old soul bone that a 100,000-year-old soul beast will definitely produce. As the red soul ring completely formed, Jiang Ming's chest began to light up. The trunk-like soul bone of the 100,000-year-old strange velvet giant chrysanthemum. The function of the fairy grass itself is to create an indestructible body, so the soul bones it produces are torso-like soul bones, which is expected. Finally the fusion is completed. When Jiang Ming absorbed all the soul rings and soul bones, a soft voice sounded in Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. Its voice was very weak, but after hearing this voice, the fairy grasses breathed a sigh of relief. Under the escort of Jiang Ming and their spiritual power, Rong's soul was still preserved. In this way, Rong is not considered dead. Yao, I want to sleep for a while, Rong continued to say something in that weak voice, and then there was no follow-up. Rong fell into deep sleep. After Yao confirmed that Rong had survived, she felt relieved but also felt very guilty. If it hadn't been for Rong to help Jiang Ming become indestructible, Rong would not have suffered this disaster. Fortunately, Rong survived. As for Jiang Ming, Yao hesitated again and again, but slowly released the fragrance to protect Jiang Ming's body. Now that Jiang Ming and Rong are one, even if it is for Rong, nothing can happen to Jiang Ming. As for whether Jiang Ming can fulfill the conditions Rong said, Yao actually doesn't have high hopes. After so many years, there has never been a human genius who can be the same as the man 10,000 years ago. Time passed little by little, and the two eyes of ice and fire once again regained their previous tranquility. The elves practiced quietly, and the celestial beings put away their power and remained silent as before. As for Jiang Ming, once he sleeps, it lasts 7 days. After waking up, Jiang Ming originally wanted to chat with Yao again, but Yao ignored him. It seems that it is still angry. Seeing this, Jiang Ming could only continue to practice cross-legged next to Yao. Cultivation has no time, and a year passes quietly like a fleeting moment. Beside Binhuo Liangai's eyes, Jiang Ming's hair had grown to dangle over his shoulders, and a large amount of beard had grown out on his chin. The handsome and sunny boy had turned into an uncle. He hasn't woken up for several months. If it weren't for the sound of his heart beating and breathing, the immortals would even suspect that Jiang Ming was dead. And at a certain moment, Jiang Ming, who had not woken up for several months, finally opened his eyes. A strong mental power surged out of his eyes, but was quickly controlled by Jiang Ming and put back. What a coincidence! At the moment Jiang Ming woke up, the spring water in Binhuo Liangai's eyes also began to boil, and two terrifying extreme powers burst out from the Yangquan and Hangquan. Finally caught up, traveling is really tiring. Updates will resume during the normal time period starting tomorrow. End of this chapter. Chapter 165 Ice and Fire Evolution, Ultimate Power. In the past 10,000 years, the Eye of Ice and Fire has never experienced such violent fluctuations. It was even bubbling like two hot springs. As the icy blue and fiery red bubbles exploded, violent power gradually began to fill the space. Is this? Xia Elbing and Xia Olian are going to complete 100,000 years of evolution. Jiang Ming slowly stretched himself out and became stiff after sitting cross-legged for several months. Body. In the process of stretching the body, crackling sounds continued to explode, echoing in the quiet valley. After stretching his body, Jiang Ming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The time for deep cultivation is too long, which makes people feel a little confused in time and space. After Jiang Ming felt the current condition of his body, the joy on his face flashed away. Although the abominable 70-level bottleneck has still not been broken, in terms of progress, it is already a very good progress to loosen the bottleneck by more than half. Jiang Ming believes that in the next 2 to 3 years, he will definitely be able to break this bottleneck. And 2 to 3 years later, He has not yet reached the age of 20, and in terms of cultivation progress, he is still the best among his peers. As for combat power, let's not mention that his heart of gold martial spirit has absorbed 100,000-year soul ring, but let's talk about the second awakening of his body martial spirit. My body has undergone earth-shaking changes. Jiang Ming feels that his current body should be comparable to that of title Douluo. Of course, these are only part of it. Jiang Ming looked at the boiling eyes of ice and fire, his eyes full of fire. Once Xiaobing and Xiaolian complete their 100,000-year evolution, it means that he will gain the combat power of 200,000-year soul beasts. Not to mention, these two combat powers are extremely powerful. Ultimate fire and ultimate ice, this is no ordinary 100,000-year soul beast fighting power. Those two elves should have started evolving for 100,000 years. Suddenly, a faint voice sounded in Jiang Ming's ears. It was different from when Jiang Ming first communicated with Yao Yao. Now when Yao Yao was talking to Jiang Ming, she felt like she really didn't want to talk to Jiang Ming. Well, when Xiaobing and Xiaolian complete their 100,000 years of evolution, they should be able to possess ultimate ice and ultimate fire. Jiang Ming nodded, then turned his head. He glanced at Yao Yao and said softly, Yao Yao, thank you, although the series of things that happened before were not what Jiang Ming wanted to do. In the final analysis, they were still wrong. Wrong became his own soul ring and soul bone. The heart of gold is his martial spirit. Even if it is something he does when he is undergoing the second awakening and is out of his control, he cannot escape his responsibility as the owner of the martial spirit. So, even if Rongrong's soul remained after that, Jiang Ming was prepared that the immortal grass would not like to see him. However, after that, although Yao Yao did not communicate with him, she still used Yao Xiang to protect him in his cultivation. This is friendship, nothing to say. Thank you, just forget it, practice hard. If we know you bully Rongrong, no matter how strong you become, we will never let you go. There was a hint of threat in Yao Yao's tone. Rongrong's soul had entered Jiang Ming's spiritual sea, and it would definitely be tied to Jiang Ming in the future. After it experienced that incident, it used Yao Xiang to protect Jiang Ming's practice, in order to make Jiang Ming treat Rongrong better. In the final analysis, this is actually caused by its greed. If it hadn't been for instigating Rongrong to help Jiang Ming develop the indestructible Vajra body, Rongrong would not have merged with Jiang Ming. Don't worry, you. Although I can't guarantee that I will be able to fulfill Rongrong's request, I will never bully it, Jiang Ming promised solemnly. While they were communicating, the ice and fire eyes moved again. A ball of ice slowly rose from the cold spring. Xiaobing sat on it, and the breath of ice on his body was gradually changing. The cold breath is gradually deepening as time goes by, and it has almost touched the threshold of the ultimate ice. On the other side, a huge red lotus slowly bloomed from the Yanquan. In the center of the lotus, Xiaolian was like the empress of fire. Even without opening her eyes, the scorching aura swept around her, even distorting the light. Obviously, Xiaobing and Xiaolian have reached a critical moment in their 100,000-year evolution. As long as they complete their evolution, they will complete the transformation of their ultimate attributes and truly become the masters of their respective elements. I'm afraid it will take another month for them to complete the evolution. Jiao was awakened by the strange phenomenon that occurred on the Yanquan. When she saw the breath of fire gradually transforming on Xiaolian, she probably was determined how long it would take for Xiaolian to complete the transformation of the ultimate fire. Similarly, Beijiao was also awakened by Xiaobing's breath, but it didn't say much, and just looked at Xiaobing quietly, whose breath of ice was getting more and more terrifying. 1 month. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was stunned. Then, he looked at Yao Yao and asked softly, Yao Yao, how long have I been here? He had a clock on his body that recorded time, but it only recorded hours, not how many days have passed will be recorded. Well, it should have been a year, Yao Yao thought for a moment, and then said. Its concept of time is actually a bit vague. After all, it has lived for more than 10,000 years, and it has forgotten that it is now more than 10,000 years old. 1 year. Jiang Ming frowned slightly, feeling somewhat anxious. It has been a year since he entered here, but the leave he took from the academy is also for a year. It will take another month for Xiaobing and Xiaolian to evolve, and I don't know how long it will take for Xiaoling to evolve. If it takes too long to go back, the elders of the college and Sister Lexuan will definitely anxious. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming felt somewhat worried. It's just that he doesn't have any good ideas now. The 100,000-year evolution of Xia Elbing, Xia Olian, and Xia Erling must not be interrupted. He must stay here at least until Xia Erling completes his 100,000-year evolution. While Jiang Ming was benefiting greatly from the ice and fire eyes, on the other side, several elders of Poseidon Pavilion were anxious. 1 year. Jiang Ming disappeared for a full year. In the Poseidon Pavilion, Mr. Zhuan and Yan Xiaos looked at Mr. Mu, who was sitting on the recliner, with heavy expressions on their faces. Teacher, Xia Ming hasn't come back yet. It's been a year. Mr. His taste, but Mr. Zhuan has no desire to drink it now. There has been no news from Jiang Ming for a year. At first, they didn't pay much attention to it. After all, with Jiang Ming's strength, it is unlikely that anyone below the title Douluo would pose a threat to him. And there are only those title Douluo on the mainland. Chapter 166 The 100,000-year-old soul beast being targeted. Yes, it has been a year. Xuanzi, have you found a 100,000-year soul beast suitable for Xia Ming? Mr. Mu slightly squinted his eyes, and there was a look on his old face. He didn't have the same heavy expression as Zhuan Liuai and Xiaos, just a normal look. Mr. Mu, we have found a 100,000-year soul beast. It is a wind and thunder prison beast with 100,000-year cultivation. It has the power of wind and thunder. If Xia Ming absorbs this soul ring, plus a 100,000-year soul bone, there will be a great chance of breaking through that bottleneck. Mr. Zhuan replied in a deep voice. When Yan Xiaos on the side heard what Mr. Zhuan said, his eyes widened instantly. 100,000 years of wind and thunder suppress the prison beast? Wind and thunder dual attribute power? This kind of 100,000-year-old soul beast, even if it only has a cultivation level of 100,000 years, can probably compete with a 200,000-year-old ferocious beast. Mr. If Jiang Ming is now a title Douluo and uses the advantage of his twin martial souls to absorb this soul ring, there will be no problem at all. Even if Jiang Ming breaks through level 70, possesses the true body of the martial spirit, or awakens the original martial spirit for the second time, Yan Xiaos feels that there may be a chance. But now Jiang Ming is only at level 69, and his level 70 spirit avatar has not been activated, and there is no sign of a second awakening of his original spirit. The risk of rashly absorbing the soul ring of a wind and thunder prison suppressing beast with ferocious beast level combat power is too great. As for whether they could hunt down the wind and thunder prison beast, no one present was worried about this. There is no need for Mr. Mu to take action. Mr. Zhuan, Mr. Lin, or even Yan Xiaos can take action with full confidence to capture this 100,000-year-old soul beast. 100,000-year soul beast sounds very strong, but in front of the elders of Poseidon Pavilion, it is really not impressive enough. If it weren't for the agreement between Shrek Academy and the soul beasts that they couldn't hunt down the 100,000-year soul beasts on a large scale, there would probably be only a few 100,000-year soul beasts left on the Douluo continent. After all, a genius among humans can reach the level of a title Douluo after decades of training, possessing the strength to rival a 100,000-year-old soul beast. As for the soul beast, unless there is a great adventure, it is really difficult to reach the level of a 100,000-year soul beast. It's a bit forced, but this is the effect we want. Mr. Mu said slowly. I've seen Xia Ming's bottleneck. It's impossible to break through it with normal strength. If you want to break through that bottleneck, you must take a heavy blow. Yan Xiaos frowned and endured. Can't help but say, but what if Mr. It's just the Neon Soul Ring. Hearing this, the corner of Yan Xiaos' mouth couldn't help but twitch. Wasting a 100,000-year soul ring that is a 100,000-year soul ring. It's a waste to say it's a waste. However, Yan Xiaos knew in his heart that if Jiang Ming could not absorb this soul ring, the teacher and other elders of Poseidon Pavilion would definitely try their best to protect Jiang Ming. Now that the 100,000-year soul beast has been found, Xiaos, go and find Xia Ming. Xuanzi, go and stare at the wind and thunder prison suppressing beast and give it a try, Mr. Mu said softly. If you want the absorption process of a 100,000-year soul beast, especially one with powerful combat power, to be smoother, it is best to knock out its heart energy. After a simple conversation, Mr. Zhuan and Yan Xiaos left Shrek Academy directly. According to Shrek Academy's unique intelligence network, it only took Yan Xiaos a few days to find the hotel where Jiang Ming stayed in Xiandao City. When we found the hotel, an episode happened. The young nobleman who was kicked by Jiang Ming a year ago has been staring at this room for a whole year, just to get revenge on Jiang Ming. Unfortunately, Jiang Ming did not wait, but Yan Xiao's did. When the nobleman brought several 60-level Soul Emperor experts to ask Yan Xiao's about Jiang Ming's whereabouts in a friendly way, Yan Xiao's didn't talk too much nonsense. He didn't even activate his martial soul. Dao gave them a love education. A Soul Emperor who is only in his 60s should not be too bold to do something in front of him, the Dean of Shrek Academy and a level 95 Super Douluo. After teaching these short-sighted guys a lesson, Yan Xiao's became worried. All he could find was Jiang Ming's traces in Xiandao City, and where Jiang Ming went next, the clues were immediately cut off. Where has junior brother gone? Yan Xiao's frowned. He didn't have enough clues. Even if he was a Super Douluo, it would be almost impossible to find someone on the Douluo continent. While Yan Xiao's was worrying about finding Jiang Ming, Mr. Zhuan was very relaxed. The place where Fanglui suppresses the prison beast is located on a cliff. The cliff is several thousand meters high. From time to time, lightning strikes from high in the sky, knocking down a large piece of rubble from the cliff. Not only that, because the altitude is so high, there is a howling wind that is constantly raging on the top of the cliff all year round. The strength of the wind can easily blow up boulders weighing hundreds of kilograms and roll them up nowhere. In this harsh environment, whether it is humans, spirit beasts, or even plants, they are very rare here. But what no one expected was that in such an extremely dangerous and desolate place, there would be a 100,000-year-old soul beast living there. 100,000 years, wind and thunder suppressed the prison beast. Originally it was difficult for Mr. Zhuan to discover the existence of this soul beast. After all, this place was too dangerous and desolate. But when Mr. Zhuan was passing by this place, this wind and thunder beast came out and was struck by lightning. It was using thunder to temper its body. The figure who transcended the tribulation immediately attracted Mr. Zhuan's attention, and then the thunder-suppressing prison beast started fighting with Mr. Zhuan. After a 2.5-minute super battle, the Fanglui prison beast was completely defeated. There is no way. The 100,000-year soul beast is very strong. The wind and thunder prison beast, which has the dual attributes of wind and thunder and can survive in such a harsh environment, is even more powerful, even comparable to its more ferocious than a beast that was 200,000 years old. But who made it face Elder Zhuan? Elder Zhuan's combat power level among soul beasts is at least 400,000 years old. This wind and thunder prison beast is obviously still too young. Human, why are you here again? When Old Zhuan came to this 1,000-meter cliff again, the huge body of the wind and thunder suppressing prison beast trembled subconsciously. It reminds me of the fear of being easily dominated by Mr. Zhuan. That is a terrifying existence that it cannot resist even with all its strength. Oh, it's okay, my hands are itchy. I want to practice with you. After Zhuan Lao responded lightly, he directly activated the martial spirit. The 7th soul ring flashed, the martial spirit true body unfolded, and a huge glutton headed towards the fangling suppressing prison beast. Chapter 167 The blonde girl adds 2 more 100,000-year soul rings. Not to mention that Yan Xiao's lost clues on the way to find Jiang Ming, nor to mention that the Fanglui prison beast was trembling under the powerful power of Mr. Zhuan, not to mention that several people were already looking for Jiang Ming outside. Zhang Lexun of the month. Look, in the sunset forest, beside the eyes of ice and fire, Jiang Ming raised the stove again, laid out ingredients one after another, and began to cook delicious food. What is worth noting is that next to Jiang Ming, there appeared a woman wearing a purple dress with slightly curly blonde hair hanging on her shoulders. She had a lazy temperament, but she looked very cute and had a fair face. A girl with a little baby fat on her body. At this time, this cute girl was blinking her big eyes and looking at Jiang Ming, who was busy. Yao, do you think I look good now? The cute blonde girl stretched out her fingers and looked at the palms with clear knuckles and fair skin, with a little curiosity in her big eyes. I'm not a human being. How do I know if you look good or not? Just ask Jiang Ming, Yao said angrily. Huh? I don't want to talk to him. The cute blonde girl pursed her lips, looking angry. The conversation between the two was not blocked by any means, which meant that Master Jiang, who was busy at the side, could also hear it. Hearing the words of the blonde girl, Jiang Ming subconsciously turned his head and glanced. After pondering for a second, Jiang Ming said sincerely, Wrong, you are very good looking among humans. These words are really not nonsense. Nor are they meant to compliment Rong, but are a fact. With her appearance, Rong can be ranked in the top 10 among the women Jiang Ming has seen. Humph, who asked you? Rong snorted softly, but the corners of his mouth on that cute little face were raised unconsciously. Obviously it was still very useful. Rong just woke up, and when it woke up, it had become what it is now. A human body. No, it cannot actually be said to be a human body, because it does not have an entity now, but is in a mental state. As for why it became like this, Jiang Ming felt that it should be related to the heart of gold. As the saying goes, appearance comes from the heart. Rong's current appearance should be what he imagined in his mind. What Jiang Ming doesn't know is that the reason why our Rong's mental power has solidified into what it is now has something to do with him. When he fell into deep sleep, Rong was really angry. While he was sleeping, he used his mental power to crazily simulate beating Jiang Ming and beating that hateful golden heart. Then, for some reason, it appeared and transformed into the same form as Jiang Ming. In other words, it would be more enjoyable to beat Jiang Ming in a human form. So it imagined a human image for itself, which is what it looks like now. Who knows that the golden heart can directly solidify its spiritual power into what it is now? The days passed like this, and Jiang Ming and the celestial beings just looked eagerly at Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian in the eyes of Bing Ho Liang Yi, as well as the little spirit in the sky. How should I put it? Although the relationship between Jiang Ming and the Xiankao people does not seem to be as good as before because of Rong, the ideas of both parties are now surprisingly consistent. That is, they all want the three elves to complete their evolution quickly. After the elf completes its evolution, Jiang Ming can leave. You're good to go. Finally, with the ardent expectations of Jiang Ming and the immortals, Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian finally began to hit the 100,000-year mark after a full year of in-depth training. Over the ice and fire eyes, the hot and cold atmosphere is getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, the surrounding plants have been accustomed to the extreme cold and heat of the ice and fire eyes all year round. Although the atmosphere suddenly strengthened, the surroundings the plants will not suffer a devastating blow, they will just languish for a while. Jiang Ming looked at Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian, who were becoming more and more domineering over Bingling and Huolian, with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Although Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian told him before that the 100,000-year evolution is basically stable this time, but if there is such an easy breakthrough at the 100,000-year mark, then the 10,000 people on Douluo continent there won't be so few 10,000-year soul beasts. High temperature and extreme cold continue to envelop the entire valley. The power of the ice and fire eyes has been mobilized by Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian, and the surging energy of heaven and earth fills the entire space. And the energy of heaven and earth quickly rushed towards the little spirit at the top, accelerating the evolution process of the little spirit. Another 3 days have passed, and the auras of Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian have reached their peak. Jiang Ming felt something in his heart and summoned the Book of Spirits. 6 black 10,000-year soul rings emerged one by one from the soles of his feet. Compared with before, Jiang Ming's 6,000-year soul rings are deeper, and the pressure they exude is more terrifying. Among them, the auras of the 2 black soul rings belonging to Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian began to float continuously, and terrifying soul power fluctuations erupted from time to time. There were even faint traces of red on the black soul rings. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's heart froze. He knew that the most critical time had come. Over the ice and fire eyes, the figures of Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian began to change. Every time the elves evolve, their body shapes will undergo some changes. After thousands of years of evolution, they have changed from small bodies into normal human forms. In this time of 100,000 years of evolution, there must be some changes in form. The evolution process of Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian seemed not as difficult as Jiang Ming imagined. He did not notice that the 2 elves encountered any difficulties, and the 2 soul rings on their bodies had turned red. Moreover, 2 extreme powers began to appear in his body. Ultimate ice and ultimate fire. The next moment, Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian opened their eyes at the same time. The power of ice and fire collided with each other. The ultimate power and the ice and fire eyes came from the same source. The terrifying cold and hot breath made the surrounding plants become even more wilted. Hey, you 2 have finished evolving. Hurry up and collect them. The other plants will soon be unable to hold on, Yao said aloud. The ultimate breath of ice and fire is nothing to these fairy grasses. But for other plants that have not reached a certain level of cultivation, the damage is still great. Xiao Bing, Xiaolian, please hold back your strength first, Jiang Ming also said softly. Hearing this, Xiaobing and Xiaolian immediately took back the ultimate power around them into their bodies, and then flew towards Jiang Ming. The appearance of the two elves has not changed significantly, but their breath and temperament are completely different from before. If the previous Xiaobing and Xiaolian, due to their limited abilities, gave people the impression that they were the Prince of Ice and the Princess of Fire, then Xiaobing and Xiaolian now can be said to be the Emperor of Ice and the Princess of Fire. Empress. Make up for the chapter I owed before chapter 168, a way to break through the bottleneck. Master, we have completed our evolution. Xiaobing and Xiaolian came to Jiang Ming's side with joyful smiles on their faces. 100,000 years of evolution is a very big change for the two of them. Not only is their strength enhanced, their soul rings have achieved red achievements, and the power of the elements they control has also reached its extreme extent. From now on, at least the two elves on the mainland will not be suppressed by anyone in the elemental realm of ice and fire. Well, I saw it, you did a great job, Jiang Ming smiled and nodded, then looked at Xiaoling, who was still practicing deeply in the sky, with a trace of expectation in his eyes. After 100,000 years of evolution, Xiaobing and Xiaolian can possess ultimate attributes. After Xiaoling evolves, his abilities should also be greatly improved. Could it be the ultimate tree, or the ultimate life attribute? To be honest, Jiang Ming's knowledge in this area is somewhat lacking. In other words, there are not many studies on ultimate attributes in the entire continent. Master, after completing 100,000 years of evolution, the two of us seem to have sensed why you, Master, have that 70-level bottleneck, Xiao Bing said suddenly. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was stunned, then looked at Xiaobing and said in a deep voice, why? The 70-level bottleneck is really too big, it was strong. Elder Mu told him that the strength of this bottleneck was comparable to the title Douluo level. Under normal circumstances, this kind of bottleneck would never appear at level 70. Because we have not completed 100,000 years of evolution. If we are not wrong, Master, your 70-level bottleneck cannot be broken until all 6 of us have completed 100,000 years of evolution, Xiao Lian's Yuji's voice has changed slightly. Before, her voice was that of a stronger Yuji, but now, it carries a domineering, even commanding air. In fact, Xiaobing also had this change, but he usually talks less, so he doesn't seem to pay that much attention. All 6 have evolved for 100,000 years. When Jiang Ming heard this, he was dumbfounded. Originally, he was very happy to hear that Xiaolian could tell the origin of his 70-level bottleneck. After all, if you know the cause, you can prescribe the right remedy. But now, Jiang Ming feels that the medicine he needs to use is a bit outrageous. It will take all 6 elves 100,000 years to evolve to break through the level 70 bottleneck? What a joke. Don't look at it. In just 1 year, he pushed the 3 elves, Xiaobing, Xiaolian and Xiaoling, to 100,000 years of evolution. But what is this place? This is the Ice and Fire Eye. This is the most awesome treasure land in the entire Douluo continent. At least in Jiang Ming's memory, there is no place more awesome than this place. And it is here that the attributes must be matched to give Xiaobing, Xiaolian, and Xiaoling the opportunity to evolve over 100,000 years. The other 3 elves, Xiao Guang, Xiaoan, and Xiao Feng, do not have corresponding attribute blessings. It is much more difficult than Xiaobing and others to complete 100,000 years of evolution. At least, Jiang Ming can't think of any place that can help the 3 of them complete 100,000 years of evolution. If Xiao Guang still has a chance, after all, the power of light of Mr. Mu and Yan Xiao's is already very close to the ultimate light, and Mr. Mu is even more of an ultimate Douluo. Xiao Guang there is a chance. But what should Xiaoan do? Where is Xiao Feng? Can he really find a place suitable for these 2 elves to complete 100,000 years of evolution? Jiang Ming feels a little pain in his head, very annoying. Is there no other way? Jiang Ming looked at Xiaobing and Xiaolian, wanting to avoid this almost impossible difficulty. Xiaobing and Xiaolian looked at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. Master, this is the only way we can sense. We don't know if there are other ways. Xiaobing said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed and he let out a long sigh. If this is really the only way, then even if he returns to Shrek Academy, he won't be able to stay for long. After staying in Shrek Academy for so many years, he can be sure that there is no place or treasure in Shrek Academy that can allow Xiao and Anzio Fen to evolve for 100,000 years. If he wants Xiao and Anzio Fen to evolve for 100,000 years, he must search across the entire continent. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming felt a strong sense of depression in his heart. His cultivation was so smooth before level 70, but it turns out that all the suffering was stuck at level 70. Level 70. Only at level 70 can you have the true form of a martial spirit. I don't know what kind of changes the Book of Spirits will have after level 70. The bottleneck is so difficult to break through. Thinking about it, there should be great gains after breaking through. Jiang Ming was thinking in his heart. His eyes kept looking up at Xiao Ling, who was still gathering the energy of heaven and earth. Compared to the evolution speed of Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian, Xiao Ling's evolution speed is a bit slow. This is not because Xiao Ling is worse than Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian, but because Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian directly use the ice and fire eyes as the source of evolution. As for Xiao Ling, he can only absorb the life energy and the energy of heaven and earth in space. The efficiency of the two is completely different. The evolution speed of the life elves is too slow. At this rate, it will take at least 1 year to complete the evolution. A faint and gentle voice sounded, making Jiang Ming my heart skipped a beat. 1 more year? God knows what will happen out there in another year. It's just that Jiang Ming doesn't have any good ideas now. It is impossible for him to interrupt Xiao Ling's evolution. 100,000 years of evolution is too important to Xiao Ling. It's too important to him. We can only wait. However, Jiang Ming was not idle while waiting. After knowing how to break through the bottleneck, although Jiang Ming had a headache, his anxious heart calmed down. When there is no solution to a problem, people will be anxious, but when there is a solution, even though the solution is difficult, there is always a certain direction. Jiang Ming did not continue to practice. He had been practicing deeply for more than half a year and had reached a real limit in terms of soul power. However, for him, there are actually many things that can be done. For example, Jiang Ming cast his gaze on the ice and fire eyes. After the fusion of Rong and the Golden Heart, he has achieved an indestructible body, which greatly increased the strength of his body. But after the second awakening of the Golden Heart, Jiang Ming felt that there was still room for improvement in his body. How to improve after practicing the indestructibility of Vajra? Can I practice the invulnerability to 100 poisons? He actually didn't dare to do it when he saw the 2 eyes of ice and fire before. After all, the power of ultimate fire and ultimate ice was not something he could bear at that time. But it's different now. The Golden Heart has awakened for the second time, the Vajra is indestructible, and Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian have the ultimate ice and fire attributes. You can give it a try. Xiao Bing, Xiao Lian, let's try the Trinity Fusion. Chapter 169, Golden Combat Body plus Indestructible Vajra plus Invulnerable to all poisons equals awesome. Trinity Fusion means that Jiang Ming, Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian merge at the same time. The ultimate power in the eyes of ice and fire is too overbearing. If he wants to stay inside for a long time, he needs the same ultimate power to protect him. And Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian already have the power of ultimate ice and ultimate fire. As long as he merges at the same time, there is almost no danger for him to enter the ice and fire eyes. However, he had only merged with an elf alone before, but he had never tried these 3 together. Under Jiang Ming's command, Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian looked at each other, and turned into an icy blue cold light and a wisp of red flame, entering Jiang Ming's body. In just a moment, the 2 feelings of extreme cold and extreme heat continued to impact Jiang Ming's body, almost causing Jiang Ming to faint from the pain. Fortunately, Jiang Ming's physical strength has not only been greatly strengthened due to the absorption of Qi and Bianchuan, but he can also use the mild medicinal power to moderate the power of Xiao Bing and Xiao Lian rule. At this time, the furry little eyebrows in the mental state were wrinkled, and his hands were pressed slightly in the void. The gentle power wrapped and rotated the extreme cold and extreme heat. Gradually, a small ice and fire eye seemed to form in Jiang Ming's danshan. The medicinal power of the strange velvet Tongshan chrysanthemum was circulating in the middle, and the 2 extreme powers actually stabilized. Seeing this, Jiang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Rong, thank you, Rong. Rolled her eyes angrily, but her cute voice couldn't make her become serious. Just to prevent you from killing yourself, please be careful. Don't die before you become a god. After saying that, Rong turned into a golden stream of light and got into Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. After Jiang Ming felt that the aura in his body had stabilized, he came to the center of the ice and fire eyes, placed all the storage soul guides on the side, and jumped with a big jump. Go down. After merging with Xiaobing and Xiaolian, the ultimate power of ice and fire in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai can no longer pose a life threat to Jiang Ming. On the contrary, the abundant energy of heaven and earth in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai is constantly washing Jiang Ming's body. Period. In fact, after merging with Xiaobing and Xiaolian, Jiang Ming already possesses the ultimate ice and fire attributes and is immune to all poisons. But this is in a combined state, and Jiang Ming cannot maintain this state forever. What he wants to do is to make his body invulnerable to all poisons even when he is not combined with Xiaobing and Xiaolian. In the eyes of Binghuo Liangai, Jiang Ming's body exudes three kinds of strange light: fire red and ice blue, as well as the golden light emanating from the body. Fire red and ice blue are distributed in the dantian, while gold is distributed in the heart and torso. The fiery red light and icy blue light in the dantian are constantly absorbing the rich heaven and earth energy from outside, and the golden light in the heart and trunk bones are constantly guiding these heaven and earth energy entering the body to wash away the entire body. So that every part of the skin, every bone, every tendon, every inch of muscle, and even blood, are constantly being washed away by the energy of heaven and earth. This process is undoubtedly painful. Jiang Ming did not take the star anise ice grass and fiery apricot jiaoshu. At this moment, he only had the power of Xiaobing and Xiaolian in his body, as well as the power of the heart of gold and the strange velvet sky chrysanthemum. But none of these powers can relieve Jiang Ming's pain, because pain is inevitable in the process of washing away the body. We can only continue to support it. Gradually, Jiang Ming asked Xiaobing and Xiaolian to withdraw a small part of their power, allowing their bodies to directly withstand the erosion of the ice and fire eyes. Then, half of his body burned directly, and the other half turned into ice. The power of extreme attributes is extremely terrifying. Even Jiang Ming's current body cannot bear it. Fortunately, Jiang Ming, who was aware of it, directly activated the golden heart and the trunk bones of the key velvet Babel. Gentle power surged out from the heart and trunk bones, melting the ice and calming the flames. But this is not the end, but the beginning of a process of repeated torture. Beside the Binghuo Liangai, Yao was chatting with other fairy grass. Jiao, how long do you think it will take for Jiang Ming to come out, Jiao? He has extremely strong physical fitness, plus Rong has made him indestructible, and due to the special nature of the heart, I think 10 days should be enough, Beijiao. I guess 15 days. Although his body is extremely strong, he has not taken a corresponding treasure after all. It should take a little longer to become immune to all poisons in the eyes of ice and fire, Jiao. Taking the corresponding treasure? Beijiao, you want to be eaten clean by this human being like Rong. Beijiao, who wants to be eaten by him? I'm just telling a fact. Yao, okay, don't talk about it, you two. He can come out in just a month at most, He said that, Yao's big petals raised towards the little spirit in the sky. This life elf can complete 100,000 years of evolution in less than a year. When this guy leaves, which 7 plants do you think he will choose? Here. Yao said this, and the other celestial beings fell silent. Well, wouldn't it be better if we didn't tell him? Xiao swayed her body and said tentatively. This is the rule set by that person, Yao said helplessly. Then he also used the 2 eyes of ice and fire, and his elf is still practicing and evolving here. Other fairy grasses also said hurriedly. They didn't care about this matter before, but after Rong was directly fused with Jiang Ming, they became afraid. Seeing that the other fairy grasses were so excited, Yao quickly comforted them. Don't worry, everyone, what happened to Rong was an accident. Even if he chooses you, you can still use treasures to replace him. Moreover, Rong has been taken, and now he only has 6 places left. After hearing this, the fairy grass calmed down. It didn't take long before the jelly grass people started discussing fiercely again. Even if you don't have to sacrifice yourself, it still hurts to give away the treasure that you have nurtured for so long. While the immortals were discussing, time passed quietly. Jiang Ming in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai has returned to his normal state at this time. His almost perfect body is suspended in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai, and the clothes on his body have long since disappeared. No matter how good the materials are, clothes can't stop the ultimate ice and ultimate fire. At a certain moment, Jiang Ming's body emitted a strong golden light. He opened his eyes, and his whole body rose into the sky, leaping out of the ice and fire eyes. Golden battle body. Open, Jiang Ming shouted deeply, and his heart emitted a strong golden light, which instantly suffused his whole body. King Kong is indestructible. Open, there was another deep shout, and Jiang Ming's torso bones flashed with golden light, turning his golden body into bright gold. Extreme baptism, immune to all poisons, golden body, open, the next moment, the aura on Jiang Ming's body reached its peak. The terrifying energy and blood aura is like a furnace, as if it is about to burn the world. It is extremely terrifying and extremely domineering. Wow, this guy's terrifying energy and blood power is probably comparable to that of a titled Douluo among humans, right? Yao Yao exclaimed. You know, Jiang Ming is only at level 69 now, and he has not yet experienced the 2 stages of Wuhan Avatar and titled Douluo that can greatly increase physical strength. In the air, Jiang Ming felt the incomparable surging power of blood in his body, and his eyes were full of excitement. The golden fighting body brought by the second awakening of the golden heart, coupled with the indestructible Vajra made of the strange velvet Babel chrysanthemum, and the ultimate invulnerability to all poisons from the ultimate baptism of ice and fire, Jiang Ming felt that if he did not use the soul, if he had the strength, he could beat a titled Douluo to death with his physical strength. So damn strong. Unconsciously, he turned into an awesome physical practitioner. Jiang Ming couldn't help but sigh. The unique advantages of martial arts, coupled with the superposition of various opportunities, have created Jiang Ming's powerful body today. Hey, how long are you going to stay naked and beautiful? Although we are all soul beasts, we are also afraid of needle eyes. A faint voice sounded, making Jiang Ming stunned. Stunned. He glanced down subconsciously, and then immediately reached out to block it. Almost at the fastest speed in his life, he took back the storage soul guide placed next to the ice and fire eyes, and gave it to he put on some clothes himself. Although there are fairy grasses all around, they are all intelligent. Running naked is so shameful. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 The King of Hell Dianmeo. After changing his clothes, the embarrassment on Jiang Ming's face faded slightly, but he was still a little afraid to see people and the fairy grass. Ahem, what? The moon is so round tonight. Jiang Ming looked up at the sky, trying to divert his embarrassment in this old-fashioned and boring way. However, looking up to the sky above the valley was also shrouded in a poisonous fog, making it impossible to see the sky clearly. It's just that there are immortal grasses here in the ice and fire eyes, so the poisonous mist can't come down. Your ability to change the topic is too superficial, Yao Yao said speechlessly. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. He took 2 slow steps and sat next to Yao Yao, looking at the little spirit in the sky. The improvement he can do here has almost reached the limit. If he wants to improve further, he must start with these immortal grasses. However, he was almost besieged by these fairy grasses after he took the velvet. If he dared to take advantage of other fairy grasses, then the fairy grasses would probably fight against him. Moreover, Jiang Ming is actually satisfied with the current situation. Xiaobing Xiaolian has completed 100,000 years of evolution and possesses ultimate attributes. Xiaoling is also about to complete 100,000 years of evolution. His golden heart has been fused with 100,000-year-old velvet chrysanthemum, and he has become indestructible. With the help of it, he has completed the second awakening of the golden heart and obtained a golden combat body. And after being tempered by the 2 eyes of ice and fire, his body became invulnerable to all poisons. The sum of these items is simply too rich. It is enough to have so much gain, and it would not be wonderful to be greedy anymore. What he wants to think about now is not coveting other fairy grasses, but how to make Xiao Guang, Xiao and Xiao Feng and the 3 of them complete 100,000 years of evolution. The way to break through the bottleneck has been found. He must get rid of this damn bottleneck as soon as possible. Xiao Guang's 100,000 years of evolution asked the teacher to help think of a solution. Xiao and Xiao Feng were a little difficult to deal with. He had never heard of the powerful power of dark attributes and wind attributes. He had to go back and look up the information. Or ask the strong men of the older generation. This is the general idea, Jiang Ming secretly settled in his heart. Although this trip to the Sunset Forest took much longer than the 6 months he had planned, the harvest was indeed huge, and after the second awakening of the Golden Heart, he could not go there yet. On the Numenon sect side, it can be regarded as saving some time. Hello, eh? Faint voice sounded, and the gentle voice pulled Jiang Ming back from his thoughts. He looked at Yao Yao's fragrant pink petals and whispered, "What's wrong?" Yao Yao hesitated for a moment, and then seemed very reluctant. Dee said, "That person once said that those who enter the Eye of Ice and Fire are destined to take away 7 medicinal herbs a year." After saying that, the immortal herbs together with Yao Yao held their breath and concentrated. All kinds of the mental energy moved toward Jiang Ming, wanting to see Jiang Ming's reaction. Huh? Jiang Ming obviously didn't expect that such a good thing could happen. That person said that? 7 plants? Sure enough, it's him. Jiang Ming finally confirmed his suspicion, but then he shook his head and said, "Forget it, I already wanted wrong, and the elves are here too. After getting so many benefits, you can't be too greedy." What Jiang Ming said was half sincerity and half temptation. The sincerity is that he really feels that he has gained enough this time. 3 of the elves have completed 100,000 years of evolution, and he finally knows the reason why he has this bottleneck. He is really satisfied. The temptation is that he wants to see what else that person said to Yao Yao and the others. Moreover, there is a saying that people's hearts are not as strong as snakes swallowing elephants. When Yao Yao said these words, although Jiang Ming was content, some thoughts still sprouted uncontrollably. Hearing Jiang Ming's answer, Yao Yao and the other fairy grass seemed to be relieved, and even the petals and leaves became a little lighter. They didn't dare to disobey that person's order, but now Jiang Ming gave up on his own initiative and decided to let it go. In this way, they no longer need to sacrifice their lives or treasures. Wait a minute. As soon as the immortals breathed a sigh of relief, Jiang Ming suddenly seemed to have remembered something and said in a deep voice. The hearts of the fairy grass people suddenly lifted up again. You are not going to regret it, are you? Yao Yao said angrily. If you don't keep your word and go back on your word, you are not a good person. Well, it's me. Jiang Ming looked embarrassed and scratched his head in embarrassment. He really wanted to regret it, because he overlooked one thing. He himself has indeed gained a lot, but there is one thing that he just remembered now. That is Mazaya Ateo's evil fire problem. Before, he had been nervous about the damn bottleneck and the changes in the ice and fire eyes. After relaxing, he remembered that Mazaya Ateo's evil fire problem could also be dealt with by the ice and fire eyes solve. It's just that he went back on his word and felt that it was too much. But the problem of Mazaya Ateo's evil fire is another problem that has to be solved. Tell me, which one do you want? Although Yao Yao feels that Jiang Ming goes back on his word and is dishonest, that person's words are rules, and they must still be followed. Jiang Ming thought for a while and decided to tell the truth. Yao Yao, I want to choose Ioki, because one of my friend's martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix. Jiang Ming briefly explained Mazaya Ateo's situation. This actually has an element of gaining sympathy, but there is no other way. Mazaya Ateo cannot be allowed to endure the pain of evil fire just for the sake of such a small amount of face. He is his nephew. Well, if it's just to get rid of the evil fire and purify the martial soul, Xiaoqi and Jiao seem to be able to do it. Yao Yao thought subconsciously and came up with a solution to the situation. Jiang Ming said. Yao Yao, Jiao, and Xiaoqi shouted at the same time, and the two clear voices instantly frightened Yao Yao. This kind of behavior is simply like the king of hell. When Jiang Ming looked at Xiaoqi and Jiao, the 2 grass jelly plants backed up almost at the same time, wishing they could pull their roots out of the ground and run away. They don't want to be absorbed by others like wrong. Why are you two panicking? Even if it is to purify the evil fire, you two don't need to use your own body. Just give him a little essence. Yao Yao looks very strange. Calm down. It was actually an accident that wrong was absorbed before. That person said that if you are destined to choose them, you can use your own essence to replace them. The effect is almost the same anyway. Hearing this, Xiaoqi and Jiao were stunned, and then suddenly realized. Yes, you said quietly, which one do you want? Or, both. Jiang Ming hesitated 1 second, then said, I want the essence of Xiaoqi. In his memory, Ma Hongjin's evil fire was purified with coxcomb phoenix sunflower. Since Yao Yao said that Xiaoke and Jiao can purify evil fire, then it is better to choose the essence of Xiaoke. Chapter 171. I seem to have forgotten something. Xiaoke twisted and reluctantly took out a drop of fiery red viscous liquid. There was a faint appearance of a fire phoenix floating in the liquid, which looked extremely luxurious. Thank you, Jiang Ming quickly listened to Yao Yao's words and collected the drop of liquid with a special instrument. With this, Ma Xiaoteo's evil fire problem should be solved. HMPH, hearing Jiang Ming's thanks, Xiaoke didn't appreciate it at all. This thing is a treasure that has been nurtured for many years. No one will be happy if it is taken away. Okay, you still have 5 spots left, Yao Yao said in a warm voice. It had already regarded what Jiang Ming just said as fart. This is so bad, Jiang Ming really doesn't plan to ask for it anymore. Ma Xiaoteo's problem is a problem that must be solved. There is no way around it, but is that boy Gong Yang Mo also facing the same troubles as the Kibao glazed sect? Suddenly, Jiang Ming thought of Gong Yang Mo's rainbow dragon spirit again. The rainbow dragon spirit is the same as the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. After reaching the 7th ring, it is difficult to go further. But if there is Kilo Tulip, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Jiang Ming's face. His behavior just now has turned his previous words into farts. If this is still the case now, that's a bit. I also want to choose Kilo Tulip, a friend of mine, Jiang Ming still said it shamelessly. I knew it. How he faintly, and then went to communicate with Kilo Tulip. After a while, a petal appeared in front of Jiang Ming. Xiang's body is the king of fairy grass. If you just want to solve your friend's problem, this petal is enough, said in a gentle voice. Although it is the person who communicates with Jiang Ming the most, in terms of status and strength in the eyes of Binghuo Liangai, Kilo Tulip, who is the king of fairy grass, is the strongest. Okay, Jiang Ming took great care to seal this petal in a container to prevent a loss of medicinal properties. Is there anyone else you want to choose? You still have 4 spots left. Yao Yao asked again. No, I really have no friends to help this time, Jiang Ming shook his head with certainty. The only 2 people around him who had problems with their martial spirits were Ma Xiaoteo and Gong Yang Mo. Others are really gone. Are you sure? Yao Yao reminded. Okay, Jiang Ming nodded. That's right, the remaining 4 places are reserved for you, Yao Yao said softly. Jiang Ming did not refuse. Since the face has been lost, it's better to keep the benefits first. You can't lose face and lose the benefits again. After finishing what that person said, Yao Yao and the other fairy grasses became more active. The celestial beings kept talking to each other, chatting with Jiang Ming about outside matters. Jiang Ming also had no reservations, telling them about the changes in the outside world over the past 10,000 years. He even showed the immortals a new product like the Soul Guide. It's a pity that the fairy grass people are not very interested in the knowledge of soul guides. They are just amazed at the changes in the outside world and the power of soul guides. And time passed quietly during the chat. There was no mobile phone, no one, only the grass jelly and the ice and fire eyes nearby, and time passed very slowly. If you are a person who studies medicinal herbs, he will definitely not be bored, because whether it is grass jelly or other plants, he can study it for several years. But Jiang Ming had almost no research on medicinal herbs, so he could only take out books about soul guides to continue studying. The martial soul has become stronger, and the ability of the soul master cannot be left behind. By the way, there are also novels that have been written before. Jiang Ming also took the time to write several volumes. After they are released, they can be published in batches. In the process of learning soul tools and working as a copywriter, Jiang Ming's boredom quietly disappeared, but the boredom of the fairy grass doubled. They even asked Jiang Ming to chat with them while Jiang Ming was studying and creating. There is no other way. Jiang Ming can only use a big killer weapon. Mahjong. There are many wise people born from the grass jelly, so it is not a problem to get 2 tables of mahjong together. After Jiang Ming explained the rules to them and took them to play a few games to get familiar with them, the jellyfish stopped disturbing Jiang Ming and started playing on their own. I have to say that the entertainment method invented by our ancestors is still very exciting. Both humans and spirit beasts can find a lot of fun in it. The laughter of the fairy grass echoed throughout the valley, mixed with faint and angry voices. Can't you just let me touch one? Are you fooling again? You're cheating, This time I must bring out the unparalleled national warrior. This time I must get together the unparalleled national warriors, Yaoyaos. Luck doesn't seem to be very good, and she just can't mess with dozens of them. Of course, this may have a lot to do with its mentality of wanting to eat and become a big fat man. Whoever plays cards thinks of Hu Guo Shi Wuxiang. Jiang Ming listened to Yaoyao's nervous words and shook his head helplessly. If you want Hu Guo Shi Wuxiang in a 4-player game, you have to spend half of your luck. However, it is just for fun anyway, there is no stake, so let it continue to persist. More than half a year later, Jiang Ming has almost finished writing the novel. Although the handwriting efficiency is indeed a bit slow, he is a soul master after all. He went back and forth, deleted and deleted, and this book was written. And the little spirit in the sky has also reached the critical moment of its 100,000 years of evolution. The infinite energy of heaven and earth in the valley gathered towards Xiaoling, and the breath of life spread around Xiaoling. This breath is very warm, quietly nourishing the plants in the entire valley, making all the plants feel unprecedentedly comfortable. Under the watchful eyes of Jiang Ming and the celestial beings, Xiaoling's evolution went quite smoothly. Originally, there was still a little bit of life force missing during the evolution, but Yaoyao and the fairy grasses used the powerful medicinal power to make up for the missing point, allowing the little spirit to successfully complete the evolution. After completing the evolution, Xiaoling did not hesitate to use the new skills he acquired after evolution. Blessings of life, blessings to all things. This is a group healing skill. When used at Xiaoling's current level, the effect is so good that it's so effective. It was just the effect of a skill. All the plants in the entire valley were soaked in the shining green light. The comfortable feeling was like soaking in a hot spring, eliminating the weakness in the body. Enhance life functions and cleanse the soul of impurities. That feeling is hard to describe, I can barely describe it in one word. Cool. While the plants in the valley were still immersed in the refreshing feeling of soaking in a hot spring, Jiang Ming was already planning to leave. He has been here for too long. If he doesn't go out and show his face, maybe all his work will be done. However, when he was about to leave after saying hello to the jelly grass, Jiang Ming always felt that he seemed to have missed something. I seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Chapter 172 Sunset Forest encounters the biggest crisis in history. Master, are we leaving, Xiao? Bing's voice suddenly sounded in his ears, making Jiang Ming slightly startled. Yes, we have been in the ice and fire eye for 2 years, and we must get out as soon as possible, Jiang Ming said solemnly. Then should we call the little bug, Xiao? Bing suggested. Little bug. After saying this, Jiang Ming suddenly remembered that he had forgotten something. Ice silkworm. That guy is still staying in the cold spring. Xiao Bing, go and call the ice silkworm. Really, I almost forgot it here, Jiang Ming quickly asked Xiao Bing to call the ice silkworm in the cold spring. Awake. This guy has been sleeping in the cold spring for 2 years. There is no movement at all. Jiang Ming almost forgot it here. Are you leaving? Yao Yao dismissed the ongoing card game in the air and said warmly. Yes, I have been here for 2 years. I must go out, otherwise something will happen outside. I have been here for 2 years. To be honest, how much is Jiang Ming? A bit reluctant. But he must go out now. If he doesn't go out, the academy will probably search for him all over the continent. You finally have to leave. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. There was a bit of urgency in Xiaoki's voice. Among the few treasures that Jiang Ming took away, Wrong sacrificed the most, followed by it. Since you are going out, I have something to say clearly. Yao Yao's tone became serious. The Eye of Ice and Fire is one of the 3 major treasure troves in the world. In order to prevent the tranquility here from being broken, you cannot tell other humans about this place after you go out. Hearing this, Jiang Ming he nodded and agreed. Even if Yao Yao didn't say it, he would do it. Don't look at the many benefits of the Ice and Fire Eyes, but just the miasma in the Sunset Forest and the poisonous formation formed by those tens of thousands of years of green-scaled 7-Ju flowers will definitely make people unable to deal with it once they come in. There are no bones left. And it is definitely better not to tell anyone about something like a treasure land. During the exchange between Yao Yao and Jiang Ming, Xiao Bing jumped directly into the cold spring. Hanquin is very big underneath, but Bing Silkworm and Xiao Bing have a contractual relationship, so it is very easy for Xiao Bing to find it. Soon, Xiao Bing found the sleeping Bing Silkworm in the depths of the cold spring. However, when he found it, Xiao Bing clearly felt an unprecedented power from the ice silkworm. That is the breath of the dragon clan. Not only that, Xiao Bing also discovered that some changes had occurred in the ice silkworm. 2 more small bulges grew on the originally plump head, and on the surface of the body, the ice-white skin seemed to become a little like scales, which looked very strange. This is, Xiao Bing frowned and looked at the ice silkworm in front of him, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Xiao Bing, have you found it? We have to leave quickly, Jiang Ming was urging outside. He had a vague feeling that if he didn't go out, something big would really happen outside. Exclamation mark. Master, we found it. Listening to the master's urging, Xiao Bing no longer bothered to think about the changes in the ice silkworms, and directly used the power of the contract to take the ice silkworms in the accessory location of the Book of Elves. Even if the ice silkworm is currently evolving or mutating, it will not cause any interference if placed in the attachment slot of the Book of Spirits. After taking the Bing silkworm in, Xiao Bing returned to Jiang Ming's spiritual sea. Goodbye, Yao Yao. Goodbye, everyone. Jiang Ming stepped on the flying sword and said goodbye to the fairy grass below. Goodbye, never again. The jellyfish had different reactions, but overall they said goodbye to Jiang Ming in a very kind way. After saying goodbye, Jiang Ming did not delay any longer. He directly increased the power of the flying sword under his feet to the maximum and rushed directly towards the poisonous mist above. This is completely different from when he first came in. Even if Jiang Ming's body was strong, he would not dare to run rampant in this poisonous mist. But now he is invulnerable to all poisons, and he still has some pollen given by Yao Yao in his hand. Even his clothes and flying swords can be protected from the corrosion of poisonous mist, so there is no need to worry at all. And just when Jiang Ming was flying in the poisonous fog with a faint pollen in his hand, the sunset forest outside encountered the most powerful crisis in history. Teacher, this is it. We have searched all the cities near Xiandao City and found no trace of Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming can only be here. Shrek Academy Martial Spirit, the dean of the department, Super Douluo Yan Shaos, said respectfully to an old man with a stooped back next to him. Besides this old man, there are several old men, each of whom has a solemn expression. The miasma inside can't trap Xiao Ming. The only possibility is the poisonous array inside, which is composed of the poisonous mist of thousands of blue scale 7 ultimate flowers. That is an existence that even a titled Douluo cannot overcome. Even you need to be careful if you want to go in. Mr. Zhuang said in a deep voice. Well, it seems that Xiao Ming should be inside, Mr. Mu said slowly, with a tone of vicissitudes in his voice, but when he spoke, the old men around him as well as other soul masters, they were all shocked. To be honest, Shrek Academy has never dispatched so many powerful people at once in hundreds of years. Look who's coming. Mr. Mu, the titled Dragon God, is a level 99 Ultimate Douluo. Mr. Zhuan, titled Teoti, is a level 98 Super Douluo. Song Lao, titled Divine Eagle, 97th level Super Douluo. Old Zhuang, Sealed Life, 95th level Super Douluo. Yan Shaos, titled Mingfeng, is a 96th level Super Douluo. Xian Liner, titled God of War, 96th level Super Douluo. It can be said that except for Lin Lao Kmeyer and Jin Duaruo, all the members of Poseidon Pavilion are here. There are only 6 people, but without exception they are all Super Douluo, not the kind of Super Douluo who is the threshold of level 95. Among them is the most powerful Extreme Douluo in the mainland. With this lineup, you can go anywhere in the entire Douluo continent, including the core area of the Star Dao Forest. But now, they are gathered above the Sunset Forest. Originally, when Yan Shaos confirmed that Jiang Ming was in Sunset Forest, he wanted to go in and find someone by himself. The miasma of the Sunset Forest has little effect on him, but the poisonous mist of the 7 blue scales flower is really a bit difficult to deal with. Even if he is a Super Douluo, the light attribute cannot restrain the poison attribute. Once he is completely trapped, the thousands of green-scaled 7 absolute flowers will also pose a life threat to him. So, Yan Shaos went back to the academy to ask Mr. Zhuang for help. In the academy, Mr. Zhuang is the one who is most knowledgeable about life and plants. With him here, as long as he can deal with the poisonous mist, those 7 blue-scale flowers are not too difficult for him to deal with. However, when looking for Mr. Zhuang, several other Poseidon Pavilion elders also became interested in this place and followed him here. There is such a place on the mainland. Let me go and see it first, Zhuan Lao put down the wine gourd in his hand, and a bright yellow light flashed in his dim and turbid eyes. Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful pressure covered the poisonous mist that stretched for several kilometers. Old Zhuan's eyes were cold, and after exuding the aura of the martial soul, he looked like an ancient demon god. The real dragon aura attached to the Tao de martial soul made the already tyrannical soul pressure even more domineering and terrifying. Under the pressure of Mr. Zhuan's soul power, the miasma that shrouded the forest was pushed away almost instantly, revealing the green poisonous mist below. With such a strong jade-scale poison mist, there must be at least hundreds of thousands-year-old jade-scale 7 Ju flowers here, Mr. The concerned face instantly became serious. Hundreds of tens of thousands-year-old green-scaled 7 Ju flowers worked together, and even he did not dare to look down upon them. However, the strength of the 98th level Super Douluo is more than that. I saw Mr. Zhuan's eyes condensed and his palms suddenly pressed down. A stronger coercion rushed directly towards the green-scale poisonous mist, trying to disperse the poisonous mist directly. But the green-scale poisonous mist below seemed to be alive. Zhuan Lao's powerful pressure failed to disperse the poisonous mist immediately. Even after pressing the poisonous mist into depression, the poisonous mist rebounded again. A green poisonous mist rose into the sky, and the surrounding colorful miasma was swept in and turned into part of the green poisonous mist. The poisonous mist seemed to be alive, and it rushed directly towards Mr. Zhuan. Seeing this, Mr. Zhuan took a step forward. 9 soul rings appeared in sequence under his feet. An extremely lush tree of life grew behind him, exuding a strong breath of life. Immediately, Mr. Zhuan pointed forward, and the surging vitality turned into a barrier, blocking Mr. Zhuan's body. The poisonous mist impacted the barrier, and the power of green and emerald green intertwined, but it could not break through the emerald green power even half. After a moment, as if realizing that this barrier could not be broken, the green poisonous fog slowly retreated, and the surrounding miasma surrounded it again, blocking the green poisonous fog below. Zhuanzi, get out of the way, Mr. Mew said softly. His rickety back looked like that of a dying old man, but he was walking on the air. Hearing Mr. Mew's words, Mr. Zhuan, who originally wanted to go down and fight the green-scale poisonous mist, immediately took back his steps. Although the original plan was for Mr. Zhuan to use the Tree of Life to deal with the green-scale poisonous mist, but since Mr. Mew wants to take action, there is no need to waste that time entangled with the green-scale poisonous mist. Some things are useless in the face of truly powerful power. Mr. Mew walked up to the top of the poisonous green mist, his cloudy eyes slowly opened, and he raised his right hand very slowly. The next moment, an extremely powerful key machine was locked directly below. The imperial momentum was wrapped with the light aura and the pressure of the dragon clan, and rushed downwards like a waterfall. This kind of momentum is unrivaled and irresistible. The group of green-scaled 7 Ju flowers below began to panic and fear the moment they felt that Mr. Mew's key was locked. If they could barely hold on under the pressure of Elder Zhuan's soul power just now, then the pressure released by Elder Mew gave them a feeling that they couldn't stop. No matter what, even if the power of all the 7 blue-scale flowers is gathered together, they cannot compete. That is absolutely terrifying power. From the top powerhouse in the world, the strongest existence under God. Of course, after the blue-scale 7 flowers knew that they could not resist this terrifying aura, they did not sit still and wait for death. Instead, they immediately used the communication method of plants to pass the information to the fairy grass in the eyes of Binghuo Lianga them. At this time, Jiang Ming had just said goodbye to Yao Yao and the others, and was about to fly 90,000 miles straight on the flying sword. Jiang Ming, stop! Jiang Ming hadn't flown far out of the poisonous fog when he heard the faint voice and turned around subconsciously. In an instant, an extremely terrifying pressure was locked in all directions without distinction. This power just appeared, causing Jiang Ming's body to alarm frantically. The scary thing is that this power is not aimed at Jiang Ming, but covers every living thing in the space. Below, the fairy grass and other plants near the Eye of Ice and Fire were instantly locked by this force. The terrifying breath made all the flowers gather their petals, made all the leaves tremble and curl, and made everyone born. Spiritual intelligence, even beings without spiritual intelligence, feel instinctive fear. This is Zhenlin Bianxia, Jiang Ming directly suppressed this terrifying aura on the ground, but almost at the same time, he realized that it was Zhenlin Bianxia's aura. The teacher is here? The expression on Jiang Ming's face was full of surprise. He didn't tell the college that he was coming to Sunset Forest. How did the teacher find him? Obviously, Jiang Ming underestimated the capabilities of Shrek Academy. In this year, Yan Xiao searched all other places near Xiandao City, even most of the Xiandao Empire, and even Jiang Ming's hometown, Qingshu City. None of them were found. In addition, there was miasma and poisonous fog in the Sunset Forest, so Jiang Ming was locked in the Sunset Forest. Your teacher? What is your teacher doing? Such a terrifying aura. Yao Yao's voice trembled, and the huge pink petals couldn't stop shaking, almost shrunk into flower bones. You should be here to find me. Yao Yao, I know you are scared, but don't be scared first. I will go out and communicate with the teacher. I haven't gone out in the past 2 years. The teacher should be worried about me. Safety, as he spoke, Jiang Ming supported the flying sword again and flew upward. However, under this terrifying pressure, it is difficult for even the flying sword to fly up. And above, under Mr. Mew's tyrannical pressure, the green poisonous mist only resisted symbolically and was slowly dispersed. Can't stop it at all. Why don't you go up and explain it to your teacher? Seeing Jiang Ming still lingering there, Yao Yao was almost anxious to death. The flying sword that threatens me can't fly. Jiang Ming was also anxious. But the flying sword is only a level 6 soul guide. It is really too difficult for it to fly up under the pressure of Elder Mew. We'll give you a ride. As soon as Yao Yao finished speaking, several rays of light flew out from the surrounding fairy grass, and threw Jiang Ming upwards into the sky against the terrifying pressure, directly just perform a trapeze. Outside, the powerful men from Shrek Academy looked at the gradually thinning poisonous mist below, their eyes becoming serious. Although they don't know how Jiang Ming got in, if Jiang Ming is in any danger or has an accident inside with their strength, they can overthrow the Sunset Forest in minutes turn. End of this chapter. Chapter 173, 2 years are better than my lifetime. The turquoise poisonous mist that shrouded the forest slowly dispersed. The green-scaled 7 Ju flowers that controlled the poisonous mist gathered their flowers one after another under the tyrannical pressure of Mr. Mew. Each one shrank like a frightened quail. He stood up and shivered. Finally, the concentration of the poisonous fog was diluted enough that the scene below could be seen clearly. However, before the Shrek experts could clearly see what was happening below, a figure suddenly flew out from below. Yan Xiao stretched out his hand to attack, but was blocked by Mr. Mew. A smile appeared on old Mew's old face, and the bright aura emanated from him, slowly dragging the flying figure. Xiaoming, when everyone saw the flying figure clearly, their hanging hearts finally relaxed. Mr. Zhuang stepped out immediately and put his hand on Jiang Ming's hand. Qi and blood are strong, no toxins enter the body. Wait a minute, this is it as a level 95 healing soul master. Mr. Zhuang could see Jiang Ming's body in a matter of minutes. Not only was there no problem, but his Qi and blood were frighteningly strong. The Qi and blood of most 10,000-year-old soul beasts were not as strong as his. Moreover, not only the energy and blood, but also Mr. Zhuang could see some wonderful changes taking place in Jiang Ming's body. A diamond is indestructible and 100 poisons are invulnerable to the body. What kind of incredible opportunity do you have? Even a person of the level of Mr. Zhuang was shocked. You must know that whether it is a diamond that is indestructible or 100 poisons, it is not that easy to develop. Even if you feed it with heavenly materials and earthly treasures for many years, you may not be able to achieve it. But now, Jiang Ming has been able to develop both physiques in the 2 years since he disappeared. Simply outrageous. Old Ezhuang, Elder Song, Elder Zhuan, Elder Mew, you are all here. Jiang Ming looked at the Shrek powerhouses around him, more or less surprised. It's a bit outrageous to find him in this kind of lineup. You haven't heard from me in 2 years. If Xiao's hadn't found this place, we all thought something had happened to you, Mr. Mew said slowly. Seeing that Jiang Ming was fine, he just nodded. Hey, teacher, what can happen to me? I'm just This poisonous fog is here again. Keep looking at the poisonous fog below. Mr. Zhuan of Wu frowned, a light flashed in his eyes, and he was about to rush down to take a look. Seeing this, Mr. Zhuang's tree of life Wuhan lit up several soul rings and wanted to follow Mr. Zhuan down. Hey, what are you doing? Don't come down, eh? Pink energy rushed out of the poisonous mist, transformed into human form, and floated in front of everyone. As soon as the little pink man came out, he was stared at by the sharp eyes of the elders. with the gazes of 5 super Douluo and 1 extreme Douluo. Even if Yao Yao is a fairy grass and has 100,000 years of cultivation, she still feels as if she is in a precarious state. Terrible. It's terrible. 100,000-year plant soul beast, Mr. Mew narrowed his eyes slightly, and his pair of cloudy eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world, and he could easily see through the essence of Yao Yao. A trace of horror flashed in the eyes of Mr. Zhuang on the side, and he kept searching for information about this type of soul beast in his mind. He observed carefully and found that when the pink energy came out just now, even the poisonous green mist in the world had to stay away, plus the fragrance emanating from the air, and this color characteristic. Are you the Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal? Mr. Zhuang blurted out. As the sole master of the Tree of Life martial spirit, his research on plants is quite profound. Even some plants that have become extinct or even only exist in legends impression. You, Yao Yao, originally wanted to introduce yourself in a more domineering manner, but before she could say anything, Mr. Zhuang preempted her. Really, how come any human outside knows it? Jiang Ming, you, let them leave quickly. Faced with these strong men who could not defeat any of them, Yao Yao could only communicate with Jiang Ming. Especially the hunchbacked old man in the middle. This feeling is really too dangerous. It is almost certain that if this person takes action, no one in the ice and fire eyes can stop him, not even if they are tied together. Teacher, fellow elders, how about we go back first? I will explain it to you slowly after we go back, too. Be honest, Jiang Ming didn't have much confidence in being able to persuade these elders. Especially Mr. Zhuang, after recognizing Yao Yao, his eyes really shined brightly. As a Tree of Life spirit master who is obsessed with studying plants, the 10,000-year-old jade-scaled 7 absolute flowers here and the 100,000-year-old fragrant kilo fairy are definitely enough to drive people crazy. Xiaoming, it didn't hurt you, right, Mr. Zhuang glanced at Yao Yao and said softly. The terrifying aura made the villain transformed from Yao Yao's energy tremble uncontrollably. No, Mr. Zhuang, Yao Yao is still fine. I was not harmed. Otherwise, we should change places. Jiang Ming changed the topic stiffly. He promised not to expose the ice and fire eyes, but the elders directly locked the place with a blanket search, and he had no way to do it. At this time, Mr. Mew seemed to be aware of Jiang Ming's difficulty. He slowly said, since Xiaoming is fine, let's leave here first. As he said that, Mr. Mew looked at Jiang Ming. Please explain carefully why you took 1 year off and disappeared for 2 years. Hearing this, Jiang Ming nodded quickly. Even if Mr. Mew didn't say anything, he still had to explain. Soon, Jiang Ming and the elders arrived at Xiandao City near the Sunset Forest. Mr. Zhuang is obviously a little reluctant to leave. He really wants to study those green scale 7 unique flowers and the legendary tall and fragrant kilo fairy. In the room, at a round table, the elders sat in a circle, and Elder Mew was still lying on the recliner. Jiang Ming began to talk about his experiences in the past 2 years. Of course, because he promised Yao Yao to keep it secret, he didn't say many things. He just said that he had opportunities and received benefits. Of course, there are some things that you can't hide even if you want to. When Jiang Ming finished telling the story, all the elders, including those with nearly 1,000 years of experience in total, were severely shocked. Good guy, your kid's adventures in just 2 years are greater than my lifetime adventures, Mr. As the second in command of Shrek Academy, a 98-level Teodi Douluo, he only has 100,000-year soul ring, but this kid just comes out and gets 400,000-year soul rings? You must know that the top powerhouse in the mainland, Mr. Mew, has a ceiling-level existence, and only has 300,000-year soul rings. Not to mention, the other elders don't even have a 100,000-year soul ring. No, I have to take it slow. This is incredible. Chapter 174. You still need to be powerful to hang out. The older generation of elders are fine, but the 2 relatively young elders, Yan Xiaos and Xian Liner, have begun to feel dizzy. Having lived for 80 or 90 years, I was shocked by a junior who was less than 20 years old. Especially Yan Xiaos, Jiang Ming and he are brothers, 400,000-year soul rings. This is too abnormal. No, junior brother, from now on senior brother will have to rely on you to protect him. Yan Xiaos immediately put down his face and hugged his thigh without hesitation. With Jiang Ming's cultivation speed, Yan Xiaos felt that within 10 years, he would no longer be his opponent. In less than 20 years, Jiang Ming will reach the height of Mr. Mew. It's so scary, so scary. Ahem, Mr. Mew coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. The elders were so shocked that they lost their composure, and Mr. Mew's heart was in turmoil. When he first learned about Jiang Ming's two martial spirits, he knew that as long as Jiang Ming did not die, his future achievements would definitely be better than his. As long as Jiang Ming grows up, Shrek Academy will have the power to suppress any Soul Master Force or Soul Beast Force on the mainland in the next few hundred years. Just the entire growth time of Jiang Ming, Mr. Mew felt that it would be very long, especially after the strange bottleneck appeared later. Mr. Mew felt even more that if Jiang Ming wanted to fully grow up, it would take at least 4 years. After the age of 10 or even 50. But now it seems that this time may be greatly shortened. Mr. Mew looked at Jiang Ming and said in a deep voice, "It is indeed extremely rare for Jiang Ming to get such a big opportunity." But since Jiang Ming agreed to that, Yao, right? Jiang Ming nodded and immediately said, "Yes, it's called Yao, Mr. Mew nodded slightly and continued, "Since Jiang Ming promised Yao not to tell anyone about that place, then we old guys will help Jiang Ming keep the secret. We can't let Jiang Ming lose credibility." When he said this, Mr. Mew's tone was very serious, with an attitude that could not be questioned. The other elders heard the words and had no objections. They had all reached the top. What's more, this was spoken by Elder Mew himself, and no one could refuse. However, Mr. Zhuang showed a look of disappointment on his face. He really wanted to see what was under the green poisonous mist. The blue scale 7 absolute flower, a rare and highly poisonous plant in the world. Yaoxiang Kilo Immortal is even a legendary fairy herb. Jiang Ming noticed Mr. Zhuang's disappointment. He thought about it and planned to do something. "By the way, Jiang Ming, since you have received such a great opportunity, is your bottleneck?" Xian Liner said suddenly. Hearing this, all the old men turned their attention to Jiang Ming. "Yes, with 400,000 year soul rings and 100,000 year soul bone, no matter how hard this bottleneck is, it should be broken. After all, this is just a level 70 bottleneck. This still hasn't broken through." Looking at the expectant looks of the elders, Jiang Ming shook his head. "How is that possible?" Yan Xiao's frowned, his eyes full of confusion. And Mr. Zhuang grabbed Jiang Ming's hand directly and probed Jiang Ming's soul power. "It's the 69th level soul power. Oh, it shouldn't be. 400,000 year soul rings can't break through the 70 level bottleneck. This is nonsense." Mr. Zhuang couldn't help but curse. This situation was so outrageous that it overturned their top experts' understanding of martial arts. Other Sulao also frowned, unable to understand this phenomenon. Mr. Mew frowned and thought, if 100,000 year soul ring doesn't work, is that the only way to try it? Or is it that Jiang Ming's martial spirit has a limit of 6 rings and cannot break through 7 rings? If it is the former, although the hope is slim, you can still give it a try. But it would be a pity if it was the latter. Senior veterans, actually, I already know how to solve this bottleneck. Jiang Ming said softly, and then he spread his right hand and released a book of elf martial spirit. 2 black 10,000 year soul rings rose first. Immediately afterwards, 3 blood red soul rings appeared, making the pupils of the elders in the room tremble. A young soul emperor who is only over 17 years old but not yet 18 years old has 300,000 year soul rings. No, there are more than 3. These are just the 300,000 year soul rings of Jiang Ming's book of spirit. His golden heart martial spirit also has a 100,000 year old spirit ring. Even if I saw it with my own eyes, it's still unbelievable. Yan Xiao's eyes were blank and he slumped on the sofa helplessly. He used to be the one who made others despair, and now it is finally his turn to despair of others' talents. How should I put it? I feel quite uncomfortable. But when he thought that this was his junior brother, Yan Xiao suddenly felt less uncomfortable. We are all a family. According to the feelings of my elves, they said that after the 6 elves in my book of elves have completed 100,000 years of evolution, the bottleneck will disappear. Jiang Ming reached out and stroked the 3 blood red 100,000 year old soul rings. To be honest, he himself couldn't believe it. This 100,000 year soul ring came so suddenly, even he, the owner of the 100,000 year soul ring, felt an unreal sense of trance. The elders who heard Jiang Ming's words took a deep breath. All 6 elves have completed 100,000 years of evolution. What is this concept? 600,000 year soul rings. Even though Jiang Ming has completed 300,000 years of evolution, this kind of incredible opportunity doesn't come around all the time. Once in a lifetime, that is when you really burn the incense. How many more times? Don't be afraid of being punished by God. This martial spirit is really, Xian. Liner gritted her teeth, looking even more troubled than Jiang Ming. This martial spirit is awesome, but it's too uncomfortable to be stuck at level 70. And the method to break through the bottleneck is so harsh, which is unprecedented. The 6 elves have completed their 100,000 years of evolution into ice, fire and life, and the only remaining ones are the 3 elves of light, darkness and wind, different. From Yan Xiaozhi and Xian Liner continued to be shocked, and the other 4 elders with different age groups had already begun to think of a solution. As for wind, I think it might be possible to go to the Feely suppressing prison beast. There is very abundant wind and thunder energy there, which can make the Fenglai suppressing prison beast's cultivation reach 100,000 years. I think it should be able to make the wind attribute. The elves have also completed 100,000 years of evolution, and they can be greatly improved no matter how bad they are, Mr. Zhuan said in a deep voice. He has often gone to Mafenglai to suppress the prison beasts in the past 2 years, and he has a relatively good understanding of the situation there. Light attribute. The light attribute energy of me and Xiao's should be enough. If not, it should be no problem to ask the golden ancient tree to take action, Mr. Mu also thought about it. Shrek Academy has no shortage of light attributed energy. He himself is the person with the strongest grasp of the power of light in the mainland. What's more, there is an ancient golden tree in Shrek Academy. The light power of the ancient golden tree is even more pure. As for the dark power, Mr. Mu and several other Su elders looked at each other and already had thoughts in their hearts. Jiang Ming's face was filled with joy as he listened to the discussion of the elders. Sure enough, having an old man in the family is like having a treasure. Not to mention there are so many strong men of the older generation, their experience, knowledge and connections are very terrifying. Originally, Jiang Ming was still worried about the 100,000-year evolution of the other 3 elves, but now it seems that he still needs to be powerful to hang out. Just save several years of detours. Guess how many chapters will be updated tomorrow? End of this chapter, chapter 175, another possibility after 10,000 years. Mr. Mu asked Jiang Ming to rest first, while several elders began to discuss in the room how to solve the problem of the 100,000-year evolution of Jiang Ming's remaining 3 elves. After Jiang Ming walked out of the room, he did not go to the next room to rest. Instead, he stepped on the flying sword and went in a certain direction. The elders in the room have already begun discussions. Zhuanzi, go and deal with the Fengling prison beast. If the wind energy there is not enough for Xia Feng to evolve in 100,000 years, use the power of the academy. Xiao Song, you can also help Zhuanzi find it. Energy of wind attribute, Mr. Mu directly made the final decision and handed over the task of finding wind energy to Mr. Zhuan and Mr. Song. With the strength of Elder Zhuan and Elder Song at levels 98 and 97, there is almost no place in the entire continent that they cannot go. As for whether the academy would be in danger or have any accidents without the 2 of them, Shrek Academy has more than just such strong people. Xiaos, although your and my martial souls both have light energy, they are not the ultimate light after all, and the effect of using soul power to help evolution may not be very great. After I go back, I will communicate with Gold Ancient Tree. The 3 of us will help Xiaoguan complete his 100,000-year evolution. Yan Xiaos nodded and helped the elemental elves complete 100,000 years of evolution. None of them had experience, so they could only use the best possible method to try. Mr. Mu, what about the energy with dark attributes? It's not easy to find. Xian Liner said in a deep voice. The light attribute is okay, but the power of the dark attribute is really difficult to deal with. Not to mention dark attribute treasures or treasures of heaven and earth. Even soul masters with dark attribute martial spirits are difficult to find. The power of darkness is not impossible, Mr. Mu pondered for a while and gave 2 options. If you want to be absolutely sure, having Dian help is the most suitable candidate. As soon as these words came out, the elders in the field were all shaken at the same time. Who is Dishan? The strongest soul beast on the entire continent. Golden-eyed Black Dragon King Emperor Tian. With more than 800,000 years of cultivation, it is no exaggeration to say that this guy is almost at the level of a demigod. Even Mr. Mu is inferior to Tian in terms of strength. Mr. Mu, How could Dian help Jiang Ming? He is a soul beast, Xian. Liner frowned and said in a deep voice. As the most powerful soul beast on the continent, how could Dishan help a human to improve, especially when Jiang Ming was almost the most talented among humans? Help Jiang Ming? It would be nice not to kill him while the heat is on. Yes, he is a soul beast, but he also has extremely dark attributes. If he helps Zio complete his 100,000 years of evolution, the possibility of success will be very high. Mr. Mew sighed slightly. He also knew that this was not realistic, so he just talked about it. As the most powerful person among humans and soul beasts, he had dealt with Dian, so when he knew that Jiang Ming needed powerful dark attributes, he immediately thought of this soul beast king with the ultimate dark attributes. Besides Dishan, there is actually another choice, Mr. Mew opened his cloudy eyes slightly and thought of an old friend he had not seen for a long time. Back then, one of them had the holy dragon spirit of light and the other had the holy dragon spirit of darkness, and together they became known as the black and white double holy dragons. Not only that, this old friend also reached the level of ultimate Douluo and was titled Dragon King. If he wanted to help Zio complete his 100,000 year evolution, besides Dian, he would probably be the one with the highest success rate. What is it, Xian? Liner asked curiously. Apart from Dishan, she really couldn't think of any other beings with powerful dark power on the mainland. Liner. Mr. Song glanced at his daughter and signaled her not to ask further. Regarding the story of Dragon God Douluo and Dragon King Douluo, the older ones knew about it, but Xian Liner, the younger generation, didn't know much about it. Okay, let's do this first, and then help Zio Ming break through this bottleneck, Mr. Mew said in a deep voice. Others nodded. This is indeed the most important thing. But, after a few seconds, Mr. Song suddenly spoke. Mr. Mew, we have spent so much energy, just in case Song Lao didn't say everything, but the people here were all old monsters over 80 years old, so naturally they all understood what Song Lao meant. After spending huge resources to train a person, the biggest fear is to fall short. Either accidental death, betrayal, or something else. In the history of Shrek Academy, these situations did not happen. There is no such thing as a contingency. The expression on Mr. Mew's face was very calm, as if he was not worried about what Mr. Song said at all. This child's talent has far exceeded my expectations. It is possible for him to surpass me and follow in the footsteps of those ancestors thousands of years ago. Now that he has come to our Shrek Academy, we must train him well and help him grasp that glimmer of hope. Hearing this, the elders all had a light in their eyes. Yes, Jiang Ming's talent has exceeded everyone's expectations. This kind of talent is the reappearance of geniuses who have the hope of becoming gods after Shrek's ancestors became gods thousands of years ago. This kind of genius must be cultivated with all our strength. As for possible accidents, with a few of them protecting the road, the possibility of Jiang Ming having an accident is still very small. The last time someone from Shrek Academy became a god was 10,000 years ago. If a god can appear again under their training, Shrek Academy will surely reach a new peak. So, the Wind and Thunder Prison Suppressing Beast should be prepared for Jiang Ming. Although his second martial soul does not need to obtain a soul ring, his first martial soul, the Golden Heart, this Wind and Thunder Prison Suppressing Beast, it's quite suitable. Mr. Zhuan picked up the wine gourd, took a sip, and then, like magic, took out another chicken drumstick and started chewing it. Hearing this, the other elders had no objection. Since we want to do our best to help Jiang Ming grasp the hope of becoming a god, we must naturally give him the best resources. After the meeting, Mr. Zhuan and Mr. Song set off directly. Song Lao is the fastest. She is responsible for finding other wind attribute powers, while Zhuan Lao continues to bully the Fenglai prison beast and take a closer look at the environment there. Mr. Mew and Xian Liner also returned to Shrek Academy first. Mr. Mew was going to communicate with a golden ancient tree. Xia Guang's 100,000 year evolution needed to be fully prepared, while Xian Liner had to return to the soul guidance system. Take charge of the overall situation. In the past 2 years without Jiang Ming, the development speed of the soul guidance system has completely accelerated. As soon as the soul guidance device production line came out, the soul guidance system realized the freedom of gold soul coins, and the research and development and innovation of various soul guidance devices entered a new stage. Even, under the leadership of Jin Duado, the soul guidance department has poached some talents from the Sun and Moon Empire, and the development of the entire soul guidance department is rapidly catching up with the Sun and Moon Empire. Of course, the gap will be huge for a while. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.